them an injustice to simply, switch news topics and what we're going to talk about this week. So I think this is going to go away, and I hope it doesn't go away.
I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but you think it's an accident when Trump does stuff like change the name of the Department of Defense, the Department of War, he is throwing everything against the wall to see it will stick to distract. Let's keep them looking at the shiny objects. All right, now I'm going to go to Mountain. Mountain, here you go. It's time for your fresh pie.
How's it going? Yeah. Charlie Kirk. Again. Not again, but we're still dealing with it. Pretty horrible. I've been talking to quite a few people on the left, and they don't, they're wanting to say he's not leftist, that he's a Nick Fuentes Groiper, or that he's not trans, even though he's dating a trans person. There's obviously a leftist here, man, and
I don't think it's obvious he's a leftist. I think what he is complex, right? His whole you're not in his head. And I know he's got a complex biography. Are you gonna interrupt? Yeah, I'm a mod. I can interrupt you. Matt, what I'm saying is I'm on the left, okay? I'm on the left.
What do you guys want there,
Hey, Mountain. There's a universal rule on Clubhouse in basically every single fucking room, and that is when a mod speaks, you shut the fuck up. You don't like it, there's the leave out. If you don't like it, there's the leave quietly button up top. So when Scott speaks, mute up. When Scott speaks, mute up. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Steve. There you go. So
Reverend Scott, I was just feeling a little protective of your leadership. I just had to reinforce the rules of the room that we've had for over 4 years. And by the way, that basically every other Clubhouse room has. Please continue.
And I have to say, finish my point. If this guy were clearly a leftist, I would say it. I'm a good faith actor, at least I try to be. And the left does have a problem with political violence. I think it's, as every study has shown, there's more of it in number and lethality that originates on the right, but that doesn't mean there's none on the left. But this guy, to act as though this guy is some sort of left-wing activist, this is a murky, complex guy. Sometimes they should look. John Hinckley shot Reagan to impress Jodie Foster. We don't always know, and I think our rush to sort of saying this was this side or this was that side, I think is that we don't know, and the story's still unfolding. Everything I've read, and I followed the story, is that this guy is murky, right? That I don't know that his identity is all that clear. So that's all.
If I could just echo what you're saying, there's this idea that if someone's gay, they're left, right? It's something that they perpetuate amongst themselves, and yet when you look at some of the news that's come out,
Larry Craig from 20, 30 years ago going to totally advocated against the LGBTQ, and then he's busted in a sting in an airport bathroom trying to pick up someone who's gay.
And Grindr crashed twice during the last RNC convention. Nobody wants to talk about that, but the idea is that, if you're gay, if you're this, or if you're in any way what they consider non-normal, you have to be on the left.
I will say
it's wrong to cut people into left and right. It's like everybody isn't left or right. People are more complex. Scott is right. Scott's correct. People are way more complicated than left and right. And I think as long as we continue dividing people into left and right, we're making the wrong, not that we need any divisions, but we're making the wrong division.
Yeah, absolutely. line recognition and language, patterns and things like that. But yeah, just the things are complex. Reality tends to be very complex. Uncle Steve, are you ready to sit back in the captain's chair?
Give me one more speaker. One more speaker.
All right, let's go to my dear friend, Dr. Francine. Dr. Francine, from the Sunshine State, would you like a fresh pop?
Well, yes and no. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I want to go on with my feeling about morality and about the wrongness of cutting people into right and left. I mean, this kid who is 22, whose prefrontal cortex had not finished developing yet, is not what he will be when he's 30. And by the way, I live in Arizona, so I've seen a lot of Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk had changed a lot. Charlie Kirk, in some ways, was on his way to the mainstream because now he's 31 and a father. And that makes a huge difference in, how you exercise your beliefs and what you believe in and what you see around you. And you keep learning and growing as you grow up. And this 22-year-old kid, who knows? Who knows what he will believe when he grows up to be a mature adult, which he is not now. And he's obviously been influenced by somebody, but, until he tells us, we don't know who, and we don't know if he's a groyper or a leftist or a politically inactive, although his family said he'd been active. And what do we know about his roommate? We don't know anything. There is so much misinformation. So every once in a while, I just have to speak out that I'm following this story about as closely as anybody, and I don't know what's true.
Dr. Francine, I love that. I think it's amazing that you can say those three magic words. I don't know. You are obviously continuing to educate yourself, to look at the evidence. There's going to be evidence on many sides, not just two sides, many sides. You're going to look at the evidence, and you're going to decide for yourself what evidence is more believable, more compelling, and then you will draw your own conclusion and opinion. And that is the clear definition of a critical thinker. And for that, Dr. Francine, get the standing ovation. Thank you. And for that being said, also segue, standing ovation for Reverend Scott. Thank you, Reverend Scott, for giving me the half-hour break.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a pleasure.
This is a great show, baby. If you're in the audience, oh, and by the way, I don't. Honey Badger has spoken, so he's going to be next within 60 seconds. If you're in the audience, this is now the time to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand and come on up, because as we get closer to the top of the hour, it's going to become more difficult, if not impossible, to come on up and give your opinion. Let's go to Honey Badger. Honey Badger, welcome back to Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. What would you like to talk about? Honey Badger, yeah.
Do I have audio? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. There's been a lot going on.
You are loud and clear. You get a fresh 5.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I don't need 5. I just think it's interesting that the divisiveness and rhetoric and all this extreme talk that is just so easily played out in media is freaking scary. And the President of the United States is a divisive, violent man who came to the table very shortly after one of his great friends was murdered on TV and said that I was pulling over to talk, but if you want me to.
I was just going to say the first thing he advocated for was the death penalty, but I will go on mute.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sorry, I just had a couple minutes. So the thing I want to point out is I find it ironic that all these people are claiming, like, let's just say this guy had a trans housemate, right? Let's just say this guy was gay, right? And he had a trans housemate. Okay, so a kid who came from a predominantly white Christian / Mormon society with money at a university that's predominantly white and probably Mormon, and came from a family that basically taught him to worship guns as a child, right? This guy with a strong Christian MAGA upbringing family is that easily swayed by trans stuff? Wow, sounds like this religious freaking gun-toting stuff doesn't work. I guess it doesn't have any power. I guess it's just pretty weak and flimsy and is easily just dismissed by someone who's so strongly embraced by that kind of environment. It's really strange listening to the fucking double speak in here. It's crazy.
And Honey Badger, I'm going to give you a standing ovation, not for what you said, but the fact that you pulled over to say it. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We love people. I know you've been in the room since pretty much start a couple hours. You waited till you were in your car to pull over. And by the way, I appreciate you driving safely. Thank you. If you're in the audience, you want to come on up, please do. Next in my queue is Billy. Hi, Billy. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, kids. Well, when the President of the United States says he doesn't care to bring us together and wants to blame the Democrats for the hate speech and throwing around the word Hitler, it reminds me that it was J.D. Vance who said Trump was probably going to be America's Hitler.
Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah. We're lost. We're lost, and having a gun makes you...
Tell me why you are lost.
Well, I no longer have my radio show. I was fired. I was silenced by the right wing. So I no longer have the voice I've had for the last 20 years. I did not get to say goodbye to my audience. And,
Most people that are fired on radio do not get to say
I know, Steve, I know. But we had a very intimate relationship, being the only liberal on a conservative radio show. But yeah, I just think that when you own a gun, you want to use it. And that's a crazy place to find yourself.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because over 99% of gun owners never shoot a person, never kill anybody, and arguably are responsible. If you want the stats, and by the way, I looked them up, in 2023, there were less than 50,000 gun deaths in America, like about 47,000. It's documented that there are over 100 million gun owners. There are over 400 million guns in circulation in America. There are over 100 million gun owners. Therefore, based on the numbers, 1% is a million. And
But clearly, Steve, it's just not enough.
the only reason I bring it up is because when you make the statement,
you're right,
if you have a
you're
gun,
right.
you want to use it. I just wanted to bring out those facts. Go ahead.
A few years ago, I'm still in reaction to this. It was shortly after they were talking about how the Dems stole the election.
Yeah.
And some guy gets up at one of their meetings and says, when do we get to use our guns?
Uh-huh.
And I just find that in America today, we're willing to let people kill children and rape children, and we're just not going to do anything about it. That's not,
Well, I don't agree with that one either. Look at the pushback that Trump's getting on Epstein. He's getting pushback from
I
both
haven't heard the
sides.
word Epstein ever since Kirk got shot. Maybe that was why he arranged for Kirk to get shot.
Ah, so it's your opinion that Trump manufactured this?
No, it's not. It's my opinion. I can't put it past him, however.
Fair enough. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with your opinion.
Well, it's a fact that you can't put it past him. Not my opinion.
No, it's an opinion.
You think it's not a fact that Trump has the lowest character of any president we've experienced, and that he would do anything to
Oh,
make the
okay. Well,
Epstein thing go away?
but just to be clear, now you're moving the goalposts, and I am happy to discuss that narrative with you. So we're moving on to another topic. Go ahead. Make the question or statement again. I'd be happy to respond.
When I don't have anything to say about this. I'm just, like I said, like you said, I'm lost.
Fair enough. And let me respond. If you're alluding to that Trump is a master deflector, I completely agree. Trump is the greatest deflector president I've ever seen in my life. Ronald Reagan had the Teflon shield. Anything negatively sort of bounced right off him. But Trump is a master deflector. But I don't think we can attribute to the lack of conversation about Epstein for the past 72 hours on Trump. I think that has to do with the media, and it has to do with the population, because this is clearly the number one story. We're all searching for information. We're all, let's say, searching out our ground where we want to stand. And once it sort of middles out, let's say it's a bad choice of words, once everybody assembles their territory, give it about a week, I guarantee you Epstein will be back in the news. But please continue.
I just want to finish with this.
Yes.
In 2023, when Kirk said, well, you know, a few gun deaths, that's worth it, you know, as long as we get to keep our Second Amendment. I just want to disagree with that. I don't want to see any more. I would rather give up guns than keep watching our kids get killed in schools. Thanks.
Sure. If I could follow up one question. So you're against the Second Amendment, or maybe I misunderstood you?
I'm against the way we're allowing the Second Amendment that we have to sit around. You know, being on the radio all this time and having to report
Yes.
on school killings has been disgusting to me, and it's the day I hate most in my radio careers. I've never used the name of the killers. I always refer to them as the pathetic loser, and I just think that guns are less valuable than our kids, and I wish people would agree with me.
That is a fantastic point, and you're the first one that's brought it up in the show after 2 hours and 42 minutes, that the name of the assassin was brought up immediately. It was not withheld. That is a very good point.
And he said a really good quote. I'd rather give up my guns than have more children killed in school shootings.
I completely agree. Billy, is there anything else you want to contribute or close? I very much value your comments.
No, kids, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for your contribution. The show is better with you than without you. We're going to give you a first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. If anybody in the audience wants to come up, you got literally like 5 minutes, and then mods don't bring anybody else up. Okay, let's see. Before we go to closing thoughts and burning desires, I want to go to the mod squad. Anybody on the mod squad want to respond to anything that we've heard in the past 43 minutes?
Yeah, I'd love to hop in for a minute.
Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, to prior speaker a while back who was saying, what would stop an atheist that wanted to cause harm from causing harm? Well, absolutely nothing. That's what you're trying to get us to say. But I do think you left a couple of important things out, and I just wanted to state
This show is on YouTube. Giant Jones has it on YouTube.
Atheists do not believe in objective morality. Plenty of atheists believe in objective morality. I'm an atheist that believes in objective morality. So the starting premise that if you're an atheist you have to be a moral relativist is not a correct starting premise. Secondly, I would say that while there is nothing stopping an atheist that wants to cause harm that's a moral relativist from doing it, historically there's been nothing stopping religious people who want to cause harm from causing it either. History is replete with examples of people causing harm in the name of God. Violence is a human problem. Attributing it to any religion, whether that religion is atheism or one that believes in God, is sort of irrelevant. People that want to cause harm cause harm. It is a person problem, not an idea problem.
Thank you, Matt, for saying that. Well said.
Absolutely, very. In fact, let's give Matt a standing ovation. Nicely done, Matt. Nicely done. Appreciate that. All right, let's see if anybody new is on stage. Okay, nobody new is on stage, so we're going to go to closing thoughts and burning desires. El Normo, do you want to take a couple of minutes with closing thoughts and burning desires, El Normo?
Yeah, sure. Sure. We've been through a tough week. There were two major shootings. One an assassination of a public figure, the other a school shooting. It's just unspeakably awful, disturbing. Also had a very public execution of an innocent Ukrainian refugee on public transportation by a psychopath who slit her throat. The psychopath was freed apparently repeatedly by an incompetent judge who was appointed with the express purpose of not incarcerating criminals. I noticed, just as a side note, that people cited the decrease in crime in some cities that Trump proposed to send the National Guard to, without pointing out that crime had gone down in these cities because they'd stopped prosecuting misdemeanors. That was true at least in Washington, D.C. I happened to look that up. So at Washington, D.C., at the time that Trump sent the National Guard to lower crime, Washington, D.C. had a rate of murder 87% above the national average. You cannot prosecute misdemeanors, which adds to chaos and crime in a community, such as shoplifting and burglary and personal crimes, but you can't pretend dead bodies aren't there. You can't hide dead bodies. So, it's been a tough week, and I think we're going to have to sit with what we've learned from this week. For one thing, we now have nurtured a generation that seems willing to murder people with whom they disagree, as in the case with the murder of the United Healthcare executive, I believe his name was Bill Thompson, by a creep whose name I won't even dignify by using, or by the murder of Charlie Kirk.
And by the way, I would say that 9 out of 10 people know the name of the assassin and don't know the name of the United Healthcare worker CEO. Please continue, Norm. It's a shame.
It definitely is, and that's why I know the name, and I purposely didn't use it. I want to not get the bad taste of that name in my mouth. And so we're going to have to respond to this national affliction, as we need to respond to international events that seem to constitute an assault on our freedom to live according to our values. So I believe our values are under attack, and I believe, you could say our freedom, but I mean all of our values not the leader I would have chosen for the job, but he's the one whose history has chosen. And I think we need to pay close attention and not drop the ball. Thank you, Steve.
Norm, those were some of the best words I've ever heard you say. Mod Squad, get together. Let's all get together and give Norm a first-class escort.
Mod Squad!
I show Honey Badger in my queue is next. Would you like to say goodbye, Honey Badger?
Sure, I'll say goodbye because I'm driving again. So thanks.
Thank you. First-class escort to the VIP. You only get me on that one, but it's a special one. End of times, Dave. Would you like to take a minute or two and say goodbye?
I think I will not talk about this week. Last week I talked about coming weeks and months. I think I'm a scientist and I in a very good opportunity to understand a believer, non-believer from the spiritual perspective, also God, and also maybe aliens because of three-eyed atlas, and in this very chaotic geopolitical and American internal politics, I think understanding Bible and how the framework helped me to understand the end time and the coming event. That's it.
Dave, thank you. First-class escort to the VIP. And now we go to the mods who do not get first-class escorts to the VIP because they have to stay on stage and continue doing the heavy lifting until the end of the show. John, would you like to say goodbye?
Bye, Uncle Steve.
We can come back to John if John is not available. Okay, let's go to Daryl. Would you like to say goodbye? Daryl.
I would. The end times are not coming. I'll start with that. And I'll also say that, political violence is not new. I mean, Marie Antoinette was executed in what could easily be called political violence. And what I would say is that when you push, I'm a realist, I'm not an idealist, right? You push people, even if, especially people who might be mentally unbalanced, right? And you see violent things happen. We want to argue that where everyone's rational, everyone's able to make decisions. That's simply not true. And I see that every day I get on the subway. This will continue to happen in a society where people are told that you're completely on your own, your fate is your own, your destiny is your own, and if you fail, it's your fault. And I think as a society, we have to figure some of these things out, or it's just going to continue to happen.
Thank you. Let's try John again. John, are you there? Would you like to say goodbye? John?
I'm here, Uncle
We
Steve.
got Les.
Go
Les, would you
fuck
say goodbye?
yourself.
Bye.
Les, thank you very much. Let's go to Lynn.
I'm here.
Would you like to...
I don't even know why people come to
John.
Uncle Steve's show. He's not polite. He's not nice. He's a prick. He sounds like an asshole. He sounds like shit.
Okay. Lynn.
And
would you
his
like to say
mod squad is a bunch of
Yes.
cronies.
So, sitting here and listening, I find myself in a really strange place because sitting in the center, a lot of people throw things right, a lot of people throw things left. I think Dr. Francine said it best. When we put people on the left and the right, we put them against each other. And I think we're failing to nuance the fact that there's personal responsibility. People want to blame the conservative parents of this supposed possible alleged murder of Charlie Kirk, but they're not mentioning the fact that these people, well, this father anyway, is the one that turned him in, so clearly he believes in personal responsibility. And that's, I think, where we need to start, is where is the personal responsibility rather than the finger pointing. And so, I'd like to see a little bit more of that and a little bit It's not this person's fault or this family's fault or this ideology's fault. It's really not, because everybody has an opinion. That doesn't mean we have to necessarily act on those opinions. And when we act on it, that is a choice we have then made. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that and a little less, it's, this is fault or trans fault or whatever that we're going to blame on it. And so I do want to say that if he is the killer, I'm really happy that his father turned him in and did not make it seem like, oh, we need to cover this up and be all cutesy and sweet parents that love our children into their own, stupidity. So anyway, that's what I had to say, and thank you. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, hopefully I'll see some of you at Ask Young Elvis right after this.
There you go. Little shameless plug. Love that. Matt, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, to everybody listening, hope you have a great rest of the weekend, good work week. And I would part with the thought that in debate, one of the things you're supposed to do as a debater is to argue against the best interpretation of the other person's argument. You're supposed to be charitable and assume the strongest version, because arguing against that will allow you to provide your strongest.
I believe that's known as a steelman argument.
Steelmanning is something you can do if you're trying to make the argument for them, but I would say that's slightly separate. What I would say is we've become so fixated on winning debates that we are not fixated on the quality of our arguments when we do so, and it has made us weaker on both sides. I would encourage everybody to have the most charity for the people you disagree with possible, not because it benefits them, but because it benefits you. And if you can, try to see them as the most human you possibly can. Again, your disagreements with them will be more valid.
Try to see Republican conservatives as humanly possible.
Because you're a good person. Everybody that was doing it because they're a good person is already doing it. Do it because it makes you
Liberal
It
superiority.
is 100% factual that the best debaters can argue either side successfully. Let's say goodbye to
Wow,
Richard.
profound, Steve.
Richard, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for a great show, Steve.
Thank you. Let's say goodbye to Violet. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Great to have you back, Steve. And I wanted to say my personal opinion of the Mod Squad popcorn song is that it's awesome. I love
Thank
that.
you.
I think it's
Thank you.
perfect for the segment. And yeah, I hope everybody has a great week, safe journeys, and I'll see everybody soon. Bye.
Thank you. And Alfonso is on the phone, so let's go to Reverend Scott. Reverend, would you like to say goodbye?
Oh, Uncle Steve, they say the pain of parting is nothing to the joy of meeting again. So that's from Dickens. So while it's sorrowful that the show has to come to an end.
Yes.
It's because it's so amazing, but it goes on again and again every weekend, Uncle Steve. We're here,
That's right.
and it's a thrill to be here for our public. And I'm looking forward to next show. Just
Fucking
another
thrilled.
high energy, action packed show. Weekend of shows with my uncles.
Today's show was amazing. Thank you, Mod Squad. Thank you, nieces and nephews.
Hey, do I get to say
Oh,
goodbye?
where are you? Where
I'm at the top
Oh,
left.
you're at the top
Yeah.
left. Hey, buddy.
Good.
I humbly apologize.
I got
Go for it.
forgotten in the introduction of the Mod Squad, and now I'm getting
Jesus.
forgotten for the goodbye to the Mod Squad. However, that does not affect
Nobody likes to
me
talk
one
to
iota.
slime.
So I'm going to use this opportunity to say once again a great room, great conversations, and it was brought up about atheist worldview. Atheism is not a worldview. It's also not a belief system. Atheism is an absence of belief in a God of gods. Atheism, many atheists do not consider morality a divine decree, but a human endeavor. We must understand that and not mislabel what atheism is. Atheism is not a threat to your
It's
beliefs.
nothing. It's literally
So let's
nothing.
past these outdated fears and let's recognize that a person's lack of beliefs in a God does not equate to a lack of morals or a lack of purpose or a lack of humanity. Atheists are neighbors, friends, family members.
Hi,
They're
neighbor.
doctors,
AKA
teachers,
atheist.
artists, and leaders. They contribute to our society, not strengthen it. Not by believing indifferently, but by living well. So people, there is a left wing and a right wing, and that bird flies. So we must cooperate, whether you're left or right. We got to stay in the middle to keep this bird flying. Thank you, folks.
Wow, JCC, what a motivating speech!
That was amazing.
Unbelievable,
Newest
JCC!
founder in the Atheism House, Alfonso. Would you like to say goodbye, Alfonso? Alfonso going once, Alfonso going twice. Well, on behalf of Alfonso, our fearless founder, we say goodbye. And that'll wrap it. That's
Oh
a
wow, the
wrap.
fearless founder.
Thank you,
Steve has
everybody.
truly taken over the
Amazing
fearless
show.
founders show.
And we'll be back next Saturday with Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. Next Sunday, Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. And I hope from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the Mod
Steve,
Squad.
you don't have a heart. We back up in that politically correct show, everybody.
And yeah, I can't, any other studio, any other producer, they would have said, absolutely, we're going to make sure the star gets the accommodation she needs. Like, but y'all, 3 black people didn't want to get this black woman some.
And you sure they wouldn't reimburse her? Because that's the part that just sounds crazy to me. I mean, I can see somebody saying, all right, look, go ahead and pay for yourself up front, and then whatever, you pay for, just send it to us and, invoice us, and we'll pay you on the back end.
No,
Like,
it wasn't part of the budget because it was, Precious was a very limited budget, and that was supposed to be their argument that no, we're not paying for nobody because it's not in the budget, and we weren't even expecting to get picked up. This is an independent film, and it gets picked up by Lionsgate or whatever.
Okay.
And that's what I say too. But like, all right, y'all didn't. Okay, so. Still pay for me. Like, now it went where y'all didn't think it was going. So you still gotta pay. And they didn't want to pay it. I think maybe she said something about it, but didn't like go hard about it. And she may have thought about it and then said more. And then that's where it escalated.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, like, so the film had an original production budget about $10 million. It made $60 million, so you're supposed to increase the original budget. That's how budgets work. When you start projecting more revenue, you increase the budget and spend more too. So that's
But I wouldn't know it. Well, I guess they would have projected more revenue because it was getting rave reviews from all of these different sources. So yeah, and I guess. That stuff that's known in the movie business, but me as just a basic civilian, I'm like, you pay for her. Like, what's going on? Y'all got it. One of y'all do, if one don't, or all 3 of y'all could have put together. How much the fuck was it? 500,000?
Well, but here's the thing. Like, for me in business, it's hard to make those adjustments in my mind just talking about it. Like, all right, well, you need to pay for me. Well, no, we have this budget. We don't have any more money left. And she might not have said anything, right? And then the more money started coming in, they said, you know what? Let's go ahead and just reimburse her something because of the fact that this. A lot of times people kill their own blessings because they go opening up their mouth, and then they get screwed on the back end because you opened your mouth too soon.
I disagree with that one.
I'm just telling you from lessons that I know from myself and what I've learned from myself.
I agree, but what I'm talking about is taking into account this is a movie that you 3 independently came together to recreate. You handpicked the cast, you asked me to do it. Also, we are of kin, or we're all black. This is not a regular situation. I understand business, and
charge me if we make, whatever. No, and who knows if you're shady to not give it to me up front? Who knows if you make more money if we don't have anything in paper? Who knows if you'll pay me? Because you'll just say we never agreed to that.
Yeah, and so First Lady, if your original revenue projection was 25 million, and then it goes up to 60 million, you increase your expense budget as well.
Just when
Oh, amazing, CEO.
steps of this like not even reimbursement, like upfront payment.
No, I mean unless they took out a policy specifically for that, but if you, I mean that wouldn't make a lot of sense. There should be like a upfront policy on whatever's going on. But
Enjoy the show.
pay me what you was gonna pay for the insurance policy.
Enjoy the show, everybody. We're going to get a nice coffee.
This isn't like a huge expense. You're just paying for.
We got a room open called Democrats Avoiding All Responsibility and Moral Superiority.
I don't get that. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I get the business part of it, but there's not enough evidence there to say this is business versus I'm just stingy.
All right, so let me just go back to what CEO said, right, about increasing the budget. Increasing the budget, okay, but if it wasn't in the budget at the time of these tours, we see this coming about, we got a plan for it, we may not have received the revenue just yet. Again, I think everything has to do with communication. I don't care if y'all get upset with me for continuously keep repeating it. Communication is everything. She could have opened up her mouth and said something when in fact, if she didn't want to go and she couldn't afford it, she could just simply say, okay, well guys, you know what? I can't afford it and I'm sorry I won't be there. Period. And left it at that.
No, that's what she said.
Oh, then I don't see nothing wrong with that. If I tell you I can't afford it and I won't be there, and let it alone.
It's not about her affording it though. That's not right. It's not.
Not only did she say I can't afford it and I won't be there, she paid for Gab because they didn't pay for her. She took out of her own pocket. She paid for Gabri to go.
That's right. That's you, Matt. You and your moral superiority. What a joke. Go to the gym, fatty. Read a book.
And so she went on a European tour.
And this was in 2009. So
whatever the movie.
Yeah, but I'm talking about if we go back in that era of time, 2008 is when we had that little recession situation, right? So 2009, we're coming out of that. So the money and things, it was kind of weary during that era of time. I'm just saying. What?
Baby, all them girls, because, First Lady, Oprah was a millionaire through 2009. Tyler Perry was right around $1 billion, and so was.
He was billion worth?
No way. He was close to it. He was around the 7, 6. He had plenty money to send her. It wouldn't have been shit for him to write that $1.5 million check. I said, take your ass on across that corner.
Okay. All right.
It wouldn't have been that much. It wouldn't have even been that much.
Yeah, what you think? Maybe like 500?
I think it would have been about $250,000, honestly.
Yeah, $250,000.
So one of the biggest standout things about it, the Lionsgate actually took it over. They didn't pay her for the festivals, which is customary for for the studios to pay, and that was about $200,000 on that.
What'd you say? Repeat that, please.
I was saying that once Lionsgate took it over, they didn't pay for the festival promotions, which are covering about $200,000 to $700,000. But for her, it would have probably been around 40.
Yeah, that is worth noting as well, that this is not just on Oprah and Tyler Perry, it's on Lionsgate, because Lionsgate acquired the project, and so they also decided not to do this. So it's on them as well. It's not just Oprah and
But don't you think just on like a black piece, like that's like I say, hey, First Lady and CEO, I want to make this passion project, y'all know I'm a photographer, whatever. Can y'all do this? Just on the strength, like Black Power, you know what I'm saying? I pay y'all a little something I don't really have. I'm not, and then a motherfucking, let's say Bill Gates or whatever, like it's his new favorite thing and it gets crazy, attention and wow, you know what I'm saying? And First Lady, your
promotion or whatever, or I'm getting, and then you like, well, you know, doing good stuff, and I'm like, girl, we ain't saying nothing like that. This is business. Like, that's corny. Like, and I feel like, all right, I can't take you to court. So in these streets, I'm gonna wear your ass out. And I feel like that's her method because she can't. Like, they did it on the strength. Like, you know, I see you, you see me, sister. And now, but that don't work in court. So I gotta just get on and keep roasting y'all because y'all fuck my shit up. So that's how I see her position.
She was underpaid, she was undervalued to the tune of $5 million to $10 million.
Well, it didn't help her the time before, and it ain't helping her now. So continue, keep on doing it.
But it did help her. She got a bigger payday.
It did actually help
It
her.
did help her. She went from under $1 million to like $5 million.
Money was paid for for Precious, $50,000 for Precious.
Oh yeah, she only got 50K to that, and that's it.
Yep.
So basically, they were saying, hey, take your 50K.
And she was
and spend that on.
and she had the second most screen time in the movie. Just she had the second most screen time.
I would maybe the most, but I know she's the one who got all the critical acclaim. Like it was all about Monique. She got the Oscar.
Yeah, so look at it like this, right? So she got paid $50,000. The film made $60 million and had all these awards. I mean, that that is completely set.
What did they pay Mariah Carey? That's what I want to know.
Probably nothing. But Mariah Carey is in a whole different position than Monique. And so I think Mariah Carey probably just did, because her and Lee Daniels are really, really good friends. So she just probably did that as a favor and as to get some type of, you know, her name. It was probably a mutual thing. But Mariah's worth $800 million.
All right, so let me read this. It says Monique is upset with Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey because she claims they falsely labeled her as difficult to work with during the promotion of the film Precious, leading to a decade-long impact on her career and finances. Monique refused to participate in unpaid promotional duties, while Tyler Perry allegedly spread the difficult label, which he believes Oprah and Perry used to blackball her in Hollywood. Monique has been seeking accountability from both for the alleged damage to her career and livelihood. Now, Precious promotion in 2009, during the promotion of the film Precious, Monique starred in a film executive produced by Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey. Refusal of unpaid work. Monique declined to do unpaid promotional work, including traveling to the Cannes Film Festival, citing prior commitments and lack of contractual obligation for such work. Did you hear what I said? Citing she got prior commitments.
Did you read?
And
But hold on, go back up. Read. She wouldn't agree to what?
Let me see what you're talking about. When Oprah used blackball her, Monique has been seeking accountability from both of the alleged damage to her career and livelihood. What are you talking about?
Unpaid promotion.
Okay, so yes, so that was the name of this section. It says refusal of unpaid work.
Right. So that's what we're talking about. She refused to do it because it was unpaid.
So Monique declined to do unpaid promotional work, including traveling to the Cannes Film Festival, citing, she's telling them, her reasoning that she's saying is because I had prior commitments and a lack of contractual obligation for such work, meaning that our contract does not require me to be there, nor do I, and on top of that, I already have prior commitments. That's the reason
you're
why.
not paying me. What do you have to go listen to her speak on it.
I got you. So not only do I have prior commitments and I don't have a contract with you to do it, I'm not getting paid for it. Right?
more like.
Right, but then when they
Okay.
asked about it, Lee Daniels and Oprah and them, they didn't say that. They said Monique is hard to work with. That's how the whole. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to get the.
Right, I'm about to tell you. So according to per Monique, it went more like this. Oh, okay, cool. So how is that getting paid for? Oh, you gotta pay for it. Oh, okay, y'all can't pay for it. No, we can't. Oh, okay, well I had something to do anyway, so I can't be bothered. If y'all not gonna pay for it, that's more of how.
Right.
According per Monique.
Yeah, so here's the biggest install of that. So she was supposed to go to France, Canada, London, Dubai, and like 7 U.S. cities. That would have cost her more than the $50,000 she was paid to do the film.
So that was basically her excuse because they said they're not gonna pay, even whatever. So she said, "I got other shit to do." And if I remember correctly, she didn't have nothing else to do. That's what she said. You have to go in. She goes into the whole speech about what happened, the conversation she had with both of them, and kind of suggesting, well, y'all can't pay for it. I don't think she ever outright asked, hey, can y'all just come out of y'all pocket? But she kind of suggested, and they was both like, nah, we good.
And it's a kiss of death in Hollywood when a black person is saying another black person's hard to work with to white people. That's a kiss of death.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you don't want the truth of the matter, but that's fine. Well, not you don't want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Cause I just got a feeling I know how the conversation went, and I know how Tyler Perry probably came to the conclusion like, you know what, she's just difficult to work with, and getting in his little mood and saying it, but putting it out there, I honestly, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that he thought about what could possibly happen with him saying that. I feel like he was more frustrated with the fact that she would not be showing up. And that's therefore is why he said what he said.
That might be true of Tyler Perry at the time, but did Oprah say the same thing, Jess? Did Oprah say that as well?
It's supposed to be
Oprah knew First Lady. Oprah would know that.
And then there's another piece. Hold on, First Lady. It's another piece with Oprah. So you may know this. So Oprah, I think she went on Oprah's show one time, and then she said Oprah called her, and I don't know when exactly this was, like the timeline. I know it was around this time, but I don't know where exactly it falls. But she called her and said, hey, Monique has like a interesting past where like mother, her family and shit. And her brother, I think, molested somebody. Something happened, like some weird shit. So I think Oprah called her and said, hey, I want to have your family on the show. And,
Monique's brother molested her.
Oh, yeah, okay. And so she said, yeah, but I don't want my brother there or whatever. And I think they agreed to it. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going by. It was her mother. Somebody she didn't want there, and Monique came, and Oprah brought him out anyway. Yeah. Even after she said, and it was a real like fucked up situation, and she was like, I don't want to.
So what happened was is that Monique's brother molested her, and was estranged in the family. You know what I'm saying? And Oprah brought the brother, the family, and Monique on the show without Monique really knowing. Imagine that. And Monique had already had a previous conversation with Oprah saying, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? So that's fucked up.
Yeah, so she really, I can see why she don't fuck with Oprah, because, like, girl, I told you I don't want, you asked me, I guess, if you asked me, can you have them on there, and then you have them on there anyway, but you asked me to come on here, told me, you didn't tell me that whoever that she didn't want to be on there was going to be on there, and then you can see, like, the thing, like,
like, I mean, she behaved, but you could tell she shocked.
Gotcha, right?
Did she pull what's that man's name? Murray on her? Did she get up and run off?
No, she stood. She like held her composure. You kind of wouldn't have knew anything. Like, okay, it's one of those things where if you go back and look, then you can kind of see because you know what to look for. But at the moment, because it was already like kind of an emotional thing, you don't really notice it. But the way she says it is that, and I mean, Oprah never denied none of this. So she said Oprah called and asked, can I have these people? And she said, I don't really get into this, but you can have certain ones. But it was somebody specific, brother or the mother, and she didn't want them to come on there, and Oprah did it anyway, and it was like a surprise in the middle of the show. So that's her first. Yeah. I forget his name. Long beard.
It sounds like Oprah or the producers reached out and they want to tell that person, that family member, well, we gotta uninvite you because, of the situation. And good stuff. That's what people do some.
Well, now you bring a family. If you bring a like, if we have a family show, and you ask me who can I bring on there, and I'm gonna come, and then you bring somebody I don't like. I may pay, but when I leave that show, I'm never fucking with you again because you try to set me up.
And that's what I'm saying. That's a fact, and that's what I'm saying. That was bad practice for the producer of the show or the host for not following the directives of the subject guests. It's just like, what are you doing? Over production? What are you doing, sir?
I don't know. I know everybody like Oprah, but Oprah got too many bad.
I don't care about no damn Oprah. I'm just trying to get to the business. So that happened before Precious, right?
I don't know.
Oh, you know everything but John. I don't know about that.
You can look it up, Shaquita.
All right, Chanel.
Shaquita is crazy.
Chanel.
You can look and see when it actually happened. But first, like, if somebody did that to you, you would never consider it again.
That's what I'm trying. That's the reason why I was asking. When did she do the show? Because I wouldn't.
I'm pretty sure it happened I think they had to in between all the everything else. Wow, this is something that was going on alongside. While they doing all these negotiations.
It was the
Basically. Okay, yeah. I think that me, I probably would have shut up by now because I don't over it just like this. But I don't really fault her for how she keep going off because I could see if I had a career and you gotta remember she won an Oscar. That's not something that a lot of people, especially coming from a comedian, she did kind of what Robin Williams did, went from a comedic actor that's not really taken seriously and killed a fucking dramatic role. So her career was supposed to go in a specific way, and it didn't go that way. And I mean, we could blame her, but it was largely because of this. So if I was just sitting at home, thinking about it, I'd probably get mad at it and be like, get the fuck on live, cuss this motherfucker out.
The part that was not on Warner Brothers.
Say I'm lying.
You ain't lying. That's why this shit funny as hell.
Oprah did what she did.
Mad as fuck.
You know what?
I'm supposed to be a
pay right now, getting off my doing my, and you bitches done.
But that's not the first time. But this is not. She also was screwed by that sitcom that she was on with that girl too.
That's what y'all saying.
Yeah.
Say it again.
That's what I said. They shit on the Parkers, which that wasn't nationally syndicated
She guys
for 5 seasons.
If you go back and listen to Club Shay Shay, she was telling him how, like, once it got to so many shows, they were supposed to be syndicated and they were supposed to get X amount of money, and they had to fight, and I think they still didn't even come out the way they were supposed to come out.
And that set a tone for her career, for how people can treat her and get away with it.
She undervalued black women.
That she pushes that. Thank God. She's the queen. She's the queen of comedy.
But then they have the spin-off, Moesha, and it's way more, I'm not even gonna say way more successful, it's way better received than the Parkers were. And it's literally a spin-off of it literally was birthed from the success of the Parkers, was Moesha.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Parkers came from Alicia. You didn't realize that?
The spin-off.
No, I thought.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, hold up.
The Parkers was first, though.
No, it was not.
Moesha was the Parkers.
No, I mean,
Okay.
Moesha was way before the Parkers.
yeah, Moesha's.
That's not. Yeah.
The Parkers is a spin-off from Moesha, sorry.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yes. That's why I was like, wait a minute, huh? Cause do you say that girl's name is Suki? What you say her name is? Culturally.
What'd you say? What was the
The
question?
girl, her name is Suki.
Sukiana?
The girl that was in the Parkers. What's her name? She can sing a little bit.
Not Tempest Bliss.
Okay.
What's my girl name? That's my name.
Countess
Vaughn.
Yes.
I love me some Countess.
He's silly as I don't know why.
She is so funny.
But yeah, she was in Moesha, cause she was friends.
Mo to the, yeah.
E to the, I watched that episode today. What's that boy she was dating? That boy, the one with the bald head. Did he die?
He did die.
Wait, no. He didn't
The
die.
one that kept coming in the house and taking their food, he died.
Oh, no, you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about.
I'm pretty sure he died. Hakeem.
Oh, Hakeem. That's not who I was talking about. But yeah.
Hakeem. Who you talking about the dude from Sticky Fingers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sticky Fingers ain't dead?
Yeah, that's who you said, boy, who? Wait, Hakeem died?
Yeah, Hakeem was sick, wasn't he?
Oh my God.
Hakeem been gone for a minute.
You know who you remember when Romeo from,
Santana, you talking about Mr.
Santana from,
Yeah. From Steve Harvey.
yeah, when he died,
Yeah, that was crazy.
took my man away. That was supposed to be, we were supposed to get married.
Wait a minute. Was that the one he got picked up?
No, that was, I think that he got picked up, what?
Somebody was in a car or something, or picked somebody up.
How did he die? I forgot. I think he got killed, right?
Yeah, he got shot.
Okay, he got shot in the car.
Well, wasn't that around, didn't Bill Cosby's son get killed in a similar way? Dennis? Y'all remember that?
I forgot how he got killed. Man. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you know,
So you're giving a rhyme and saying it was a robbery.
Oh. Yeah, but about Monique, at the end of the day, I think she had a case of defaming on her hand. Because at the end of the day, you start telling somebody or telling the industry, oh, that person is hard to work with. Fucking with that money. Like, nah, you gotta see a judge, homie. We going to court. Like, I'm not going for this. You're not gonna be telling people I'm hard to work with, knowing damn well that's gonna affect my income.
Well, if it's a true statement, then
Okay, well, if it's a
then
true
it's not
statement,
defamation.
right, but if it's a true statement, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the lawyers and let's hash this out in front of the court, in front of the legal standing. So if it's true, then we'll find that out. But you know, you go ahead and say it, then I gotta sue you. What the fuck? That's my money. I'm supposed to just shit bricks now? I'm supposed to just do nothing?
Shit. And let me tell you, she's better than me, because I would have been like, Tyler Perry, are you a sissy? And I'm about to tell the world how you gay. And you don't want nobody to know.
Hold on, Coach Lee. You said you supposed to be defending Tyler Perry. You said you was gonna go work for him. You remember? You was like, if Tyler Perry call me right now, I'm going to work.
If he paying right, but nobody going over there. Nobody right. Not gonna do it that long.
You said you was gonna be in the yacht.
If he expect me to come work for any type of regular fee, I mean, I'll still go, but I would be taking pictures of his chin all day.
Oh, God, no shit.
The first lady, like, look at this shit here. Look at this shit here.
So Netflix only paid her what, $500,000 when everybody else, including the white comedians, they got way more money for this special.
So question, what does Stephen Colbert get? Because he just got signed. What is his shit looking like?
Now, that's not a fair comparison.
I don't give a damn.
It's not a fair comparison.
Listen. My job right now, right, is to make sure that the black community, especially our women, get that fucking get those ducats. I'm sick of this shit. I'm real. I'm sick of it. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck. And then you're Stephen Colbert. Nice, you cool and all that. High five and all that shit like that. But yo, you need to pay the woman. Let's stop bullshit. He's white.
Because now we doing that DEI stuff, and we should be comparing resumes that are similar. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all right. We should be comparing people and similar resumes. If we was gonna compare a black woman to Stephen Colbert, this is a reach, but I would say Wanda Sykes, because she had her own little nice show for a little while, and she had like 3 HBO specials.
I'm just like, fuck what you heard.
Yeah, those white men don't even curb their enthusiasm. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's compare resumes that make sense.
Wanda said she woke up in the middle of the night and her 2 adopted white kids was at the end of it. And she said she started throwing shit at them because she thought they was ghosts. She said, I don't know why I got them 2 little motherfuckers. She said they all got blonde hair and ghost blue eyes. She said they show up behind you. Said it's a jump scare. She said she be at the dinner table and they'll tap her on the shoulder. She be like, ah. She like, oh hey sweetie, how you doing?
Hey, watch. What the hell was I gonna do right now?
Peace and blessings to the room.
Oh, I know what I got. Peace and blessings to the room. Hello.
Well, thanks for the kindness and compassion for the non-human animals, asking for you to go vegan for justice, for your health, and for peace on earth. So, but the actions speak louder than words. So, thank you so much for having me.
Very good.
See, this is why I like people that's into the environment and animals. They're always so nice.
Wait, no, I'm so good. Y'all trying to get me in trouble in here.
For peace on earth.
I'm making some mozzarella sticks, guys. Is it vegan mozzarella?
As Dr. King said, justice anyway. We have to put that compassion into action.
That's a fact. Okay. What's wrong with quoting him? It's been a wave of people that, they just been quoting him extra recently because of what happened earlier in the week. So now I'm just wary. I'm wary.
Be not weary. Next thing was also vegan.
Be nice. Be ye not weary.
It's quoting Coretta Scott King and Dexter King put that injustice, fight against injustice into action, as Dr. King said. So this is not a new thing. Coretta Scott King and Dexter King were vegan. So thank you so much.
But some people, I don't know about being vegan, but there's some people who just do it because of, situations. I've been quoting King since I was able to understand King. And I actually wrote a fucking essay the day before.
You and Roger should hang out.
No, I'm not. But listen, I actually wrote an essay. I wrote an essay.
Now somebody's eating chicken feet. Hey.
Yeah. Turkey feet.
Turkey.
Yeah,
turkey toes. And I put Dr. King
Lavender
knows
is a
that
chicken
shit,
feet.
right? So because that's what I do. So but there's some people like y'all said, you know, they trying to jump on a bandwagon. And it's so odd.
Ew, y'all be eating chicken toes?
What's wrong with chicken toes?
Oh, you got
And chicken feet is one of the better products going to give you a heart attack.
Chicken for health.
It is. It is. Read up on it. They gonna walk right out of your life.
Y'all grow them little pterodactyl arms. I don't want to hear that.
Somebody just kicked me.
I ain't sure when you grow up.
You eat the whole chicken, but if you don't want to eat the feet.
Oh, you know? No, I was gonna say, Mel gonna have a talent on her baby.
No, not me.
She gonna be clamping on this shit.
No, I don't eat it. They just said it's healthy. I heard, but I never tried it.
Yeah, I only eat breast, wing, and that's it. Anything below that,
I might die soon.
oh, who eating it? You? Anything below the breast, you know, you have the chicken. Padded feet and motherfucker, you have a talent on each baby toenail. Where Marie, you start perching on chairs and shit at work. That's all right, we done had enough
What happened?
I said, y'all need to be careful because they use them to make bone broth. So, because they're full of collagen. Full of
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
What you just said, they use that to make.
Yeah, but $20 a pound now. Ain't nobody using oxtails to make bone broth.
What is
That's
that?
bone broth.
Oh, that's that.
They use the chicken feet to make bone broth.
I don't know that shit.
I do. You're absolutely right.
Baby, when I tell you I ain't never purchased nothing called broth. Good for you, bro. Where they sell that at?
Who said this? You wanna raise your hand?
It's not crazy. That restaurant, they make a lot of bone broth and they freeze it and they use
Yeah,
that.
I got it in the freezer.
Y'all got a bunch of chicken toes in y'all.
They don't have talents.
No, Levin, it don't make us numb, baby. It's okay. That's all right. Say
No,
it.
you got the
And when
Some people eat it, but some people just drink
when
the
the
broth.
skin on the bottom of y'all feet start getting thick and like a pad, and y'all start y'all arms start folding back, kind of like.
You know, from the farmer's market.
Okay. Start poking out.
I don't have no wrinkles. I don't have no wrinkles. My face is not falling. I'm doing good. But I'm eating the way I'm supposed to eat.
I just never had.
Hey, which one is it you want?
She said she ain't got no wrinkles and her face ain't falling. The face, when your face hangs.
You got no Big Mac.
I don't eat no big feet. I don't eat nothing. When you need a facelift.
I'm not eating the foot of nothing. Now I eat. I eat a people. I was a people toe before I said you don't eat big feet.
Oh, come on, Bray. Hey, Bray. You like the class. Alvarado, I know. What you got? People play hooky, like the bell ring
I didn't see the 80s back in the day, the 80s and the 90s. You see TV.
Bray, you late to class.
No more pigs. Stop eating. Man, the pigs. You ever seen a pig's foot?
Been in there 6 months.
Yeah. People that hate eat that too.
That shit. I mean, is that a slave food? Is that something that black people made out of? Like,
That's not from California. That's
shout out to them, because I would have said that same night that you took to cut that, just go ahead and stick me with it, because I'm not eating that shit.
You better cut some watermelon with that knife. They're evil.
I mean, I definitely would have been one of the, I would have got ate up by sharks.
Well, wait a minute. We need to regroup. I mean, we need to recap this week. Because I want to know about next week.
Wait,
so,
my sentence?
No, continue, finish.
No, go ahead. I'm distraught now.
Okay, I guess you're gonna tell me, first lady, eat shit. Like you did. He told water to reprieve. He said water, eat shit. So, I saw on Friday, y'all went from not liking a person to then liking the person to then hating the person within a matter of 3 hours. And they all did it. I mean, that's from Kiana. Let me see. Water was here. Ray. Y'all know who I'm talking about? No, I'm still waiting for the last message of you telling me y'all was going crazy in the room. I put it in the back channel. Oh, okay. That means I didn't check it first. Ray, who I'm talking about?
Me? Myself?
No. Jay Maddox. So, is he in a group or is he excommunicated? I need to know. Y'all remember Jay Maddox?
No.
Let me ping him in. Let me see if y'all can remember him.
Nah, we're good. I got some chicken foot bone broth, so back channel me. Whoever know where to get it from.
You talking about?
There's a place in the Bronx that has that. I don't know about Atlanta.
Talking about Black Wall Street? Is that what we're talking about? Jay Maddox, Black Wall Street?
Yes. Yes. Y'all remember him? Y'all remember Jay Maddox?
He moved out to fucking, yeah. I wasn't in here for that, because I would have been like,
There's a dude that, he was from Oklahoma, and he kept asking about Lincoln.
hey, that's little nigga.
Y'all went from not liking him to liking him to hating the boy.
I will say,
Well, he didn't vote for Trump, he said, but he also was dumb.
this week has brought Omari to the very top of the worst MAGA list.
Wait a minute. One second. Wait a minute, Haitian. Wait a minute. Let me get clear. When I left yesterday, y'all, it was so harmonic. What happened?
That bitch on me. Yo, Chuck, that nigga like, so what? That's the singing nigga, right?
No, Omari.
Yeah, that shit was crazy last night.
See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all can't have certain conversations without me, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I almost I wish I still had a picture. I didn't do it. He did it. Yeah, she read 420.
Look at Mel.
But you guys gonna be getting the time right. I like going through fucking hours of.
I wish I would have had a picture, Haitian, because it would have really been funny. I had the picture. I know y'all ain't never see the picture, but I lost it.
I'm just letting y'all know we got a new person coming on stage. His name is Gary.
Okay. Why you like?
Hey, Gary, that's why. Hey, Gary, how are you, Gary? Happy Sunday, Gary.
I like those glasses. I'm gonna be seeing male presenting people rocking them cat-eye frames, but it actually slaps on Gary.
What y'all Gary? you asked to be on stage. Mr. Gary, you asked to be on stage. I don't hear from you, Mr. Gary. What's going on? Okay, Mr. Gary.
You just recorded.
I got 10. You got 10 seconds, Mr.
Gary
Gary.
back in that bomb.
Mr. Gary. Ooh, touch for the very first time, like a virgin. Has that been 10 seconds?
No, what happened to King?
On. Somebody kicked her
He ran away.
before he could get blocked.
Oh no, he down there in the school. He about to get out. See you later, Mr. Gary. Have a good day. Come back when you can talk. I told you, I just kicked him out. He didn't leave. He was in the audience. Hey, Notorious.
So can I finish telling you about Amari?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So do you remember the picture that Amari took? And it was giving like bad bitch.
Which one?
Like bad bitch central.
The one where his hips was real thick and shit.
Yeah. And I wish I still had it. And he had his shirt.
Looking at that man's hips like that.
He had. Well, I mean, he had him pushed out. He had him on presentation. Wasn't nobody like that? Oh my bad.
No,
Wake
man,
up,
that's
Mr.
coming from a straight up and
Peaches.
down straight man. I looked at his profile picture one time. I'm like, why this nigga got his shit tooted up like that?
Wait.
So I think I came back. Women, did Just leave? I think I came in on that conversation. I heard Brooklyn asking him about some tight pants or something, and he was like, "So are you saying?" He said, "So should I wear baggy
Why are you
clothes
so
back in
busy
the
marketplace in
90s?"
2020?
That's the part of the conversation I heard.
Well, I came in one day. This was a couple of weeks ago, and you know, we wasn't really in an argument. So I thought I had took a screenshot of it because you know that's what I do. But I just listened to the mental note of it. But he kept the picture up, and it was like him. It was like a picture that a bad bitch take. Like I go to the picture. You turn around to the camera, like with your ass, like you kind of turn around and like look at it and take the picture. That's how he had.
You need Jesus.
He was in the and I was like, oh, pound to the people, straight man are out here living their best. So, you know, I didn't say nothing, to him, but then he wanted to try to roast last night. So I really wish I had a picture so y'all could see it. Cause, okay, just like take a thermal shirt like you might have, and if you take it and pull it over your ass to make your ass like accentuate or whatever, that's how he had it. And it was giving, okay, Mike delete it.
Don't forget the body length mirrors, like the full length gym mirrors that was in the back too.
Yeah, that's how
Get extra views.
I mean, but when you get to working out, you do want to look at your body, like you want to see the progress.
I know, I'm not posting it on here, like, look at my butt, like, period.
Oh, as a man, the only thing we show off is our core, so we don't have to show off our legs and our lower half.
If you want to take a picture of your butt, that's for your personal use. Why would you come up here and take them on a Saturday and present it to us, especially me? Not me, bro. So.
You nigga had some childbearing hips.
I don't have the picture, so it'll probably die. But if I had that picture, I deleted it because once you mentioned it, I saw what you were talking about. Bitch, you saw it when you pulled up to that picture. That's why you took it. You was like, I'm caked up to that. That's exactly what he said. Boy, he took the picture like, bitch.
Yo, play that stuff mix a lot when he comes in for him, bro. Do the remix.
I'm ass for that. You know them days when your ass look good as some pants, first lady. You be like, oh, period, let me.
No, I wish I had glutes like him, though. I do. I wish I could feel his glutes. He got a nice little round tushy.
Yeah, I wasn't checking it on.
You know the bitch I'm talking about.
She know exactly what he's got. You said something about him when you said call him Big Booty before you called him Big Booty. His PTR. Before you had called
would a nigga take a picture like that? I always call him Big Booty Maca.
First lady fighting that flip, right?
No, I didn't.
You're not gonna be friends no more?
Nobody was on this. I don't know. First time I ever interviewed with me.
Huh?
Setting up play date.
Cut it out, water. So you're not gonna be cordial no more?
Probably not. That's very hard for me. Maybe like when I.
Alright, I'll ask you in like a week or two.
I'll talk to him in Deborah's room because I like watching Deborah's Dragon's Head. Because he flip flops like a politician, and Deborah pays close attention when he's here. I don't, but I like it when Deborah backs him up.
I really hate that. I felt like y'all were making headway yesterday.
No, you would have been mad at him too because he kept trying to say that we were celebrating that man death. That's what really was pissing me off.
Exactly.
Because I was like, why do you keep saying that? And he was like, yes, because some people weren't. Yes, I'm saying. And he just kept repeating it. I was like, bitch, that didn't happen. And now I feel like you're trying to imply something, bitch.
But he's always just repeating MAGA talking points like some people are gonna say things.
I told them that I was the only one that was celebratory about it. Put it on me, not everybody else. But they didn't want to do that.
Put the blame on me.
Yeah, the people that said they was like that, they admitted it. I mean, so talk to them. Don't keep talking to me.
That's the reason why yesterday I kept trying to say, let's not talk about what's happening out there in the world. Let's talk about here, so then you can be specific. You know? But, I don't know. It is what it is.
But that's what made me piss me off, because it's like you're trying to implicate. Like, wouldn't you keep saying it over and over? It's like, are you trying to implicate? Like, is this a setup, Paul? Because I don't like how you keep doing it.
If they keep saying it over and over again, it makes it true for them. So just like they keep saying that the shooter was a leftist, they're still saying it. So that's just what they do. But I was gonna tell you, our NAACP here canceled a political talk that was gonna be held at my church this week because of what happened. Yep.
See,
So
it's not been already. Damn.
They're not coming out.
This is not good. We cannot be dropping everything for this shit. This isn't good. This is not good. We don't drop it all for Gaza. What are we doing?
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
What? This is America. This happened in America.
Yeah.
And these maggots are in America. So they can walk up to me. My church has security just like Ashton, but they're not gonna just set people up to no.
I'm putting up a GoFundMe for Water's ticket to Gaza, so he can go over there and we gonna make sure you get out there, and it's a one-way ticket.
Yeah.
A one way.
Listen. Everything.
On a boat. It's one way.
Time trip, bro. Don't worry. I got it all set up.
I just wanna
You should have went with Greta.
Hold on.
say
Right.
I got some news. Hold on. Did y'all hear that there's a bill being proposed for your passport to be revoked if you speak out against Israel now? Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Driver's license.
Bro, that's due every day.
y'all better shut your
There's gonna
mouths.
be a bill proposed just for opening up your mouth soon.
See, he can't even
Shut it.
buy me a ticket, Jess. He can't even get me a ticket.
We'll just put you on a slow boat.
I'ma buy you a drink.
Hey, what are the rules that go registration cards and then start there?
Alright, I just wanna say this real quick. Still as of right now today, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said that the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk is not cooperating with authorities as the investigation into the motive of the shooting continues. He's still not telling them. He's still not saying what.
He's that talking.
They're telling him to say he's guilty, and he's like, I'm not. You already know you got the shooter.
He's
Just tell everybody you're a leftist.
What did you guys think about the side-by-side photo of the one that they were posting prior to supposedly catching him and his mugshot? That the nose are different, two different noses.
You talking about the dude with the red shirt?
Right. No, the guy with the the veteran shirt that had the hat on with the glasses versus the person on the mugshot.
How much do you hate?
They're comparing the noses, and they're two different noses.
I agree. I wouldn't be surprised, no. How much you gotta hate your son to turn him in? I mean, this shit stinks to high heaven.
You gotta be careful. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you this though. Anything my job say, anything to me about anything I said on here, the lawsuit that I will motherfucking enact. So you can go, but baby, I ain't did none of that.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat so you guys can look at it.
That's what's all gonna happen with these people, them trying to get these people fired.
I just put it now.
They're gonna be in court forever.
I'm going on record. I ain't said nothing.
I ain't either, but
What I have said,
maybe we will be in court.
what I have said is simply, I don't think nobody should be losing their lives for speaking their own truth, period. I stand on that, and I will continue to repeat that and tell that. I don't want to see no one hurt, violence, or unalived.
And I don't want to
Period.
hear nobody verbally abuse college students just because they're getting a bad rep.
Did you look at the link, Wada, and everybody else, please? Look at it.
Hey, can I throw something else out there? I'm at CVS picking up my blood pressure medication. I just want to say this. These people getting out of hand with these fucking BBLs. These chicks getting BBLs and this shit don't match no other part of their body.
Okay, so on this comparison, comparison and ImageNet is select face detection software, and it said that the upper helix of the ear does match in the way it protrudes. So there you go.
Also, be careful with some of those photos. Some of them are doctored or they got enhancements, and those enhancements are based on like what the system thinks it would look like, but it's coming from a.
Alas, but what about the nose?
Yeah, for me, it matched to me.
No, they don't match to me. The one nose is skinnier than the other nose.
Did it? Yeah. No, you gotta trust these.
You ain't gonna tell me that one nose is skinnier than the other one? Come on, people,
Yeah,
stop.
no, you totally.
I didn't see that. Maybe it's because, are you looking at the angle one?
Look
Or
at
the
it.
angle two? Or are you looking at the top one?
Wait a minute, let's get away from the subject for a minute, please, y'all.
I tried to talk about the BBLs.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a good subject. Not at all.
My bad.
No.
I'm still working, guys. I'm still trying to learn I'm still learning how to work y'all rooms and y'all spaces.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you want us to say about that? We don't have any visual, we don't understand. Anyway, so what's this thing about Biden's immigration plan? A federal judge is considering a challenge to a new Biden administration plan that would shield undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens from deportation. Huh? Biden is not in office. What are they talking about?
Well, let me say this. I just want to say it's really up to these citizen journalists with all this plastic surgery, because they're like, oh hell no, like that's not his nose, like that's not his ear, like.
What?
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
With plastic, that woman had a lot of plastic surgery in that video, and she's like, let me tell you my personal opinion. You're like, God, I'm the same person. That's a completely different nose. Because they look so closely at that.
I should throw your ass into the goo. I just said I don't want to talk about it, and your ass gonna come right back and say something else about it. It ain't your bad. You just rude. You just fucking rude. I don't care if you gotta get it off your chest.
I feel bad.
First lady, can I ask you a question for real?
Tread lightly. Tread lightly.
No,
Go ahead.
I really been wondering this past couple days. Are you like from the Baltimore area?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, please don't ask that lady though.
Next topic. Why the fuck would you ask me where the fuck I'm from? Fucking public of radio, huh? Fuck wrong with you?
She said the area. I'm
I'm sorry.
You don't be at me, and then when I say it again, don't come out. What did you do?
What are you eating on? That was very Canadian. What are you doing with your
Some fried chicken.
Ew. You don't want chicken feet, but you want fried chicken. Okay.
You just had beef toe, and it's
I ain't eat no damn toe of nobody's feet. None.
Restaurant.
Alright, so Intel's new investigation, alright, the US government now owns a 10% stake in Intel, making it the company's largest shareholder. You don't talk about?
No, this is last week. I was sleeping. Whole lot shit.
That was last week.
Yep, just like South Korea pulling money out.
Yep.
They came and got their people.
And their money. Said, fuck y'all.
And their money. Yeah.
They're not the only country that pulled out investments. Qatar pulled out 1.5 trillion because America backed Israel for bombing Palestinian negotiators in Qatar. So they said, fuck that. 1.5 is we pulling that shit back.
Bitch, nah.
They're probably asking for the plane back too. Fuck that. Get the plane back.
So it seems that the Boston Celtics won their 18th NBA championship with dominant 106-88 victory over the Dallas Mavericks.
That was just tonight. I'm watching news in China. What's going on?
Yeah, what the hell?
What? Where you got that from?
It's not
It's football season.
What game you watching? Because they won 2 years ago. I'm confused.
What about Crawford? We gonna talk about that or?
Indiana won this year.
She picked up all iPhone 8 at the Star region.
Next breaking news she gonna have is the Indianapolis Colts selected Peyton Manning with the first pick in the NFL draft.
I Look, right now the Giants and Cowboys.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We're not fighting. Alright, NATO has
Well, the
announced
Giants and the Celtics evidently have a scrimmage game coming up.
NATO has announced plans to enhance its defensive posture on its eastern flank, bordering Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine.
Can you do that accent again, please?
I don't know which one.
No, seriously, Doctor.
That's why I like C, man. C and I can laugh for hours.
Y'all want to hear more damage for the economy?
Yes.
Yeah.
So China has purchased $0 of soybeans this year. That's about 54% of all the soybean exports. So obviously farmers are tripping. Also, the 25% tariffs on auto parts and 50% tariffs on steel wiped out 800 million in profits from the Ford's profit.
Non-dehydrated juice including one orange
Right?
at the transport cost
So
of
that's all the damage from all this shit.
It's just not about Trader Joe's is all out of soybeans, so we need soybeans.
One thing you learn in the military
No, really?
is money doesn't
We went to Sioux in
thousands of people
LA.
working tirelessly
But it
day.
was West Side.
Oh, yeah, they only got them in yesterday. They were out all week in the valley.
Okay.
How the fuck are they out of them if nobody?
I don't know a place that has a valley.
What was that, Jess?
Mississippi got the P Valley.
No. There's a valley. I don't know that. You are.
Down in the valley where the girls get naked.
They don't do that anymore. Do they? Mississippi is decent.
Vagina Valley.
That could be a good
Tell
one.
us about it, Jess.
Well, that's a retreat.
I don't know very often. I actually speed up past that exit.
I heard the seafood's great in the Chinatown.
The seafood, it shouldn't be so seafood. I thought that was a landlocked area. There should only be inland flooding in that specific part of
In
town.
other news today, Obama was just elected as the 44th president of the United States of America. That came from Lavender.
We can.
Yes, we can.
I wish.
Yeah, she reads on that way.
There's a mic drop for you.
Wait a minute, Michelle said she had to go to 3 different grocery stores for pita bread today, and then tried to buy. And Shirai said yesterday, 2 of them at Costco's was $85. $85. That was then I went to Albertsons. It's $6.99 a pound. $6.99 a pound. But almost 2 pounds of fat. Other than forget it. Oh my God, this is not good.
Brands to the Ivory Coast. To Taco Cabana.
Chinese Treasury's holdings are the lowest since 2009. That is Clubhouse. That's Clubhouse news thing.
Where year's that news from?
It's Clubhouse news. What's going on?
$42 for a tri-tip. Does that sound?
Somebody baking a cake?
No, I'm putting my ricotta away.
Ricotta cheese.
Oh, that sounds nice.
That's your thing.
There was a Secret Service employee.
He was gonna say that. When you asked him, he was like, ricotta cheese.
Breaking news. A Secret Service employee was fired for making negative comments about Charlie Kirk. I'll put the link in the chat.
Who was fired?
Secret Service employee.
Shit, really?
Y'all better
And
shut
they
up.
never fired Cash Patel. What the fuck?
That Secret Service is saying the truth, that this shit was staged.
Yeah, I agree, Mel.
Is that what he said? Wait a minute, y'all. Stop it.
I'm gonna go buy my blunt. I'll be back.
She crazy. Wait a minute, I left. I'm not clicking on that link. What does it say? As a matter of fact, you know what? Forget it. I don't know.
Okay, it said a Secret Service employee who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination put on immediate leave.
Why was he celebrating?
God.
Why would he do that? How was he celebrating? Why? What's happening?
Maybe some of the people are happy.
Yeah, we gotta ask it.
I have here an Egyptian spirit ring.
I was saying,
15,000.
Everybody had one. The scarabs are generally carved from stone and glazed in a blue ring. Do you mind if I have some of that?
That would be great. This beetle is a dung beetle. These dung beetles would living crispy balls. That would be a new beetle.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, you want to play it? Okay.
Looked at that and said, well, look at this magical. It's got eternal life. So it's right there is a sun. Says to me 18th dynasty.
Okay, welcome to political correct cinema.
It looks 3,000 years old.
Okay, so what do you want first?
People get a scarab like that $450 to $500.
I would give you right around.
That's what we at CB Times will cover her story. Our sources on the ground there on this story as well. She is also live on the campus there, or Utah. CB, what do you have for us?
100 years old, dating back to the Ottoman Empire.
Hey, Bill, good morning. So, as we just heard from colleague David Spunt, the suspect has now been identified as Tyler Robinson. We are hoping to learn more about who this person is at this news conference. But we heard this morning President Trump seem to suggest that a person close to Tyler turned him in. What I'm hearing from one federal source, I just got a note from it, is that, am I saying the right thing?
I left. They talking about shit that went on.
was at the top of the hour. It doesn't work out, then I got something to play.
Alright, play it. Politically correct cinema.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you got to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now. Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them. It actually happened when we were together on Wednesday, Lawrence. In the morning, we were discussing murder in Florida. So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina. They had to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extreme jealous remark. And obviously, we're not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina. So many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion. Lawrence, back to you.
It's worth a lot more. It could be.
My bad. Back to you.
Take care.
I go 11 grand out of this, I'll go.
If you do 18, I'll take it. I have your
I'm not bad. I said that homeless people should be lethal.
We call it German too.
Look what this woman discovered while sifting through her sample. She never expected to find
His
a
job is
shiny
not
wreck in a pile of
in
hidden
any type of
clues.
danger.
This discovery is a reminder that even clean-looking sand may hold unexpected
Now he's
surprises.
suggesting people be murdered.
Look,
Did you know one of the greatest rock songs ever was recorded in just
He should be in jail for that. Like, he shouldn't be fired. He should be fucking imprisoned for that. That was a call for genocide.
The dominant narrative in America is white people are evil, white people suck. We
What
should be
the
ashamed.
fuck on a public news outlet? That's egregious.
Y'all quiet? What happened? No, your phone broke.
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
My phone broke? Yeah, you just can't hear us. Have you ever had one of your comments go viral on the ground?
No, just he has his comments going viral all the time, and they always blocking him.
That's why I got my Instagram taken.
That's why he got to burn her Instagram.
That's crazy.
So I get you now.
That's a, you know, I don't know, Just.
If you bold enough to talk shit to me in the comments and I go to your page and your whole family look a fool, then that's the decision you made that day. You know how your family looked before you came at me.
Oh,
You
my
should
God.
learn that long.
But you probably said something first, because they wouldn't even know you if you wouldn't have said something.
No, they always say something derogatory, like, you know. So I'll be like, it goes pretty much like it goes in here. I don't know what's going on with these people. They always go Trump fag. And then I have to go and look at them, and I'm like, you shouldn't be insulting anyone. Monster. Wife be ugly.
Oh?
Bro. That's a page.
Come on back. Come on back.
Second best.
Come on back. Come on back.
Okay, third best.
He reminds me of celebrities.
No. You died, my best friend.
Y'all gonna tell it all, you hear me?
Community
Gonna tell it all.
Yeah, he told me. He told all of us. Y'all just don't remember things. I always remember things.
I remember things all the time. I remember him saying this.
There is violence.
But I didn't know
At the end of the day, I'm chilling. I don't really
And
get
in order to have an honest conversation about what led to this moment,
Like, usually now when I be seeing
I'm glad you mentioned that.
comments, I
Not
just
to one side or one party.
shake my head.
Charlie Kirk was not a saint.
Like,
He
just
said he could
hilarious, the
know
whole
his
thing with Jesus medicine. I
Now,
really
the
want to
cost
say
of,
something.
unfortunately, some gun deaths.
Kept quiet. Do y'all like this hilarious?
No.
does she do?
The Wall Street Journal that he just quotes.
Yeah, client.
She's a comedian.
Well, I know she's on the something else, but I know how from just.
Yeah.
Was she, so, you remember when Snoop Dogg said he was watching, I guess, some cartoon with his granddaughter,
You're white,
lesbian couple,
Stop trying to be
and he said he didn't know what to say.
I'm a white,
to
red,
the
Native
granddaughter.
American person.
And so T.S. Madison was like, well, Snoop, you get, like, he
Alright, so
I
I
don't
would
know
talk
what
about
he
performative
felt like he
allyship
didn't know
and
what that
why
was,
it's a
but
problem.
she's
So
so fierce,
I
like,
see.
So in
you have
Chicago,
lesbian couples in your videos, so you know what it is or whatever. So then, just hilarious was like, why are you even getting involved? Like, you're not even a lesbian. Like, that's not even your thing. And they already don't like each other. So T.S. Madison said, why do you always be coming to me? Is it because everybody be calling you a man? And so you want to take shit out on me? And she was like, don't nobody be calling me a man. Man, T.S. Madison went to that girl comments and just she recorded it, scrolling down. It was just so many people like, that's a nigga. That nigga sure would be having fun. Man, that's like, y'all can't tell me that's a man. That's what everybody was saying. It was so sad. I don't think she looked like a man at all, but apparently a lot of people do.
And anything new on the investigation? You say
Yeah, I
you
don't
admitted
really
that.
know her to like her or dislike her. I know she was doing she was doing some private comedy stuff before she got on fucking All Out. And then she was on All Out. And then she got the Breast Club situation.
So the real question should be, is it a good trade-off? What was a good trade-off to go from Angela to just like
Well, it wasn't a trade-off. Angela wanted to leave. Remember, they didn't just Angela wanted to leave.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, is it like to go from, that person to that person? Then I think it was.
They're two different people.
They wouldn't let Angela talk most of
Well, Angela wouldn't talk.
She'll say something and Charlamagne and them will cut her off. You can tell for years they ain't get along. But then they let Jess and Lauren talk.
Yeah,
I don't know how old Lauren is. I know she's over 21, but she's talking about how much of a baddie Lauren was.
I would definitely say, yeah, with Jess on the side. When I was doing Diddy's trial.
Start off by addressing.
What I was gonna say, yeah. So Angela Yee and Jess Hilarious, they just two different people. They like night and day. So
Jess got more of a dominant personality.
Yeah, she didn't bring anything to the show. So when she left, it wasn't like a loss. She's not an Angie Martinez, I'm just saying.
Angela Yee's best highlight of her entire time on Breakfast Club was when Birdman was there. I knew he was going to say that.
Questions. But you know something about Angela Yee? I think she's like a lot more intelligent than especially than those two. And so I think the show was just a little beneath her. I'm gonna give her real. It was just beneath her. She's intelligent. I think let's get that show.
No, I agree. She's intelligent, but she doesn't really have a voice.
It's like having an intellectual.
You understand? Like, I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm gonna have a voice on the show. I'm a part of this group. She never had that energy, so that's why they were able to just shut up real quick, because she would be submissive and shut up. Unlike the two women now, they are very vocal. And they're gonna do what they do, and they don't care. They have their opinion, and they'll deal with the backlash later on.
It's like having an intellectual on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's like, yeah, they might be smart as fuck, but they don't fit. Angela didn't fit on that show. I feel like so. Like now, when I catch the show, I'm like, oh, this is here's what it is. I don't know, it's sometimes I do wish Charlamagne was I mean, not to say that he might race. Sometimes he just goes too far. Sometimes his points get lost. It's his show, but he just talks too fucking much. Like, you never hear from enough. I want to get tired of
shouldn't be that. It's not DJ enough. Like this one is all look like.
I meant to say envy, but yeah, it's not that.
Because that's not his gift either. His gift is not speaking. He's a DJ. Y'all guys work the mic if need to be, right? So Charlemagne is the voice there, and that's why he overpowers everyone.
Yeah, but enough is
envy.
I'm sorry. Envy is always like skin New York DJs. It's not that envy, right? It's not old enough. It's not experienced enough to speak. Like he definitely has some experience speaking. Charlemagne, right? He got kids, he's married. Come on, bro. Envy sound like. This is good at speaking up on shit as in his wheelhouse when it comes to this shit.
Oh, this shit sound like gangster shit. Like, oh, I got this. I got the, I got the drink on. All that other bullshit. He just, man, you don't be saying shit, bro. I'm speaking, bro.
So what I'm saying is that Charlemagne prior to Breakfast Club, this was what versus Envy prior to the Breakfast Club, he was a DJ, so he really never had to speak. Unlike when you're at the Breakfast Club. So that's why he lays back. If you see him, he's very laid back. He's just like, whatever. And Charlemagne does more of the talking. He'll throw a question here and there at the artist, but he barely speaks.
Biggest beef came with them is when they have conservative people on there and they just really let them get all this shit out. I'm like, why don't y'all challenge them like that? But when a liberal person comes on there, they get challenged.
Correct. I agree.
Like Kansas Elections come on there and spew with hate-filled rhetoric. Not hate-filled rhetoric, but like, you know.
And even when Trump's what's that, Trump's daughter-in-law that was there? Yeah, they also let her just go off.
I'll just be like, man, y'all need to. I need the Charlemagne that was on the Wendy Williams show. I need you to come back and challenge her like y'all was hurt. They don't have nobody. One thing about conservative people is if you challenge them hard, like they challenge people, they won't deal with you. So like the people that would like really like front Candace Owens up, she won't come on the show. I feel like Charlemagne could do that. He just has this whole, and this is the whole thing about a lot of Democrats. It seems to be cordial and seem pleasant. I just don't give a fuck about saying pleasant or nobody likes to get pleasant. Can you answer the question or not? They cool with Angela Rao, right? I was like, this would have been great. Hey, as a surprise, here's Angela. Get somebody out there, but Charlemagne could do it, but he do wrong. He ought to like, I don't understand his cordiality. That's so stupid to me. That's what happened when you.
Cause he done got fired so many times. He knows how it feels not to have a job.
I feel like he got position now where he is the show. So, personally, I love personally.
That's why Ray wants.
Never have answers.
Ray's like, we want the old Charlemagne back, but that Charlemagne ain't gonna work in 2025. There's gonna be a bunch of lawsuits and people complaining. They're already complaining about what he's doing now.
Well, you remember that big rapper, the real big girl was like, yeah, combination, I'm suing Uber. I'm sitting there like, boy, in the year 2000, Charlemagne got on your ass.
Lucky one can take it home. No tools are allowed.
Literally, like, I just been sitting here like, I feel like I'm a man without a country, because a lot of times I just be like, what is the world coming to?
Their fingers and rub them on the ice. Many try but fail and give up.
Charlemagne is just, I don't know. And then I really didn't like when he went on. That dude disrespected them black women. What's his name? The comedian, Andrew Schultz. Yeah. And then instead of him holding them
people.
You should put it in this. First lady, excuse me.
We don't know which way to go.
11 times. You were talking about
fucking idiots. Schultz and Charlie.
Yeah, when he said that shit about black women, if you get into it with a black woman or a Puerto Rican woman, then they gonna punch you in your face and all this other stuff. And then
Maybe Puerto Rican's not black.
a whole bunch of black people was like, you shouldn't be disrespecting black women like that. And then Charlamagne bitch ass went on there and was like, when did we start holding comedians accountable? Like, I just never, he like, he's such a pussy to me.
We just anonymous people. They don't know which way to go. Hey.
She was like, man, you disrespectful.
It's the new show.
Depending on the situation, yeah, we're gonna punch somebody in the face and cut somebody in. What's the fucking problem? That shit is annoying, I'm serious. Like, everybody got a fucking temper. And you don't know what you're gonna do when you upset.
So here's the crazy thing. The crazy thing is I've seen enough videos, right, of Karens. You know, no disrespect to anybody in Karen, but I've seen enough videos of Karens going crazy. I've seen enough videos of white men losing their shit, ready to swing, ready down. I mean, they get knocked out eventually, but ready to throw down on anybody and whoever, right? And nobody ever mentions that shit. No one ever mentions that shit, except for Dr. Richie. You know, he does that on his show. But nobody actually, for the most part, mentions that shit. And so him bringing up black women, like, why are you even bringing that up? Why are you making that statement?
Trolling.
Like, what the fuck are you doing, Schultz?
Because they know when they talk about certain groups, that's gonna get clicks and get people upset, right?
They have no joke.
I get, but I've learned about
Talk about racist white men who go crazy. Talk about.
And then this Indian dude that went on there, and this was the nail in the coffin. If y'all never heard it, I'm gonna find it so I can play it for y'all. But he was just, I don't know if he was talking about Charlamagne or who he was talking to, but he was like, the way y'all let people disrespect black women, he was like, we would never do this in the Indian community. He was like, if he was like, the shit that y'all said, he was like, y'all would have to eat those words. He was like, he was like, I just don't get it. It made us really, really, really look bad. Let me see if I can find it.
and that's a motherfucking fact. I done had these discussions with people that say don't air our community's business out in public spaces. Don't booty clap for that shit. Don't share them posts. But we have a lack of self-pride. Before I went to the bar last night, I was having to talk to this girl on social medias. I was trying to like.
That was before you got to the strip club?
No, I don't go to strip club. That's disgusting to me. I did go to a gay bar a couple of times, but
What's going on?
like the girl was like posted a trailer. Is this racist? And I was like, that wasn't necessarily racist, but how about this? I was like, I don't see why we don't have no pride in ourselves. Like, why? That's my whole point. We don't have a lot of pride in our community. We just like to air each other out all the time. They don't do that.
I don't know about the airing out thing. I'm just saying that the disrespect is apparent, and like that shit needs to be stopped. Here's the thing. We don't need to bring up somebody airing out because that's the whataboutism shit. That's the like negating the fact that we're talking about a white man talking about black women in a particular way. It has nothing to do with black men right now, okay, except for Charlamagne. We're talking about white men, right? White men disrespecting black women. That's what we're talking about right here. Tagging somebody else, tagging.
Do you want to receive?
There's no one much tag on their shoulder, right? And then you're gonna ignore the fact that if you look at many, many videos that's everywhere, you see white men do the same thing. Do the same thing that they're accusing black women to do.
Meanwhile, when black women might be doing that, they are justified because somebody did some bullshit. It just be white men coming up to random people and going crazy, like as if somebody hurt them. I see videos of this shit like this yesterday. Not shit this morning. Because that's every day. You know, you see people protesting about one thing, and some random guy talking about, walk up to them, oh, this is that. Wait up, we're not even talking about that. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just making up shit right now, homie. Take your privileged ass home. This is not what we're protesting. You're just jumping into business because you just want to be a fucking, whatever, a male parent.
That's rough, sir.
This is every day I see videos like this. It's not like once. Every day. Every day.
It's going to get worse because now, after the Charlie Kirk business, their fragility has gone brittle. They're brittle.
Her fragility.
Well, that was the last one I saw this morning. They were protesting. I forgot what they were protesting. And then some guy just walks up to them about Charlie Kirk. He's like, wait, what? We're not even talking about what the fuck is going on?
Royal said death threats sent to HBCUs the next day. You guys were the only people I heard talking about what was going to happen to the black community after this, right? You understood exactly what was going to happen, and it did the next day.
Mm-hmm. People out here was organizing fucking look out for the HBCU in the city. They had a perimeter set up of
So is the Donald gonna send the National Guard to protect the HBCU? That's the question.
The motherfucking National Guards.
Hell no, they don't have any money for that.
Look, if them National Guard fellas go up to an HBCU, I'ma say 40% of them not ever leaving. When they see the shit they will see.
But what my question is, would the Donald send
them
to protect schools that are historically black, and because they're facing threats after some guy from the right, a white guy from the right, killed one of their own, right? The white on white crime. Are they going to protect the black people being accused of the white on white?
He should have come out as soon as those threats were made, and HBCUs had to close again. He should have come out and said, this is wrong. You can't do this to people. You have to stop now. But he's unable to be an adult or think critically or try to pull the country together because he doesn't want that.
I've had no clip that I want to play.
Don't take your guns.
Can't really date them, but I have them. What I find corny is my preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women. Because that's just the feminist human being outside the criminal state. Those are our roots. Those women are our roots. So I'm saying.
What the fuck is that? That was a commercial in the middle of your video.
And hey, what I find corny is my preference is not my women. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal to me, period. Those are your roots. Those women are reflected in your roots. So if you're saying, hey, I don't generally date them, but I have more space for it, even though I still think it's a little corny. Akash only dates brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life, who's his wife. That's my wife. That's an Indian woman. This is loyal through and through. And I understand it's not as important for y'all, but as an Indian, there's not a lot of us who are famous. So whether you like it or not, people are looking at you as a role model. You guys have established yourselves as role models. From Sims to Pimps, which is another model I find kind of corny, but I looked into what you guys are about. And a lot of this shit is childish, which is fine if you want to be funny. We just talk about how doctors ain't shit for 45 minutes. We are not in any way life coaching. We're not in any way trying to help men outside of, hey, come have a laugh for a couple hours. If you're going to paint yourself as life coaches and then say,
bullshit. It is, I don't want to date black girls. That's the way every black dude that fucks white girls says it. I've dated black girls in my life. Yeah, bro, who the fuck has it except me? You know what I mean? Everybody got to dabble in everything. It is the mentality that I have an issue with, and Alex is upset with the specific words, true, but underneath it, he's upset with the mentality. And a lot of stuff you guys say in general, I think, is stuff that's kind of childish. I saw a clip where you were like, oh, the nuclear family's falling apart. What do you do? I don't get married. Just don't get married. You actually trying to help, man, or you talking to fucking incels who are 18 years old? That's some shit you say to college. I'm turning from a simp to a pimp. Alright, bro. Can we grow up? You guys are self-help. If
This
you are,
is
hey, we're
junior
trying to
high
help,
school
man.
on
So
YouTube, and
either
everyone's
we're
been
funny,
doxxed, and employers are being
or
notified
helping
Monday
and be
with
real and be
best
honest with
tips
yourself.
to
And don't have an ego to like, you know, have a preference. Be honest. Let's just be mature about what we feel. And part of that maturity is, yeah, it was a bad joke. I don't actually feel exactly that way. What I find corny.
Imagine that Indian having to tell you to like your own people.
Stream is being streamed on YouTube, and everyone has been doxxed, and employers are being notified Monday with your best clips of hate and murder celebration. Have a good Monday.
It's prominent in our community, though.
Have a good Monday.
I see it on social media all day, every day.
But that's because we tear each other down, though.
And that's what I was saying earlier. We call somebody else, and this is a preference. Black women is this. Black women is this. I'd be like, where are you finding your women at? Because mine ain't never been like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, even just having the thought of not knowing how to protect. You have this gentleman who is not a black American sitting there chastising them, and they don't even know it. Like, they laughing and kicking, but he's really telling them and showing them the mirror. Like, why are you doing this kind of thing? Like, yeah, we can laugh about it, and okay, yeah, you come, you visit. We're not giving nobody life coaching advice and nothing like that. But then, in the next voice, she can't be going off saying, you know, what do you say, something about some pimp? Like, what's the name of it? I don't know nothing about this.
Something about simps to pimps. Yeah, so I guess simps to pimps is like the far extremes on both ends. You're a simp, meaning that you're googly-eyed all over women, and then pimps is obviously you don't really care about women, you just use them for your gratification. So I guess what he's saying is there's an in-between that these individuals are not following.
I've never heard of it until today. Simps to pimps.
Me neither, but I mean, I guess the words make sense to me. I get what they're trying to say, but it's not me.
I don't know. If I use this app as an experiment, right, and I was to tell the truth about what I've observed, I've been in some of these spaces, and I never forget this one guy. I'm not gonna call his name, but I was sitting there talking to him, you know, trying to, you know, control the stage, and he just went off on me, called me all kinds of bitches. I mean, his voice, when he speaks, he rattles a room, right? He's like,
Hi, Holly. I'm not done speaking, Holly. Shut up, Holly. I'm not finished speaking.
The more gentle that I was with him, the more angry he became. And I was like, wow, like, y'all talking about what you want, but then when you actually see it and it's around, you can't even receive it because you're so filled with toxicity. But I've also seen it on the flip side where
This is called liberal projection.
Okay. Where the people, the girls would respond to it, and then it's a whole argument, and then they can sit there and put it off on the girl, like, yeah, you know, we can go ahead and fight. And then they'll be like, see, look, she disrespectful. She a loud ass woman, and this black. This is what I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying?
No. What happened the other night? Was that nigga who was like, why you gotta curse? Why you gotta curse? See, that's some lady like the Jesus freak singing nigga.
Manfinity.
Yeah. That's why I was like, kick his ass down, man. He'll bait you into that shit, then when you get upset, you are the stereotype. Fuck that shit.
Kick his ass to the goo.
No, Manfinity got that. I was reading something else.
Hey, did you read the comment in the chat?
From who? Oh.
This room is being live streamed on YouTube, and everyone has been doxxed, and employers are being notified Monday with your best clips of hate and murder celebration. Have a good day. Monday getting terminated. It is being streamed, and I went on the page, and the person has countless streams of this page. This wrong. So I think maybe we should. He put the link in there.
He's from JB.
Yeah, it's that same Kitover person. But I think we should just start having the room in like one of the private, because this, if this keeps being streamed, I'm not gonna keep coming here, because I can't keep doing this. Yeah, I mean, if you go to the page, it just on and on and on and on and on. It seems like every day they've streamed the room.
Gotcha! Gotcha, ass! Motherfucker! This is some bullshit! Motherfucker, he's been live streaming
I'm gonna contact my lawyer. You gonna contact myself?
Motherfucker!
I hope everybody, go to the link.
Motherfucker!
YouTube page. You can file a privacy report, and I advise everyone to do that.
Motherfucker! He done recorded us talking our shit! Projecting our hate!
Again, like I was saying about,
Hi,
hate and
Danny!
stuff. It's just like, one person does one thing, the next person has to go and outdo the next. And even in this situation, people are having conversation.
Your employer
Nobody's
already
going
knows
out
exactly what you're
seeking
saying.
these people to come in and have a
You
conversation.
had a job.
I know myself.
You're gonna have to get unemployment. Maybe when you file that unemployment letter, you have to appeal and get that administrative judge. You can say, somebody was recording me on Clubhouse talking about shit.
That is the sentiments of this space.
It wasn't me. You could try that line. It might work. It wasn't me.
That's not my voice. That's AI generated. That could be another little bullet point you put in
If a
there.
person continually listened, there was some additional information to that, so it wasn't necessarily a celebration. But please do not respond in any other additional way other than what I'm speaking on, because I'm coming from a place of let's keep the peace.
Yeah, but you don't know what I was going to say. What I was going to say.
I don't know.
And we also don't authorize John Kidmore to record us, our rooms, streaming it on YouTube for 24/7, 7 days a week. We do not authorize that either.
Is it come up as private for y'all now?
Yeah, because he blocked you out of the room, or he kicked you out of the YouTube live video.
So the thing about it is people, they create things in their head. Like even reading this post, right? It's saying things that weren't said. So it's like, I'm just going to make up.
Everybody's stressing out Monday!
Make up something.
Anyway.
Well, make sure that you record this. I don't authorize YouTube or you to use any of my voice, any of my IP, or any of my speech freely and without payment. And if you do, I will be seeking legal recourse. And that's clearly stated on this recording. So I'm going to make a report, and I will be like, I don't think y'all.
He owns it. It's his IP. It's not my IP, the filmmaker. It's not mine. Guess we're gonna have to find that one out in the court of law. Did I put a damper on the room? I feel like I just sucked the joy out the fucking room with hate. Fuck, I got work Monday. I had a job. What happened to my job?
Anyway, I rebuke any of that energy. And,
I rebuke it!
Are we getting back to the conversation, or are we just gonna end this piece? Which one?
I crushed it. I sucked the joy right out of it.
I'm going up and yonder. Going up and yonder.
I had a job, but I don't know what happened.
So what are the jobs?
Somebody recorded me on Clubhouse talking my shit.
Oh, for the last past hour or two? Regular life. What's that boy name? Charlemagne the God, Monique. We had a long conversation about Monique.
Oh, what's going on with her? She did something?
You know, that crazy Mel said that she was live, but then I don't know if she was saying that was an old live or was it a new live. Mel, you still?
It was a new live. So
Monique!
what happens is when she goes live, they
Monique
record
is
just
so
like John
unique.
Kitten was doing
Monique!
right now. And then they replay it on the blogs. So it was a live stream. We just didn't catch the live, we catch the recording. What was she talking about? Tyler Perry, and I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but it was regards to Tyler Perry and Oprah.
I was so good at psyoping people.
I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was current.
You know what? You know what the real essence of psyop is?
That's
It's just communication. That's it. It's suggestion. It's just transmitting words, but it has to be read, and he actually just read it. So it wasn't me that psyoped it. It was him, because otherwise most people don't look at the chat.
John Kimmel also confirmed on the recording that he is using someone else's IP.
Oh no, she busted me! Dummy, it's my IP. I've already gone through all of this. I've already gone through all this. It's my IP. Why do you think my YouTube channels are still up? It's because I control and own the copyrights to your room, madam. Just because you have a voice doesn't mean you own that voice. You are speaking in a public platform, in a public sphere.
That's why he has the phone slanted.
Now you talking back to nothing.
That's why he has the phone slanted. So that
I live rent free in all your brains. I ain't even gotta pay rent up in that house. I live rent free in your brains. And on Monday, you all gonna get fired. Cause we know who every single one of you are. We know from your profile who you are. And we know who your manager is. And we know who your employer is. And Monday by noon, you gonna be terminated. Walking papers, you going home. What job? What job? I ain't got no job no more. You gotta file for unemployment insurance.
Yeah, we can do that. We're gonna open the 80 or now, or I'll open it, doesn't matter.
Every day's over here again.
Ready for open? Huh? I said we can open. I'm trying to see something real quick. Girl, you know I'm making it up for me. Oh, I bought the box. I didn't make it yet, but I bought the box. Yeah, I want to do the box. That's why. It looks good, right? Yeah. We'll find out. I'll let you know.
I had a job on Monday. They fired me because all the shit I was talking about Charlie Kirk on Clubhouse. I lost my job on
pin this link.
We sucked the joy out your room. We destroyed your negative, murderous hate, racist vibration. Gotta run like little fucking rats and motherfucking cockroaches running.
Bye, Sam.
They running. Look at them run. Look at them run. They're all getting fired on Monday. 12 o'clock, terminated. Here's your walking papers. Bye.
Go next door. We're about to shut this bitch down.
Right back to the new one. And we back. We back.
Hey, you see Miss Pam down there? She came to visit us. Hey, Miss Pam. Oh, I'm done. I'm slow. Again, it's Sunday. No, you're allowed. No, I thought I didn't mod anybody yet. What's wrong? Okay, start thinking, I guess. What are we gonna talk about today?
Okay, everyone, this is Jordan. How you doing?
How you doing, Jordan?
Good.
Hi, Jordan.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I don't know where you are.
There you go.
What's going on, Jordan?
Not much.
What are you laughing about?
What about you?
What's going on? What, y'all okay? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, no, I said, how are you?
Hi, Deborah.
Yeah, this is Jordan, by the way. I just got back on the clubhouse.
You seem like an infiltrator, I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
Well, okay. So what's an infiltrator? Because I'm confused.
Oh, like a spy.
I don't know. Jordan has been in the gratitude spaces, so
Yes,
I don't know. Yeah, Jordan may not be who y'all think Jordan is.
No, I'm actually really nice compared to some of these people online here.
You need these people.
Keep it up, okay? Leave it alone.
It's not personal, it's business. And the business of America is business. If you're not prepared to be recorded in public social audio spaces, then just close your mouth or hit the leave quietly button in the upper right hand side.
I mean, nobody should have ever gotten killed.
It's a business. How are we going to pay off the national debt if we can't create any income to pay our taxes to pay down the debt? Duh! Medicare, Medicaid forever!
What's your answer? Neither. How about that?
How about that?
I'm not a big politic person.
Catch me outside!
Neither was the correct.
How about that?
He didn't answer.
Neither. Okay.
I'm like a parasite, and you're the host.
Nobody should be.
And sometimes you can't shake that parasite because what the truth is, the parasite and the host are one.
I agree. But that wasn't a question.
I live rent free in your brains. We have thousands of recordings of your room. Every stupid thing you've ever said has been put on every platform by this asshole.
Okay. You could also just stay in the goop.
Everybody knows.
Yes.
Well, a lot of people that may follow me from the gratitude space.
Hey, Rondell!
They may think that that's where I still am. So they probably are like, I know her and she's like this other person. So they didn't understand that this was.
Also, don't forget, I'm running for the 16th district in Illinois against Darren LaHood. Go to johnforcongress.com. That's really the reason why I'm doing all this. This is all just political science research and psychological research and communication experimentation. And also, I hope you think it's comedy because, I mean, I know I'm not like the funniest guy in the world, but I think my voices are pretty funny. So.
Worst for the country? Who's best for the country?
Which one are you picking?
Okay, this is another new episode of Politically Correct starring Patty and First Lady, Sue, April, Deborah, Cultural, Jeremy, and Sin.
But I don't favor either of them.
Aww.
What's the cool question? Is it?
No, it was just not overthinking. It was just you choose something when those two names pop up. That's it. Yeah.
This or that?
Yeah. You can go with this, or you can go with that.
Finally, people's bullshit on social media is catching up with their employers.
The economy is booming.
You can't celebrate the murder of an innocent person. You produce no receipts.
Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah. Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny.
Baba booey, baba booey, baba booey, baba booey. Howard Stern has a huge.
Bad Bunny boost Puerto Rico. Bad Bunny boost Puerto Rico. Bad Bunny boost Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Y'all crazy. How do I feel about him not coming to U.S.? I think I'm glad that he didn't come to the U.S. He's standing for something. A lot of people don't stand for shit.
Oh, he bounced? But he's like, I'm in Puerto Rico, I'm moving.
No, he's not performing in the U.S. because they deporting immigrants, right? So he was not going to bring
Everyone has been doxxed
that
and
over here.
employers
He
being
chose to
notified
bring
Monday.
money back to his island, which is Puerto Rico.
So
So obviously the Airbnbs are being used,
Target
hotels are being
Jones.
used, so everybody's making money, including him. But the tour's about to finish. I think it was this week or next week. But I think eventually he'll come to the U.S. to do that tour.
So y'all aware that Cash Patel, a lot of people calling for his resignation. They're also looking into how he handled this case because they're saying he was irresponsible.
Has he ever been responsible?
It wasn't one of the doctors that were hired. I'm not saying that he was the right person to choose for the FBI position, but I mean, they hired the Bobby Johnson dummy. He's an amazing con artist when it comes to he's smart. Yeah,
I was at a family party watching the Canelo fight, and I'm around a bunch of, both sides of the aisle folks, right? Like Republican,
When they realize-
Republican folks and hardcore Democrat folks.
On any other additional way other than what I am speaking on. Because I'm coming from a place of
He freaking turned himself in.
let's keep the peace.
Yeah, but
I don't know. And I'm calling the rise. John Kidmore to
and even if he did catch him, he should have waited until, this is one of the, I think the president wanted to be involved in it. That's why I said it.
Yeah, it just sounds very ambitious for an FBI director. Like just
So baseline
all over the place. That's waiting. That's not
what your friend or wife
did resign. I mean, amongst other things, but definitely looking like
on
home, Ray.
Bring nobody
I ain't bringing
upstairs.
Just, we got Kit Moore here.
Yeah, we went out. Let's see if it's whatever.
Oh, okay.
It's good. It's good with you.
I didn't bring him up either, but I was just gonna say, as far as cash detail, I don't bring people to you guys. Fucking friends.
Okay, I'm making these burritos with this mix now. I'll let you know how it is.
All right.
Y'all were talking about cash
Josh, check your
detail.
back channel.
Y'all were talking about it.
Are we saying that this dude that's the picture of the dude that streams the...
Yeah, that's the little penis studio. I think he's bored, guys. They threw him out of the military, so.
What's going on, John?
He doesn't have anything to do. He lives with
What
his
up?
He has no wife. He has no kids. So.
You had a job, and on Monday, you're gonna lose your job because of all the shit you said at Clubhouse. It's all been documented. Your employer, your manager, your hate, your celebration of murder, you've been reported and doxxed. And on Monday by 12 o'clock, you're gonna lose your job.
If you're streaming so many rooms, John Kidmore, come on.
You know you gotta go into another room to do this.
I thought you was a pro at this since you have 11 phones. Come on, what you doing?
That's how you do the Om mantra. You take the deepest breath of the day. You had a job, and on Monday at 12 o'clock,
Probably not anymore. I just know that, you know.
we just got petition signatures yesterday, today. We got donations today because of your video. You made Charlie Cook go viral even more. Hello? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Hello? I do not consent to have my voice recorded.
3 of my friends recording him right now.
That's right. Go to johnforcongress.com or call 312-498-0517 and look us up on Facebook, Instagram, X, John Kitover, Illinois. 16th District against Darren LaHood, the super vaccinologist, super rhinoceros, $20 trillion super debt creator, Darren LaHood. That's right. Go to johnforcongress.com. That's with the number 4, not FOR, before. Foe. You might call it John Foe Congress. That's the truth of the earth.
He told us before, like, we can take him to court, but he's broke.
Oh, you want to come take my house now? You don't like my freedom of speech. You don't like the way I communicate. You don't like the way I use my cell phone. You want a cell phone police me? All right. You use your cell phone the way you want to use your cell phone. I'm going to use my cell phone the way I want to use my cell phone. Is that okay with you?
He admitted it. He came on stage one day and said, Clubhouse is trying, and they can't do nothing. I don't know. I guess Clubhouse sent a cease and desist, and
These are the ones you gotta watch out for.
It's all fake news. That's and then she was like, "Did you get your cease and desist?" I was like, "Yeah, I got it, but I can't talk about it."
I'm not going in.
Just making shit up.
His recordings again. If you go to the page, this is an obsession.
Obsession, you're the ones who keep coming here and talking your shit 8 hours a week. It ain't me. I'm just listen. I'm a listener.
all this toxicity.
Yeah.
What's the story behind this?
He's a fucking crackhead.
He's ex-military. They threw his ass out.
So now he's recording mad clubhouse rooms. How do you know how many files he has?
Look at him.
Hey, Jeff, you been to Red Rush yet? Off of,
They got my PTR off. This is awesome. You see, this is how the mind virus works. It's called stirring the pot. It's creating energy. Automating. Here we go. Another John Kitover room. Another John Kitover struggle session. We did it. We've achieved critical mass. We've achieved critical mass.
You play a Jay-Z song? Like,
Oh, no one going back to Jay-Z.
It's not like he. Hey. I'll play something real quick. No, it's fine.
That was Justin Timberlake.
Hold on.
She's obsessed. Oh my
Yeah, it's a
god.
crackhead. It's actually sad.
I got something on standby right now.
Go for it.
What's it?
John Kitover struggle session.
So he left.
We can't hear it.
No, he's right
We
there.
can't hear it, Just if you're playing it.
He got his burners in the go.
Yeah, I'm watching him right now, my friend. Because he
That's
blocked me.
anonymous account. That's him.
Yeah, you don't have a pink ticket.
Oh no, because he follows the house.
You can't.
You can't tell by that. Nope.
Oh, wow.
So we got over 13,000 followers. I
I have surveillance problems. You might call it surveillance obsession. It's called being a filmmaker, making movies, a documentarian.
Playing it back, listening to himself. The bitch is crazy.
I'm a filmmaker. You're just speakers in a public place. I'm just listening in. Go listen to the conversation with Gene Hackman. Maybe you might learn something instead of talking all the time. Your political identity bullshit.
You better go film somewhere else.
A real weirdo.
I'm a filmmaker. I'm a comedian. I'm an artist. And you are all just critics. This is an in-process John Kitover struggle session. We're going to see what creative things they come up with here.
Too, right? Because I have blocked him for like a week. And this motherfucker started coming back to her.
You forgot to change his PTR before you came back in as point.
Y'all just think because I'm on television, you big stupid dummies. I'm a
I'm
famous celebrity and a beautiful model. And you're all just jealous because I'm a big... You're all just a bunch of big stupid dummies wasting all your time talking about nothing that you don't know anything about.
You're all just saying because I'm on television, you big stupid dummies. He's recording himself. He's recording the screen.
What in the world is going on in this
Is that the point? That's the point?
I don't think so. If it was point, he would have been showing his face. This is Kitover doing that.
This is the John Kitover Show. Welcome back, everybody. Go to john4congress.com. Hope you all are having a beautiful Sunday. This is a politically correct John Kitover struggle session because they've all been reporting to their employers. I've added them to the Charlie Kirk hate database. Their employers have been notified, and on Monday they're going to be terminated. Monday's going to be your last day at work because you are celebrating death, murder, chaos, and anarchy. Your employers have been notified and you've been doxxed.
You're full of shit. If he really knew my job, he knew that I can't be terminated. Stupid.
It's crazy. These megabots are really gonna end. Yes, I said megabots.
Oh, we got you really good, Gwen Stefani. You're definitely terminated Monday. Oh, you said the worst toxic shit I ever heard, Gwen Stefani. You done. You terminated. Fired. Get your box and get out.
When it first happened. Yeah, when it first happened.
The other thing is,
And the police are speech ever since we found this mistake.
the other thing is that it seems like that individual doesn't understand how jobs work.
He's stupid.
He doesn't understand how jobs work because, so like human resources, they do what is called investigations. They don't just like fire people on Monday, right? So that doesn't make any sense.
Somebody brought up.
A lot of people have already gotten.
Even Secret Service, right? He just got put on leave. He wasn't fired right away.
Right, Secret Service is different though.
We didn't. Even he wasn't just put on leave. The person that was out.
Because a lot of these agencies, when it comes to, they have regulations for these agencies, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't even know of anybody, even though they say on the news they're being fired. No, they're not. They're just put on a desk job. That's it.
And if you work in healthcare, if you violate HIPAA, they're going to investigate that. But if they determine that you did violate HIPAA, they're going to pursue the person who made the false allegation to the fullest extent of the law.
That's correct.
Yeah. So this is the question that came up with the officers. This has been a bunch of senior officers that made comments, but it wasn't in a negative light. They pretty much said they said something like they don't agree with the murder or killing of this man. He has a right to.
This is an in process John Kitover struggle session. We're gonna see what creative things they come up with here.
Stuff like that, right? So some of those people that got supposedly relieved, what has happened is they have brought up when and where in the regulation is it that military people cannot comment on, like they're trying to, I wouldn't want my position back if I was them. Like, you don't want to be in that position, not during this administration, not at this time. If you feel like you got to constantly go back and forth to trial defense services.
In process John Kitover struggle session. We're gonna see what creative things they come up with here.
Point two, right? We're gonna have lots of for like a week. And this motherfucker started coming back.
I forgot the changes. You were going to change his PTR before you came back in his point.
Y'all just angry because I'm on television, you big stupid dummies. I'm a famous celebrity and a beautiful model. And you're all just jealous because
their speech ever since he found this insane.
The other thing is that it seems like that individual doesn't understand.
Now he's
how
talking about giving
jobs
some
work.
money. He's stupid.
He doesn't understand how jobs work because, so like human resources, they do what is called investigations. They don't just like fire people on Monday, right? So that's not making any sense.
Yes, I guess.
This is an Hey, Jeff, you been to Red right here off of, they got my PTR up. This is awesome. You see, this is how the mind virus works. It's called stirring the pot. It's creating energy. Automating. Here we go, another John Kitover. Another John Kitover struggle session. We did it. We've achieved critical mass. We've achieved critical mass. Thing is, you play like Jay-Z song because YouTube has a platform that allows you to stream, right? So he's using YouTube to hold the video because obviously we can't record it into his device because that would just like kill his space on his device, right? Therefore, by using YouTube, right, taking a live feed from a room, right, without permission, he's already violating YouTube policies. Right there, and he's doing it multiple times over with multiple phones. So he has to be stopped.
Roy, it's going to be harder than that, right? Because if you think about it, if you go to YouTube right now, you see people streaming the live probation hearings of people, right? Public, and when they say public. And they was trying to stop that in Louisiana, but they weren't able to stop it.
But is an app public or is it a private entity? It's a private.
The app actually has in their user, and that's why I screenshotted their community. When I sent mine, I sent the community guidelines, and then I sent a recording of his YouTube channel because he is violating the community guidelines. Freaking Clubhouse does not want.
You're breaking the law. I'm enforcing the law.
Yeah, they're recording, but that's for in case something happens on this app that they could end up being liable for.
What's the fucker doing now?
He's recording us. He's still recording us.
Oh, YouTube live?
In his basement.
His mother's basement?
And looking stupid.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, working for
Taking pictures of the screen and just looking overall ugly and depressed. Who cut your hair, bro? That shit.
I got no hair, motherfucker.
Who cut your hair?
Great clips, bro.
Look, he talking back on her. Look, she crazy.
something happens on this app that they could end up being liable for.
He's recording us. He's still recording us.
Look, she crazy. His basement.
Mother's basement.
Yeah, I'm working for
Taking pictures of the.
Kind of surveillance. He running kind of Intel Pro. Fuck it. We gonna run kind of Intel Pro.
Well, I'm glad he took a picture of me because I'm giving his face, so thank you.
I'm trying to get it. Look, she's screaming.
This is what I call a John Kitover struggle session.
I'm just taking pictures of his background so I can have things to locate this crazy bitch, bro.
Go to johnforcongress.com if you want to help contribute to this.
It's weird. I don't like the world that this is.
He's crazy.
Yeah. Real crazy.
I'm a comedian. I'm an actor. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm a politician. Go Go to JohnForCongress.com.
What's crazy was I never really knew, but I just went and looked at the
Is that somebody else's room?
Nah, he's recording this one. This is wild. He's recording us, listening to him record like this. Bro, you gotta get a life.
I'm telling you, mental health is fun. And that's the thing. A lot of these motherfuckers that be shooting and killing people, they be doing this shit before they shoot somebody. And nobody says anything, nobody catches them. After they do some shit.
And we're in a see something, say something era, and we're seeing something and saying something.
I'm a filmmaker. All you gotta do is go to my YouTube channel and listen to them talking about celebrating the death and murder of Charlie Kirk. Everything they say is a projection.
He needs to go hang out with his MAGA friends. The MAGA friends like that he records.
Yeah, well, no, you gotta remember, you got MAGA, and you got MAGA extremism.
I don't know, but I know that they let him in the room. They make rooms with his name on it, so I think they like him.
No, they don't. They really don't. They really don't. Because the reason why what's his name came in here one day, he was like, hey, he's recording in our room, and Brad was like, I gotta keep pointing out of y'all room. And I was like,
Yeah, but
They think I'm boring. They're those
and then one of the guys said, "Oh, I'm gonna call him so I could get that proof, so he could give me that clip." So they definitely buddy with him. Somebody over there.
no,
I want to see something.
phone numbers on one of the and his phone number. So
I'm just trying to see something. That's what I'm saying.
they're part of the house. They got so many different. I can tell you, I probably got like 8 accounts.
And so, but you can't block anonymous, right?
Nope.
And you can't remove her from your room? Even as a member?
Yeah.
I won't do shit.
Yo, that is fucking stupid. Now that's gonna make me live that.
About it. We complained about it. If we complain about it, you know other people have too, so it's bullshit.
Oh yeah, you gotta try to alter it because when we play music, yeah, so that's because I'm watching them blow over it now. Yeah, he's trying to blow over it, stupid bitch. We got you, bitch. I love that face. You look salty. We got your ass.
We got your ass, motherfucker. We got your ass. We got you.
Bitch. We got
You
you.
got. We got you. We got you.
You dumb.
We got you.
We got you.
We got you.
Got you. I see
We
you
got
blowing
you.
over it like you blowing on a dick.
We got your ass.
You bum
we go back then to falling in love and say it's crazy, falling. You see, we don't say rising into love.
Hope you like the show.
Of the fall.
It's just a show. Don't take it so
And,
seriously.
It goes back, as a matter of fact, to extremely fundamental
I'm an
things.
entertainer.
That
I'm in show business.
there is always a curious tide at some point.
I'm also a politician and an actor and an artist and a filmmaker.
Taking this ghastly risk. You see, for all, life is an act of faith and an act of gamble. The moment you take a step, you do so on an act of faith because you don't really know that the floor is not going to give under your feet. The moment you take a journey, what an act of faith. The moment you enter into any kind of human undertaking and relationship, what an act of faith. You've given yourself up. But this is the most powerful thing that can be done. Surrender. See, and love is an act of surrender to another person. Total abandonment. I give myself to you. Take me, do anything you like with me. Well, now, really, when we go back then to falling in love and say it's crazy.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to change this up. We're going to read a book while we film Politically Correct with Patty and First Lady and Mel and Deborah and Sue and Royal Singleton and Water and April. Because many of these people don't read books anymore. They just talk all the time and listen to political gossip, slander, defamation, and libel. So now we're going to help them read a book, because what we hope is they'll start watching my YouTube channel as opposed to just talking all the time. Talking. Repeating MSNBC. This local Democrat senator told me, if I was running for Congress, I'd be on MSNBC. And I still signed her petition because, you know what? She knocked on my door once. I know how hard it is to get petition signatures. So, you know, what is one signature for one person? It's worth $1.50. So I gave her a $1.50 tip for her campaign. That's it. I signed her petition.
You know what? I just voucher programs, not to mind about the voucher, and before we know that it's part of a lot of states are able to do. Can you come on, babe? Because you know more about these voucher programs than you work.
Perfect. They moved on to the voucher programs. All right, we can read what's called a book now. I'm going to show for you I'm going to show everybody here right now live how to read a book on a Sunday afternoon. This is called education, everybody. I hope you didn't forget. Did anybody go to college? Anybody? Anybody here? Hello? All right, we're going to read from a book called A Star in the West by J.F.C. Fuller. Okay, we are going to just go to this back page. It's number 30, page 306. The Star in the West. But by a fierce and loathly word, the abomination must be told. The holy work must twist its spell. From hemp of madness grown in hell. Others again do not possess the stability of mind, the natural health and strength so necessary in this severe mental struggle, and as Rabat says, it is all confined to an alienation, in the etymological sense of certain states of consciousness which the ego does not consider as its own, but which it objectivates, and finally, by placing it outside itself, ends by attributing an actual existence independent of its own. Others attain but a glimpse. Maimonides long ago noticed. Learn that prophecy is an emanation from God which flows through the intermediary of the active intellect upon the rational faculty first, and then upon the imaginative faculty, it is the highest degree of a man, and the term of perfection to which the species may aspire. And this state is the highest perfection of the imaginative faculty. If the emanation flows into the imaginative faculty only, and if the rational faculty remains behind, either on account of original structure or from disuse, then is constituted the class of men called men of the state, diviners. There come to men of this class, even when they are awake, wonderful visions, similar to prophetic visions. They delight much in them, believing they have acquired all sciences without study. But all those who really do attain and remain silent. The Hindu practice, says Mysticus in time, bears out Western speculation whether we take the shadowy idealism of Berkeley or the self-refuted monism of Haeckel. All these men got our results and interpreted them in the partial light of the varied intellect, their diverse surroundings and education, but the result is the same physiological phenomenon from Plato and Christ to Spinoza and Kankaracharya, from Augustine and Abelard, Bohm and Weigel in the Christian communities to Trismegistus and Porphyry, Mohammed and Paracelsus in their mystic palaces of wisdom. The doctrine is essentially one, and its essence is that existence is one. But to my experience, it is certain that in jnana, the ego is rejected. This is absolutely true of Berkeley when in the dialogues he writes, "To know everything knowable is certainly a perfection, but to endure or suffer or feel anything by sense is an imperfection. The former, I say, agrees to God, but not the latter. God knows or hates ideas, but the ideas are not conveyed to him by sense as ours are. God to him is a Mahayogi. It is absolutely true of Hume, but Hume studiously avoided the word God, could find no helpmeet to fill his place. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception, never can observe anything but the perception. We only feel the event, namely the existence of an idea, consequent to the command of the will. But the manner in which this operation is performed, the power by which it is produced, is entirely beyond our comprehension." Okay, I'm just going to pause it there. Again, this is Star in the West, a critical essay upon the works of Aleister Crowley by J.F.C. Fuller. It's a good book. Hope you've enjoyed this little brief interlude. We're returning back to Politically Correct.
Yeah, it is.
Now you're going back to politically correct. No, ma'am, no, you're not.
What's up, bad work? Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. Yeah.
All right, well, we will just continue reading. We're going to move on to scripture now. This is called Bible flashcards, everybody. Don't forget, this is your politically correct re-education training seminar you've all been looking for. You've been mandated here by your HR department because, unfortunately, you've been spewing toxic hate and vitriol instead of spreading peace. Now, Patty, your first lady, likes to say, "I come from a position and a place of peace." But I would say the evidence does not hold up. If you want to see the receipts, just go back and watch the live streams. You can see it over the last 72 hours. I have independently, as a filmmaker and an artist and an actor, recorded and observed the worst human projection in America, and I hope together we can come in peace. Reanalyze our thoughts. Reanalyze our own constitutions. Accept personal responsibility. Apologize. Humble ourselves. And move forward. Together. Arm in arm. you can file a lawsuit against me for recording you on a Clubhouse social audio app. But what your lawsuit's going to say is, I don't like the way you use your cell phone. And I'm going to say, I want to use my cell phone the way I want to use my cell phone. And you can use your cell phone the way you want to use your cell phone. And together, we can all appreciate the beauty of the art of using a cell phone to create art and comedy. And theater is the truth of the earth. I hope you like the show. I give you Patty from Politically Correct, and Cultural, and Mel, and Jeremy, and Water, and Royal Singleton. I hope you like the show, everybody. This is Politically Correct.
Play music, then you guys are gonna have to put your audio on high.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you play it, he has to get off. And then he starts going crazy. And, because, like, now he's doing it. And then when he thinks we stop, then he'll be like, we're back to politically correct.
Oh, you can add in the music later. I thought you guys were going to start playing some music.
Yeah, you see me, yeah, let's hold on.
You guys want to see some yoga? This is called stretching and breathing. This is a good one. I can teach you how to stretch and breathe again. This is called yoga. Watch this.
And I'm addicted to the free ones. But anyway, get back to
Oh, Monday you ain't gonna have a job. You ain't gotta worry about it.
No, she in here, but he comes back every time you turn the music off. You know, he's standing up, stretching. The bitch crazy, for real.
I'm gonna pray for you, John, because something's seriously wrong with you, and I do know you have PTSD. So that's my biggest fear.
You ain't gotta be worried about me. You ain't gonna have a job on Monday.
Post-traumatic sleep syndrome. He talking about you ain't gotta be worried about him. We ain't gonna have a job on Monday. He got something wrong with his feet. Let me post a picture.
No, don't post no photos of my feet.
Wrong bitch.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? People about job when I do play on when I can. Freaking they
When you can, you hear 80 hours a week.
wrong person, bro.
You're running rooms all day long talking your shit. And we've been live streaming it for months, years. Did you ever do any work here on Clownhouse all day running political fucking propaganda? You got. You're my number one show, Patty. I heard you 2 years ago. I was in that Patty show. That's the room you gotta record. I knew right away, Patty.
Unfortunate, but
You never monetized yourself. I did the hard work, the heavy lifting. You should be thanking me for surveilling you, for recording you, for creating you on YouTube. You're a big star on YouTube, Patty. I've got more Patty rooms than your employer's gonna know what to do with. Think about the timestamps. Think about the timestamps. You got, Patty. You got. But that's all right, Patty. I'll split the proceeds with you, which is $0. We've never made a penny. Never took a penny. Never made a penny. We were born penniless, and we are gonna die penniless.
You need to call the police because he keeps saying you got Patty, you got. This shit is weird.
I'm part of the show.
let them know that
I ain't even on stage and I'm still there. I'm living free in your hands.
Because he calling you by name, making friends.
Calling you by name, that's your name on your profile, Patty. I don't think the police are gonna like your videos, sir.
this ain't even my real name.
When they go back and they look at the live stream and they listen to all the shit you guys said, oh my God. You ain't gonna have a job on Monday. You ain't gonna have a job on Monday, 12 o'clock. Get your box and get the fuck out. We saw what you said on Clubhouse.
We saw what you said about Charlie Kirk. It's all on John Kitover's YouTube Live. He recorded you for the past 72 hours. You got got. You got got. But that's okay. If YouTube ever pays us, I'll send you a royalty check. But you probably won't get unemployment insurance.
I definitely said that.
Now, because he was like, you're not.
We don't like what he has to say. It hurts our feelings, but it's all on his YouTube. What an experience. What a world. Thank you, YouTube, for making this possible. And Clubhouse also, thank you for making this possible. Without YouTube and Clubhouse, none of this would be possible. And I want to thank Patty and April and Culturally, Jeremy, Watermelon, Royal Singleton, Sandra, everybody, thank you for making your rooms possible so I could record it and put it on YouTube and X and Instagram. Thank you so much. Don't forget there's a lot of restreamed audio on X. Be sure to check over there. You're going to love yourselves. You guys do such a great job. So patriotic. So patriotic, Patty. You're so patriotic. You're so patriotic, Patty. Wow, what a patriot. Patriot Patty. Patriot Patty. Yay, Patty. Everybody give Patty a big round of applause. All these months on YouTube. Yay, Patty. Good job, Patty. Woo, great work. You did a great job. You can go back to YouTube and watch all your live streams. Great work. You guys crushed it. You guys did such a great job. I'm just here to congratulate you all. Good work. Little round of applause again. Wow, what an ensemble. What a theater production. What a show. Bravo. Bravo. Yay. Be sure to go back and watch all your YouTube live streams. You're going to love yourselves. Have you ever been in your manager's office while they're playing John Kitover's YouTube channel because of an email they got? Hello? 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 Oh, we got to clip that. That's a big roast. That might be the biggest roast I've ever given anybody on Clubhouse. Congratulations. You deserve it. All of you. Just brilliant work. Beautiful work. A filmmaker's dream come true. You guys are just keep making it happen.
Hey, I know, wait, where's Just? So here are the things that I have noticed on social media. People are getting fired left and right from American Airlines and I think Delta Airlines for their comments regarding Charlie Kirk's death. So y'all gotta be careful what y'all posting on social media because they are firing folks. Hey Patty, you back? Yep, I'm back.
Patty says she can't get fired from her position. Dummy! Dummy!
Really good neighborhood. But these mugs, I don't know. It's like they're like, oh, y'all need to get, y'all better have internet. Look here.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've achieved critical mass. I think we've achieved it. You can say that it's not true, but I gotta say, I think we've achieved critical mass with this room. Another John Kitover struggle session.
Social media. And Aaron Parnas also said that. Thanks. Yeah, but you know, some people are under investigation for making statements that are similar to what politicians have made. I mean, under investigation doesn't mean much because a lot of times they can.
You know people aren't happy when they doing them dishes on Clown House. That's the truth. That's killing two birds with one stone. That's because you ain't got no job no more.
That's just protocol, right? So if you get reported.
Terminated at 12 o'clock. Get your box and get out.
Like the Secret Service agent, supposedly, made a comment.
Because the government is infiltrating infiltrated with a bunch of woke leftist LGBTQ psychopaths.
Soon you're going to start hearing that people are going to get suspended just for looking at other people the wrong way.
No!
This is getting ridiculous, the censorship that's going on.
Don't look at me that way.
They're just suspending their...
Don't look at me that way. You're fired.
Yeah, but that's just part of the protocol, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just...
I mean, you want them to at least do what they're supposed to do, because they could be crazy, you know? Like, if he had a job, you would want them to investigate, like, is he fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
Look at the YouTube live, go back the past 72 hours, and listen to what they say. Listen and watch, it's all on videos. Listen to them. Listen to the room, politically correct with Patty and First Lady. April, Mel, Roy Singleton, Water, just listen to the things they said. Sue, you too, Sue, you're all wrapped up in this. You're a nice old Jewish lady, but you love abortion, Sue. And transgender psychopaths. Gotta say their pronouns, Sue. But don't take my word for it. Just proof is in the pudding. Watch the YouTube live. It's all on record. It's all recorded. Congratulations, you guys did it again. You guys just crushed it. You did such a great job. Good job.
That had like temporary protective status or had some sort of status in this country. And so he's seeking to wipe those people out that get Social Security benefits that aren't U.S. citizens.
How are you going to do that if they've been working? So there's people that's not in this country that receive Social Security benefits and they've earned all, 40 points or is it 10 points? I don't know. I have to Google it. Well, whatever it is. I think it's 40 points. And it doesn't take much to gain these points, y'all.
No.
So I don't know how that works. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, people, seniors, that rely on Social Security income, that's not something that I would be behind going after. Personally, I mean, I don't know. And that can't represent a ton of people in the first place because, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you do work in this country, you have a certain amount of points, you are entitled to Social Security. But you do have to be, there are strict requirements if you're not a citizen. Like, I remember my grandma having to come to this country every few years. I don't remember why, like, I don't know why, but I remember my grandma, she worked in the factories for a long time in New York City, and she went back to retire in Dominican Republic, and she would get her Social Security checks. Right? But she was never a citizen. Right? Yeah. But she had to come to the country every few years or so. She's like, oh, I just have to be here for 6 months and I can go back or something like that. Like, there was like some sort of
everything now always about perfection. But you endure or suffer or feel anything by sense is an imperfection. The former, I say, agrees to God, but not the latter. God knows or hates ideas, but the ideas are not conveyed to him by senses. Ours are.
Paid into the system.
God to him is a Mahayogi. It is absolutely true of Hume, but Hume studiously avoided the word God, could find no helpmate to fill his place. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of he who called, light or shade, I love or hatred,
Even though
pain
you're
or
not a
pleasure.
citizen,
I never
you
can
still
catch
are subject
myself
to a
any time without a descent.
85% of your Social Security benefits.
Upon the rational faculty first, and then upon the imaginative faculty,
be exempt
it is the highest
depending on
degree
the
of man,
country.
the term of
Because of
perfection to
certain
which the
tax
species may aspire. And the
So they
sick
try
is
to
the
charge
highest
some people
perfection
that
of
don't
the
live in.
imaginative faculty.
Right.
If the emanation flows into the imaginative faculty only, and if the rational faculty remains behind, either on account of original structure or from disuse, then is constituted the class of men called men of the state, diviners. They come to men of this class, even when they are awake, wonderful visions, similar to prophetic visions.
Security don't pay taxes.
They delight much in them, believing they have acquired all sciences upon the...
Then you do. I'm saying for Social Security.
So you're all wrapped up in this. You're a nice old Jewish lady, but you love abortion, so and transgender psychopaths. Guys, they are pronouns too.
My father-in-law passes every year.
But don't take my word for it. Just proof is important. Watch me YouTube live. It's all on record. It's all recorded. Congratulations, you guys did it, man. You guys just crushed it. You did such a great.
So how would that work if you end up, let's say Haitians retired, right? And there's a possibility, like if you got a certain code, depending on how you got out, let's say Haitian ends up doing, I don't know how many years he did, and it may be combat related. So, like, say I get out in the next so many years, and then I retire with combat related, and I do the med board and all that. I would have to pay taxes on my retirement nor my
You did such a great job. Good job.
So that counts towards, that doesn't count, right? It is gonna be like that because the military has like special exemptions and stuff like that.
You would actually be speaking to like those people out that get Social Security benefits. That
You probably wouldn't.
Tuesday to them. Listen to the rule politically correct with Patty and First Lady. April Brown, Roy Singleton, Water. Just listen to the things they said. Sue, you too, Sue. You're all wrapped up in this. You're a nice old Jewish lady, but you love abortion, Sue. And transgender psychopaths. Guys, say their pronouns, Sue. Don't take my word for it. Just proof is important. Watch the YouTube live. It's all on record. It's all recorded. Congratulations, you guys did it again. You guys just crushed it. You did such a great job. Good job.
it had like temporary protected status.
Congratulate you all. Good work. Little round of applause again. Wow, what an ensemble. What a theater production. What a show. Bravo. Bravo. Yay. Be sure to go back and watch all your YouTube live streams. You're going to love yourselves. Have you ever been in your manager's office while they're playing John Kitover's YouTube channel because of an email they got?
Yeah, my in-laws are citizens either. And they get Social Security.
Hello? Hello? Oh, we gotta clip that. It's a big roast. That might be the biggest roast I've ever given anybody on Clubhouse. Congratulations.
Right?
You deserve it.
If you have a visa or you have
Good
like
work.
a 10 or something like that.
Little round of applause again. Wow, what an ensemble. What a theater production. What a show. Bravo. Bravo. Yay. Be sure to go back and watch all your YouTube live streams. You're gonna love yourself.
Some people
Have you ever been in your manager's office while they're playing John Kitover's YouTube channel because of an email they got?
My mother-in-law never worked.
Hello?
In the United States. But my father-in-law works. But since she's married to him, she gets half of his check. And he gets the full check. He's worked here for 30 years.
That's a big
But
roast.
he still did not say
That might be the biggest roast I've ever given anybody on Clubhouse. Congratulations. You deserve it. Thank you all.
So that's gonna mess a lot of people up if he's able to do that. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. But there's plenty of people that I know that aren't U.S. citizens. I don't know if there's ever been a requirement to get to be a U.S. citizen and collect Social Security, right? Because certain times, there's been periods where we need workers, and we've even encouraged people to come here and work as, study history, right? There's a lot of agencies that recruit people to come over to work with certain promises, and so, to my knowledge, you never had to be a U.S. citizen to take SS.
So then the question is that an entitlement? Okay, so you paid into it, right? And in the back end you get the benefits. Is that who regulates that entitlement at that point? Like when you're, who regulates that part? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Wouldn't it be Social Security then?
Also, John wishes you all the best in your divorce.
I mean, I don't know. Take the money.
Countless streams of this page. This wrong. So I think maybe we should. He put the link in there.
He's from JV.
Yeah, it's that same Kitover person.
Some money. I decided I'm not giving this to you after all.
Well, oftentimes these people are low income. So it would certainly be difficult unless like ACLU or somebody
Billions and
is able
billions
to
and billions
defend
and
them.
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
What do you do for a living, sir?
In the
I
morning,
mean,
I
shit out
do
of luck
nothing.
for some of
In
y'all.
the afternoon, I finish what?
I don't know who raised some of y'all, but SOL. And shit out of luck. So I don't know. Maybe there's gonna be some pushback, but I don't know.
I swear you give New York energy for real. Miami energy is more like sunshine and beaches. You're not sunshine and beaches.
Clouds and autumn leaves.
Oh, autumn leaves. Good evening, people.
Oh shit. What are we doing? Oh. Hi,
Yes,
how are
me.
you?
Good evening. I'm from Womack.
Oh.
I'm politically correct. I eat cats.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't do the cat eating in here.
I'll eat cats. Y'all don't remember? You might be.
It's something I do. It's a habit.
Cats. He's a
It's a
bad
habit.
boy.
Yeah. You can punish me for
Eating the cats. They're eating the.
No, it's just me.
I mean, there are some countries who eat dog and cat.
But that's
No,
not me.
but Al specifically has a propensity for.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Something I do. I'm programmed like that. I can't help it.
So what does cat taste like?
It tastes like furry. It's difficult.
It tastes like furry and difficult.
Yeah,
Like vomit.
I'm still testing where to start. Do I use a paw, but then the nails, they.
Wait, Al? Wait. How do you have a French accent?
French?
Al? What kind of accent is this? I don't know. It sounds kind of Frenchy.
Yeah, no, I'm yeah, you got me. I'm from Womack, but I'm recently stayed in the Netherlands, Holland.
Okay.
You know Holland?
Yeah, heard of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating show, huh? Wow. They've moved on to cat eating and Europeans. They've gone the full circle today. Be sure to go back to all the live streams over the past 72 hours. Timestamp is Sunday, September 14th, 2025. Again, Sunday, September 14th, 2025, 3:08 p.m. CST. John Kitover Films Incorporated. Part of the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. John Kitover, go to johnforcongress.com. Let's just give you a quick little sample of some of our last recordings.
If you're a small content.
See, I need to add all those to playlists now so I can quickly scroll through them. Here's some other recent interviews or recordings.
More aid of the budget of the federal budget.
I don't want to listen to that. Let's see here.
This is absolutely true of Berkeley when in the dialogues he writes, to know everything knowable is certainly a perfection, but to endure or suffer, feel anything by sense is an imperfection. The former, I say, agrees to God, but not the latter. God knows or hates ideas, but the ideas are not conveyed to him by senses. Ours are. God to him is a Mahayogi. It is absolutely true of Hume, but Hume studiously avoided the word God, could find no helpmate to fill his place. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself at any time without a perception. This is absolutely true of Berkeley when in the dialogues he writes, to know everything noble is certainly a perfection, but to endure or suffer, feel anything by sense is an imperfection. The former, I say, agrees to God, but not the latter. God knows or hates ideas, but the ideas are not conveyed to him by senses. Ours are. God to him is a Mahayogi. It is absolutely true of Hume, but Hume studiously avoided the word God, could find no helpmate to fill his place. For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never can catch myself any time without a perception.
They had to boom the room. They couldn't deal with the failure and the implosion of it. Okay, we're going to move to 40 Acres and a Mule.
I'm gonna have some questions, but you don't say if I see an Asian pilot. You don't say if I see an Arabian pilot. Not even if I see a motherfucking white pilot.
Sorry, I didn't like the show. Well, too bad. You'll have to go back over the past 48 hours and watch you live on YouTube. Hope you like the John Kitover Incorporated Films Incorporated.
Questioning their intelligence and skills. But you go ahead and
didn't know more people like that were receiving those benefits. So the main issue.
Somebody's not having a good Sunday because they think they're getting fired on a Monday. They keep calling. They're so upset. We're so upset about it. You gotta call for private numbers, huh?
Back to my point with that, you can interpret it however you want to interpret it. Please don't cut me out. Let me just finish this point. It can be interpreted however you want to interpret it. But me personally, as a human being, like I said before, I don't want some token black person just because they're a DEI hire to operate on me over the most qualified person. I don't care what color that person is. Give me the one that's most qualified. That's me personally. And if you can't see that, then that's on you. And that's all I'm gonna say.
So whatever determines whether or not it's so color determines whether or not you're qualified or not, right?
I know.
All right, I got it.
Maybe your emotions are proud of me. I said it doesn't matter what color you are.
Wait a minute, I thought you said you was done.
I said it doesn't matter what color you are. Don't misquote me like y'all are doing Charlie. Don't misquote me like y'all are doing Charlie.
Don't get emotional, sir.
Because y'all are misquoting me like y'all are doing Charlie.
Hello? Are you okay?
Because you misquoting me right now.
Well,
you can't misquote me. You cannot misquote
go
me.
on mute for a minute, sir. I know sometimes it's embarrassing, but it's okay. It's quite all right now. You asked me not
Call
to
all day long. Call for the next 10 years. I don't care. It's called mute.
I agree. If you're not qualified to be in the job, you probably shouldn't.
You should just go back and watch your YouTube analysis and think about the things you're saying and write it down and write an essay about what you wrote down and what you said. Listen to yourselves. Listen. Would you listen to yourselves? It's called analysis. I did the heavy lifting for you. I recorded all your public speaking.
It'll expand for you. All right, the floor is open, y'all. Nah, because that's the thing, right? Because Charlie specifically said if I see a black pilot. He didn't say if I see a pilot of any other race. But 24 said it doesn't matter what race. So obviously you don't agree with him on that. Instead of saying I don't agree with if I see a black pilot, I'm going to look at him like higher. Just say, yeah, I don't agree with his opinion on that. Wow, what an situation. You know what I'm saying? And like I said earlier, it's understandable you're controversial. And that's the shit that y'all like. Y'all like a contradictory ass motherfucker to sit here and spread damn views to you that don't even fucking apply. Man, that shit ain't even for you. He not talking for you. How the fuck is he in Utah talking to white people about gun violence? Shouldn't he be in the hood talking to them and spreading the message and telling the hood, like, y'all shouldn't be out here killing each other? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't get what you talking about. Like, well, go ahead. I was about to go on the long one, but I'm going to go ahead and let somebody else go because this shit's go ahead.
I was just saying, would he be accepted in the hood? Like, from all of the clips that I've seen, it's not like Charlie Kirk is somewhere like in front of a bunch of white people like, hey, you know what's fucked up? These black people was fucked up out here. To me, even like they were talking about the DEI college, that was a black dude that asked him a question about that. And he answered the question. I don't know Charlie Kirk supporter or the track guy. I didn't really watch him that much. What I did appreciate about him, though, is that his whole thing was based around pushing discussion. Whether you agree with his points or don't agree with his points, he gave people the opportunity to come up there and to debate him. You know, people also say, why was he at these colleges? But colleges and the liberal outlook is permeating through these colleges, and there needs to be a hard look at what our children are learning on these college campuses. So I don't think it's just as easy as saying, oh, why is he talking about these black stuff among these white people? It always looks like somebody's asking them a question and he's responding. And we wouldn't allow him. Like somebody in the chat said, oh, Charlie's never been at an HBCU. But if Charlie Kirk said, y'all coming to an HBCU, do you think the people there are going to want them to come there and debate with them? Or do you think they'll sign a petition saying, we don't want this type of guy on our campus?
Well, I would love to answer that. I think that they probably would say that they don't want them there, just as Utah said they were signing a petition for his ass not to come there either. And then the minds of the youth, yes, you're right. The minds of the youth is very important, and it's very important to have a balance of what you're trying to plant in their minds. So I'm going to ask you a question that I posed to the floor earlier today, probably about 15 minutes ago or so, maybe a little bit longer. Is that if we came in this room every day, or, when we had our discussions and we talked about how white women are the highest recipients of welfare, how white men and women go around the world just killing innocent women and children. They are the most violent people on this planet, so on and so forth. But everything we discussed about the white group was negative. And you were white, which you're not, but we do have white people on the stage, and they are absolutely welcome to chime in on into this question. Would you think we're trying to save your group by having those type of discussions and debating you, telling you that's the problem with your group? Would you think that we're trying to save you? And we ain't gonna never talk about our issues. I want you to understand this is all about you. And ain't shit positive I got to say about you. Go ahead.
From what I heard Charlie Kirk, I don't watch, I've never seen all this video, so I can't speak with certainty. But I've never seen him in that light, though. I've never seen him just like I said, they
watch all your live streams. Great work. You guys crushed it. You guys did such a great job. I'm just here to congratulate you all. Good work. Little round of applause again. Wow, what an ensemble. What theater production. What a show. Bravo. Bravo.
Young, black, conservative thing that they put on all the time for young black people.
I am. Thank you, sir. But you definitely can answer my question. My question, you didn't even have to answer the question that I just asked you. I don't know. Maybe I didn't.
I'm going to answer the question. Everybody says I can't say that you're trying to help or hurt. You're saying like you made that question to me when you posed it. It's like Charlie Kirk is just sitting around a bunch of black people. Or anybody is just sitting around a bunch of white people talking shit about black people. But what I'm saying to you is every time that I've seen them talking about black people, it's always a question coming from black people. So I can't say he's just sitting around just talking shit about black people.
I don't want you to say that.
He's not anymore because of white extremists.
Don't y'all start doing that because I want. This is so. Listen, before we gloss over the question I just asked, let me make this clear. You do not have to have ever listened to or heard anything that came out of Charlie Kirk's mouth to answer this question honestly. Please, people. Okay, I know we were just talking about him, and maybe I should have made it clear. You do not have to know him or have heard anything that he said to answer this question honestly. I don't want you to go pull nothing from the past conversations in this room because this room is mostly predominantly melanated people in the room, and every now and again we get our other sisters and brothers that come in here and participate in the conversation with us. So please answer the question without Charlie Kirk in mind. Thank you.
What? I thought you was gonna make a demand or something. It was gonna be hilarious. You never had heard Charlie Kirk? You never seen Charlie Kirk? You don't know anything about him. To answer this one simple question. Was he a racist? Yes! Or no!
That was not the question. Do I need to restate it?
Please restate the question.
Okay, but I thought you said something about white women.
Well, I never. Who is that? Because I don't want you to share it, okay? We're trying to get a question asked. If you don't mind, can you hold your question so we can put this one down? Or your information.
Peace and blessings to the room. Let me say this. Just before he got shot, he brought.
No. Please don't go to that. Listen, do not answer the question on the floor. If y'all need me to restate the question, I will. But do not bring Charlie Kirk up right now.
You actually asked a few questions.
A question asked. Can you restate? Question?
Can you restate?
Okay. So the question is, if we came in here every day, and for shits and giggles, we have a predominantly white audience, right? And we talked about how white women are the largest recipients of welfare, and how white men and women are going around the world, killing innocent women and children, starting wars, toppling governments, so on and so forth. Basically, everything we mentioned about the white community was bad. Would you, and also, we never talk about the problems of any other community, just the white community. Would you think that we're trying to help your community?
Okay, so to answer your question, you just stated about the welfare. That's part of your question, correct? So the question you said, okay, so according to the stats,
I don't want that stats. I don't know.
I'm answering your question about white people.
Okay, I I don't want you to go into the stats. I just want you to hear what I'm saying. I'm just asking you if those were the topics. I ain't talking about no stats. What I'm asking you is, would you feel like I'm trying to fucking save you? If I'm telling you how bad you are when I come to talk to you, or anybody else for that matter, would you feel like I'm trying to save your goddamn community?
So you bring up stats, but I can't do what
They're trying to target, okay?
No.
All right, that's an easy question. All right, now we can move on, y'all, because now my patience just got real thin with you. But thank y'all for participating. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And one thing I'd like to say, you said what? I wouldn't be surprised if this guy, Charlie Kirk, was not paid off by Donald Trump, far right or some special interest group has paid this guy to go around to stir up these matters, you see, and it puts it in their favor whenever they put us in a
with like all this.
Well, I think your boy Trump has been deporting a lot of people who don't believe in it. So I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Like who?
He's kicking out immigrants who are not legal in the country.
Let me answer that question. Like who? What do you mean? Like people that here are illegally? No. You said that he's supporting people who don't agree with him, right? No, I was asking him. I was not making a statement. I was asking.
It's like all this apologetic conservatism. It's like, motherfucker. All right, fine. Like, you guys want to celebrate the death of somebody that stands for a lot of what America. I mean, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk says. I don't agree with him. It's like, all right, you want to fight? Let's fight.
You seem like a company.
Can you guys keep your fighting away from my neighborhood? It's peaceful here.
you don't agree with everything that another human being thinks or says. This is like billions of people on the fucking
This
planet.
is an American issue. We all have the right to speak our minds without getting fucking killed.
Right, yeah, no, absolutely. That's my thing. That like you're gonna kill somebody or advocate for them to get killed because you're too weak to handle a difference of opinion.
Either that, like it doesn't even matter if he can handle it or not. It's the law. We can say whatever the fuck we want to say as long as it's not inciting violence.
Yeah, that's true. She's right.
So if they want to do it, kill the whole fucking Constitution then.
Yep.
Well,
See, that's exactly my point. Like, what they want to do. Like, they want to get rid of the Constitution. They want to, like, change what America is. So, as far as I'm concerned, this group of radical, liberal fucktards are literally becoming invaders of the country. Okay, if you want to be an invader and try to change America, get the fuck out. Like, it's really to that point. Like, I'm not one of these apologetic.
Charlie Kirk is not going to stop the movement. We're still going.
That's fine, but if I'm just saying, I'm a guy on Clubhouse watching football, but it's like, if there's a fight, like, let's fucking do it. Like, let's fight. One side has guns, one side doesn't. That would not end very well for the liberals. Like, look at them.
They made the conservative movement even more powerful.
Act like they're not about the guns. They really are.
That's a part.
They can steal theirs.
No, they're not.
Chase, that's a part of that movie is Civil War, and we don't want that.
We all know what would happen if the Republicans fought the Democrats.
Right, but we don't want that.
Like, that would be really. I mean, shit, dude. I mean, I don't want it either, but at the same time, it's like, bro, you guys are being
But the thing is, you can't go to war with your family. I got, people in my family that are spellbound by this liberal shit. Like, you can't, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Only thing that can be done is you gotta let nature run its course, because nature is undefeated, Like, when they call themselves a woman, right, they say that they're a woman, they're no longer a man, right? Then their insurance doesn't cover them because, they need their
prostate check. Like, that's what I'm like, you know, like this is what I'm telling you, man. This reality is undefeated. It's not your reality. It's not my reality. Reality is reality. It's not for any. It's not for to belong to anybody, right? And this is what I'm saying. Like, you want to kill your unborn kids? Okay, listen. I don't want that for me and my family. If you want to do it, hey, fuck it. It's your bloodline. You know, it's your decision. Whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. Right? There's more resources for me.
We're not paying for it though.
Yeah, no, but listen, this is the thing. We pay for it one way or another, right? Because those same kids might end up in the prison system. We pay taxes. So I'm just saying, man. Listen, like at the end of the day, man, it's just like just let these folks do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, I mean for sure. But if it's to the point where someone's publicly assassinated, and then you have a bunch of people that don't like his opinion because they're all liberals, and he's conservative, and he has his own opinions. If you feel he's racist, okay, he's racist. I don't think he's racist, but if you think so, it's not like he's not okay with.
It doesn't take a lot to be racist in this country.
Yeah, it's like, okay, fine, you think he's racist, cool, whatever, that's your opinion. Like, I don't think he is, but there are some people who do. Okay, fine, you don't have to watch him. The fact that you get so triggered by him to where if the man is killed and assassinated, you're happy. Yeah, bro. Those people should be like, just get the fuck out of here.
Dude, it's fired. That joy is funny. You can see it really doesn't have to be like a big difference.
Me, I wanted to say, I had a bad shorty.
Yeah, I don't have time for that. Get the fuck out of here.
People wake up at different times, man. That's another thing you gotta remember, man. People wake up at different times.
You're nice on Jewish race like you love abortion.
Everything is supposed to be fair and equal, and everybody's gonna have a pot of gold, and everybody's gonna win in life, and everything's gonna be fair, and we need to have a big purse where everybody gets an allowance, and like they start off like that, but as life goes on, again, reality is undefeated. So you live long enough, you see it unfold. You can't have everybody with you.
If you're gonna argue gun violence, and then when it happens, and you say you wanna argue gun control, and then it happens and you celebrate it? What are you talking about? Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the same people that are saying, oh, we need gun control, and then this happens, and then you wanna celebrate it? No, they like gun violence when it's against them. Listen, if you look at these videos on social media, these people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, look at them. They're either like alien body looking people, they're like colored like bad.
It's not nice. Like anybody who celebrates that is not.
No. So like, if you think that like those motherfuckers are gonna go to war, like you guys want to fight with those motherfuckers? Okay, please do. Like those motherfuckers aren't trying to fight.
Yeah, I would say like no offense to anybody else, but like I would pick Chase to go to war with versus anybody else. No offense.
Come on, bro.
Very like delicate looking people. They don't look like they work out. They don't look like they have much discipline to them. They have the same fucking hairdo. Like it's purple. It's with white streaks. It's the same fucking hairdo nonstop, bro. Did you guys see that that incident at the Phillies game? Was that the Phillies game with the baseball? The lady Karen came over and she bullied the guy into giving her the home run ball. Yeah, she had the head. She had the same fucking.
Okay, I'm done with this. Like, just take the ball.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the same fucking hairdo. It's the same fucking hairstyle. I'm telling you, it's the same demonic spirit. Pay attention to the hair. It's pink. It's blue. It's purple. No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not mad. It's their uniform. It's literally the liberal uniform of like the demons. You know, like the demons.
That's you. Of course.
Yeah, like so it's
demonic attire. Demonic attire, right?
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man, it's just like some people when you get in their prison, and I couldn't notice this before, right? When I was like really of
have said before, but now, like, there's a look that they have in their eyes, man. Like, you know, and the way that they present themselves, it just looks ungodly. Like, it literally, like, I couldn't pick it up before, but again, through time, like, they all have the same demeanor, the same disposition, the same unease, right? They're shaking, their hands are shaking, their hair is purple. You know, like, next time you guys get around, like, people who are, like, diehard with these, you know, very weird beliefs, you'll come to find that it's a consistent pattern. Like, you know, they dress a certain type of way, right? Like they you know, they may have a lot of piercings on their faces, you know, like, you know, this is like indicative of mutilation, like self-mutilation, right? Deprivation. Well, it's just a consistent thing that I noticed. They might be heavy on the mascara, you know. Yeah, black lipstick, you know, like, you know, it's.
But subjectivism is seeping into our sense of media and truth. Right? My facts matter more than yours because I react to them and I haven't heard yours.
Like, literally, it's a real thing and it's crazy.
It's tough because they're using the race. That's what it is. They're using the race to push everything to say, oh, he was a racist white guy. The same spin they were trying to push on Trump back then. They did the same thing. But the thing about it, he was a presidential candidate. Then he became president. So he had people on his back locking him down. This guy was an average person. This guy was a YouTuber, not really a YouTuber, but he went to school and did all this, and he was known. But at that, he wasn't an actual, like, president that had this protection, or would have, say, the glass, say, like the Pontiff have, or the Roman has.
Yeah, you've heard liberals and, like, you've heard people on social media talking about, oh, like, you know, we gotta take control, we gotta, okay. I mean, you know, you're pushing it. Be very careful, like, because it's really getting to that point where it's, like, very hostile between the two sides. And I don't think that you actually want to do that. Like, I don't think that they actually want to, like, have that fight. So,
yeah.
I mean, be careful what you wish for, because you might get it, and it won't be good.
Yeah, Chase, like, so, like, when I was reading the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post and the New York Times, there's only one callback that New York Times did. They said it was a shooting and not an assassination. They called it back. But yeah, all these liberal papers, also the Washington Post, you have these papers like basically saying to the American people, this person was important, this person had influence, this person was a political icon. You know, it's not just like Fox News doing a thing about, like, you know, Charlie Kirk. There's the front page of the New York Times, front page of the New York Post, front page of the Wall Street Journal, front page of the Washington Post. So obviously this person was very important. And that's why, like, I was having a lunch with a liberal friend of mine, and he said, like, why is this important? I was like, I don't know. I know Charlie Kirk, to be honest with you. I never really listened to him. But apparently he's a very important person.
Charlie Kirk built a brand, built on conservatism, because that's what he believes. You don't agree, that's fine. You don't like him, he probably came from from a very different background than you have.
That's his whole.
His whole thing is he literally speaks what he believes. It's not like he doesn't have reasons behind what he believes. He was willing to discuss it openly in public at universities to try to offset the dog shit liberal education system that a lot of universities have.
Absolutely.
And that's what he did. And then his brand exploded because he's well spoken, he's good, he's smart. And then people enjoyed it. Some people resonated listening to him, some got triggered. Whatever the case may be, he blew up and he became a big influence, and then he got assassinated. And now people who were triggered, I mean, that's what happened. He's not necessarily like a crazy he wasn't like a crazy thing. He's just a guy who built his brand, he spoke what he believed, whether you agree with him or not, and then he openly discussed it with people. That's what he did. So, I mean, you're celebrating a guy's death that does that.
recipient.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are the liberals that openly discuss their ideas and arguments?
Well, I just want to say this, that he's going to be receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously.
Really?
Posthumously, yes.
Thought he was gonna receive it like 72 hours ago.
Mother Teresa, right? Martin Luther King, Jr., right? These are the people, Rosa Parks, these are the people who have, Maya Angelou, these are the people who have received this in the past. It's a very high fucking honor. Okay? Like there's
He's the highest honor you can have as a non-military person. Hi.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the utmost. So when they talk about he's not iconic, like what the fuck is really like? You guys don't even have a fucking trophy for the honor.
I don't know how the fucking they're not getting fucking chill bumps.
Motherfuckers didn't even make the Dean's list, man. You talking about motherfuckers who ain't even make the Dean's list, and they're shitting on somebody who's getting a fucking fucking freedom. So yeah, man, you got people living in their minds.
Don't listen to these weird ass trolls, man.
In their minds, they've convinced themselves they're behind the screen and they're telling themselves that Charlie Kirk didn't do shit with his life, and they're living out of their mom's basement, paying her $50 for the light bill. What the fuck? You know, like this shit is crazy. Like, how do you guys try to diminish the honor, the legacy of somebody who you didn't even do half of what the fuck they did? At 50, what the fuck? He's 31. He's got 1,200 fucking sites, chapters throughout the U.S. What the fuck are we talking about?
Bro, it's like say somebody just went through a.
Look what they put in the chat. It's a piece of metal. That motherfucker has never gotten no type of recognition in their life. The person that said, it's just a piece of metal.
Bro,
what the fuck are we talking about?
I mean, it kind of is just a piece of metal, but it didn't.
And I behind it, bro. No, it's the Hall of Fame, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Listen. I have a big ego, so this hurts to say this, but Charlie Kirk has probably acquired more. He's probably accomplished more than everybody in this room combined. Like, effectively. I mean, and I don't even like to say that because I have a big ego, but
yeah, hey, bro, I got it.
Don't speak for me in the case.
I got 500, bro. I'm almost there though. No, I'm just joking.
I mean, it's like I don't want to like be a guy who's like coming up here and like promoting violence and stuff, but if it means getting these liberals that are wishing on a man's death out of here, shit, dude, like get them out of the country, get them out of here, man.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Chase. Like I've seen so many posts of people being outed for saying heinous things, like in public. Like there's people like in different places in government who are being fired because they said.
100%.
It's not cool to say like he deserved it or something, anything like that. And hopefully these people are being fired.
You can't do that.
Yeah, because it's not safe.
Because of this.
Half of the fucking liberals who are doing that are literally trans faggots, literally trans faggots, and then the other half are just like liberal black people who like just doesn't like him because he had opinions about like racial issues that they don't like. Fuck out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Those are the people that are like saying this shit.
Yeah, it's half of these guys.
You know the funny thing about that?
Look, I was with my
Chase,
my peoples was telling me that he was a racist, and he said this and that about black women and their.
It doesn't take a lot to be racist.
You know, and so he was saying something. They were saying, "Oh, he said black women can't do this." I was like, "Hold up, let me look at what he said." I look at it. He named women, and they happen to be black. Why they take that and flip it to say he's speaking about black women in general, but he ain't actually only speaking about these specific women. These people who aren't certified. How do you say certified? Like, you know, those people who don't have this, like I said, qualifications to fill the position. There's people who can fill these positions that'll be better for society. If we have a pilot
discriminatory.
It does put, think about it, it does put people at a disadvantage outside of my color. I'm black. It does put people outside of my color at a disadvantage when affirmative action is put in place. But it's needed. And it was needed at this time because there was a systemic issue with racism.
But hold on, Beanie, what Charlie said was, because I listened to that whole statement, not just the clip, right? He was basically saying that if the pilot is black, he would be worried because of DEI.
Right, so that's
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, but he was right in saying that, though.
Can I please finish? Thank you. I ain't cut any y'all out. Thank you. So when he said that, and I get what he's saying about DEI hires, that's not lost on me. But the point is that even with you saying that, he's acting as if those same black pilots don't have to go through the same qualifications. You have to actually go through courses, take classes, and then even pass those classes in order to qualify to be a pilot. So by the time Charlie Kirk got on that plane, there's no need for you to be worried about whether your pilot is black or white. What you should be worried about is whether or not they know how to fly that damn plane. So the fact that he even brought up race in that context,
Love the headphones. Cool headphones. Why is that Terry? So much
Oh my God. You've been there for the past 2 minutes. You made your point.
I can answer your question.
You took up the majority of that, Chase. So respectfully, I didn't disrupt you, and it's still disrespectful as fuck. I don't care how you slice it.
Okay, I can answer your question. Okay, the reason why is not because there was a different test for a black pilot. The fact that they were even giving sorry,
I didn't say there was a different test. And if y'all would have let me finish expounding on what I was talking about, I'm talking about Charlie Kirk's statement. I'm talking about his words, not my words.
We know his words. It's fine.
Let her finish, and then we can.
He interrupted him. No, we're not playing.
Are you serious, Chase? You
headphones next. Why does Terry have so much smoke for you? What did you expose about Terry Newsom about his slandering and defaming you in the comments? Is he all there in the head? Why is he posing with masked men looking men? What's Terry's deal?
We have to realize that Charlie Kirk is human, and like everyone else, we all kind of have, we can make mistakes. And I really think what he meant, but I don't think he was trying to say like, oh, black people don't know how to fly planes. I think his whole connotation was, since like we're putting everyone in there because of the color of their skin, am I gonna have to say, like for example, let's just take it from the black standpoint. Let's just put it on like the Mexican.
We need to make an assumption about it.
No, I would love to have a good conversation tonight.
We can't, because y'all keep interrupting everybody that speaks against your opinion. We can't have a conversation.
Let's do it accurately.
But Summer done.
We tried to, but y'all don't want to talk.
Let Summer finish though, so we can get to the next.
Say like black people don't know how to fly a plane. That's not what he was trying to say. He was trying to say, since DEI is just pushing black people or whoever else into these positions, well, I have to second guess. Like, does this person know how to do their job, or were they pushed in this position because they're trying to like put like slot holders because of their race? I think that's what he's trying to say, and I think that's what everybody is missing. Because put Charlie Kirk aside, and like DEI was like, let's say DEI was just pushing Indian people in there, and I, as a black woman, is like, wait a minute. So am I gonna have to second guess this Indian man knows how to fly a plane because they're trying to like push Indian people?
I mean, I can give you a perfect example. Like one of our, I'm not gonna name names, but one of our current justices is unable to say what is a woman. I mean, how is that person a Supreme Court justice? But they are because President Biden.
hire a black woman. You know, he said straight up from the very beginning, before he even read one fucking resume, fucking, I'm hiring a black motherfucker. And to the point of what she was talking about, Sheila Jackson went on the podium and said, I got into affirmative action through the door, but I exited the back door with like my own merit, my own shit, like my own hustle. I had to put in the work. Like she literally said this with her own words, and that's how I'm saying, like, y'all didn't see the whole clip because he played it right after he said what he said. Right after he said what he said, he did run the clip, and then Sheila Jackson is on the podium being heard to. She said, like, listen, I got in because I was a black woman. She verbatim, I got in because. And beyond that, bro, like I've gotten jobs because I was black. What the fuck they had to fit diversity quotas? What the fuck are we talking about, man? So yeah, like but I mean I got college degrees, right? But I can't tell you that I didn't beat another equally qualified person, right? Because you know I leaned in at the finish line with my black skin. You see what I'm saying? Like we both have college degrees. You got a quarter to meet. He's white. I'm black. You got 50 50 white people already here. Not one single black person. Who the fuck are you gonna hire?
And on that too, he was responding to somebody else that was talking to him. So again, like it's not like he said, "Oh, well, he's black, so therefore I'm not fucking." He was asked the question. He responded his opinion, right? That's what he does. That's his business. He fucking answers questions openly and discusses things openly. Do you guys not understand that? That's number one. Number two, it's not like he. It's not like he fucking like said like, yeah, well because they're black, like you know I don't want a pilot. No, he was talking about a specific political issue. You fucking morons. Number three, even if he did say, yeah, I don't want to fly. Like I don't want to be a pilot. You know, I don't want a black pilot. Like I don't want one. Like I think I don't feel comfortable with that. So fucking what? Even if he did say that.
Well, I don't want a fucking black pilot and I'm fucking black.
That is his opinion. You guys need to down in the room.
Yeah, but Chase is fucking.
What you guys need to do is you guys need to grow the fuck up. You're an adult. And you need to just stop getting offended by every little person that says something that you don't like. Be an adult. That's what adults do.
I think that's why the most high is killing people because people are craving. Not playing with y'all. He
shouldn't say that.
He said if it's evil in the city, then you must
okay, you shouldn't say that. That's not appropriate.
God says these
Now
things.
you want to play this karmic energy thing? Okay.
That's what he says. Read the Bible.
Okay. So all the black people who were enslaved in America, that was their karma, right? They deserved it. George Floyd.
Okay, if you read the Bible, it actually says that. Yes, it does. Because it's a question of God. That's what it says. Yes.
Just like
Read the Bible. That's what it says.
Wait a second. So you saying that the reason why black people are fucked up today all over the planet is because of their karma?
Do you read the Bible?
No, I'm just asking you.
He just asked the question. This is what the man, I don't know who said it.
No, I'm asking you. Listen, I'm asking you right now in this moment. Black people are fucked up because they deserve it.
That's what she thinks, yeah.
Okay, if we go based on the Bible, like we said, we read the Bible. The Most High God said,
She has her own opinion, and that means she deserves to get shut.
No.
That's what it says.
She got an opinion. Does she deserve to get a bullet to the throat?
No, nobody deserves any.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
What
You just asked the question. If you read it, it ain't like
what you need to do.
No. I respect your answer. I was saying all that to say, just because I may disagree, that doesn't mean you gotta die for it. Or if you do die, I don't need to celebrate your death just because you had a different perspective. You see what I'm saying? This is what the godless, and that's what I call them, y'all. I call them the godless. The godless don't seem to comprehend that.
Yeah, but the thing about it is this. Like, I'm gonna draw, you guys supposed to be a bunch of Christians. You don't hear about the flow. It's a black and this person and carrying it on.
Not a Haitian.
I'm just using the Bible too. If you read it, it's in there. If you like, wait a minute, the Bible ain't there. If you really never know that. My brother
that way, yeah.
Passage.
Hold on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
Bring it up
all.
somewhere, man. I can bring it
I
up.
just said being an
Wait, did you say like did you say you don't want to F with these black mother effers? Is that what you said?
I always knew that I was fuck with them. Because I'm totally like different from them. So I know that.
Hold on. I have the passage, right? So it's basically an interpretation of Genesis 9, verse 22-27, when God cursed the Canaan, I think. And I guess black people were the descendants of the Canaanites. So I think that's what, was interpreted.
Sir, why don't you do a debate with Mark Rice or Maxis and prove how much of a patriot you are? I can moderate an extra clubhouse for you, because why does anyone keep accusing you of being an FBI informant, a Republican Democrat fraud and liar?
So he cursed Ham's son, and basically it was like, we are like the lineage of Ham's son. So it was like that interpretation that was like skewed. But I don't think in the Bible it's like explicitly said that, black people are cursed.
Okay, I wasn't talking, I know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about the Canaanites, that's in Genesis. I'm talking about when you read the book of Deuteronomy, he said, I put before you blessings and curses, life and death. Choose life so that you and your seed may live. He said, if you do all these things, he said, all these blessings will come upon you and overtake you. But he said, if you do these things, all these curses will come upon you. Right? He said, I have chosen you, like he's telling you, I chose you because you're a peculiar people. He said, because you didn't obey me, he said, I will punish you for your sins. He tells you you'll go into slavery. He said, you will serve them for all your wants and needs. For hunger and thirst. He said, another nation, Deuteronomy 28. He said, another nation from far will come and take you and bring you into slavery. He said, they will have no regard for the young or the old. He said, it's a whole, if you could just read the whole thing.
Talking about black people, though.
Well, I just want to say something. I was on the radio in America. Yesterday, I just came back from Zimbabwe. Simone?
The big mouth, the clown.
Alright, so we're gonna do it one at a time. And that's how we're gonna do this. We're not about to yell over each other.
Yeah, get the blacks under control.
Okay, let me say this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, get us under control, but that most times it's gonna continue to kill y'all. But the thing about this is, I just came back from South Africa yesterday, and I was in Zimbabwe all the way about.
Why don't you debate?
Yeah, I don't have time for that. She can get the fuck out of here.
He said some wild stuff right there. She was
No,
I kicked her out. Yeah.
Basically.
What she talking?
Yeah, she was implying that that she wished more.
Yeah.
Take the Most High taking out more. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't get that reference too. I'm trying to eat chicken.
I'm reference to talking about. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. And that's that doctrine that leads people like super well.
Oh, what a loser.
Yeah, I don't have time for that. Yeah, you don't hear white people saying like that about black people. You don't hear none of that.
Wait, but hold on. In all fairness, though, hate speech is still free speech.
Correct.
Yes. I'm just saying.
Y'all are sis for her. I mean, y'all going against what Charlie Kirk.
No. I didn't want to hear her anymore. I decided with my own free will to kick her out because I'm.
No, I got you. I'm just simply saying that. I got you. I get your point.
She was inciting violence by saying that's why you guys are gonna keep getting killed. That's inciting.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I just didn't want to hear that lady anymore. So she's out. She's gone.
And what's even a woman?
Gonna take more of you guys out. That's how the Most High is gonna take more of you guys out. Yeah, that's crazy. And she's speaking in reference to what happened to Charlie. So yeah, it's not gonna be crazy.
Yeah, she can get out of here.
Oh, go life.
Oh, Haitian, what I was saying before her is like he was in support of what happened to him.
said
completely out of context. He talks about.
No, we're not. He said he's okay with deaths being had as long, you know.
Right. No, I know the part you're talking about.
In favor of his.
You're talking about when he said that he thinks that some deaths are worth it.
Yeah. So he's worth it in the end. Yeah, you're worth it. Your life ain't better than theirs. So
That's not what he said.
That is.
Yeah, no. But
his life was worth it. His life was
let's
worth it.
listen to what's being said now.
So why don't you do with the papers, my brother, and access to proof how much of the paper you
I see to that point because
why does everyone keep accusing me of being an FBI family, a Republican, Democrat, fraud, and liar?
I can't be a shooter and scared to get shot.
Hold on, the thing is, when he made that assertion,
You should be ashamed of yourself.
well, it sounded like he didn't know that could have been impacted to his life. You know? Like, just being fair now, I gotta be fair. As much as I like Charlie Kirk, he's not God, bro. He's not God.
Violent criminals, not
He was talking about. He was talking
No,
about.
to be fair, okay, what he's talking about is the fact that every day 2,739 people are saved by guns. Let's focus on that. So if and that's like 1 million people a year are saved by guns or stop crime because of guns. So if we have to balance that with I think it's, I forget the number, how many gun deaths there are each year. Yes, some people are going to die because of gun violence, but when we balance the first, that's what we get. Now, people also drive their cars in millions of miles each year, and 40,000 people die from car accidents each year. And sometimes the people who say, yes, I like having a car and it's essential to my business, also get killed from driving in a car. It is not a hypocritical statement.
It's just all you're trying to do. All you're trying to do is explain to idiots how it works.
If you get in a car accident,
It's crazy that we have to do that, though. Like, it's crazy that we have to break it down like that for you guys.
it's the yin and yang. You can't have one side without having the other side.
It wasn't hypocrisy, it was irony, bro. It was the wild ass irony of that. I get what you're saying. But again, he stood on that shit, bro. He stood on it. The difference is, so then he said, hey, this is what. If you were to tell him that was something would have been a possibility, which we all know that's a possibility for any one of us in this room, right? Right. And mass shooters are running around this bitch.
Right. Yeah. You said, I got you. I was like, what is the difference? Hold on. I want to hear Alan. Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is quick. Not every car accident is the person's fault. Sometimes you're just driving along and some immigrant from India and Nepal driving a truck who doesn't speak English tries to make a U-turn on the freeway and an innocent family plows into the truck and it kills the entire family. But it can also be a white teen drunk driver also. That's right. You're right.
All right, let's go around the room and come up with every possibility.
The white teen drunk driver is a very small percentage when it comes to motor vehicle.
People use cars to actually kill people as well, intentionally. People use
It's following a fish can actually read it.
Dude, a lot of drivers that drive drunk and kill families.
Okay, I don't know who you're hanging out with, but apparently, you should not.
Well, they have mothers against drunk driving for a reason, brother. That's what I'm
no offense, by the way, no offense.
Yeah, no, there's mothers against drunk driving. They call it MAD, right? Because that shit was like through the roof. Like, far as drunk drivers, and a lot of them were teens and drinking and driving and shit. Like, most older aged adults are not drinking and driving, to be honest with you. It's the younger people that's doing this shit.
But people also use cars to actually kill people. I mean, do really bad things to other people with cars intentionally. So you also have to look at cars are
she's saying that the purpose of a car is not the same as, you know, like, a gun is a purpose.
For the record, cars don't kill people. People kill people.
Guns don't kill people either. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's the bullets.
That's my point.
It's the person.
It's a kinetic force.
What I'm saying is I'm purchasing this gun to do said thing. I'm not purchasing a car to run somebody over.
Okay, well, let's take it all the way back to the mother that birthed the person that shot them. We need to blame all the women. Let's take it all the way back. It's women that birthed. You might as well blame the father for not pulling out, because okay, well, then we're talking. Yeah, he could have pulled out. Yeah, he wanted another side of it, so yeah, that's his fault. Fuck.
Their fault.
Could we give his dad some recommendation,
You know, that's right.
praise
I'm sorry, I
for
agree.
teaching his son a good shot? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I changed my mind. I agree with the people who want stricter gun laws, because when I failed that test in 8th grade, I didn't fail the test, it was the pencil that failed the test. It's the pencil's fault that I failed that test, and we have to have more restrictions on pencils.
The same people that have stricter gun laws.
Nobody needs a fully automatic pencil.
No, not at all.
Thanks, Dave.
They don't need those racing cops. They don't need the
Access to a fully automatic pencil. Okay, and they haven't since the 1940s, when gangsters and the mafia were mowing people down with Tommy guns and other automatic weapons. So under very, 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 very strict regulations, are people even allowed to own them? And as of right now, you can still own it if it's grandfathered in, but if you want an automatic, what is it, M1, you have to buy the tax stamp, the ATF stamp, which at a minimum costs, and this is about 10 years ago, $20,000 just to get the permit to own that gun. And then you gotta find somebody who will sell it to you. So it is highly restricted. Nobody owns an automatic gun or an automatic pencil.
Yeah, but the legal
Or you just get paper for it.
where you get a switch?
So for the record, can I ask, with all due respect, I don't understand handguns. I don't understand like automatic guns or any of that stuff. Like, what is
on the record, David?
So what is it? But what is the purpose though? I don't understand. Is it just hunting? Is that the whole reason for having these?
We like to
It's actually
real fast.
The purpose is deterrent, right? There are people in this world, right?
Yeah, but you can have like a pistol and be a deterrent.
Let me finish, brother. There are people in this world, right, who are fucked up bad guys, right? If they know that you are in a house and you have absolutely no firearm to protect you, them and a few of their buddies, right, it's going to be like 6 of them, they're going to be emboldened to go in there, fuck your wife, kill your dog, or maybe fuck your dog and kill your wife. You get the whole point? Like the minds are one. So there's a reason why they go into schools to shoot that shit up. It is one of the most vulnerable locations, right? It's like ice cream.
I get that.
Nobody in here has a gun, man.
I get that, but with all due respect.
Fuck this shit.
But with all due respect, why do you need like why do you need a semi-automatic weapon to do that?
That's what I'm telling you. Because if 6 people come to your house and each of them have guns, you're fucked. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that's going to give you a spit in the ocean chance is if you have something like a fucking rifle or some shit.
I disagree with you. I 1000% disagree with you.
Okay, all right, so you're 6 wait, hold on. You disagree. Me and 5 other buddies, we know that there are no fucking rifles allowed, right? You're a homeowner. You're a law-abiding citizen. We each have handguns. We're coming into your house. What the fuck are you gonna do to stop us?
Put his transgender wig on.
Yeah, that's all the fuck you gonna do, man. And suck our dicks.
That's not the point.
Very slowly.
That's not the point.
Listen, hey, you're gonna suck our dicks very slowly, one by one. There's not a
Very detailed. I'm wondering why you
I'm just saying, you might. Listen, you might.
Okay, with all their, like, nobody's gonna ask.
Me and my 5 other friends might enjoy it as well. You know, I'm just saying. But in this hypothetical, it's just to make you think, brother. Not everybody's a nice guy like you, man.
Even I wouldn't have a gun. Okay. The point is, there's no gun necessary for this altercation, right? Like, if you think about it, like, what you're doing is obviously illegal, right? You're breaking into somebody's house. That's illegal, right? So
The police are reactionary.
Yeah, but
the police are reactionary. They come after the fact.
Yeah, man. You
wait till you get shot.
Yeah, David, PTR, look at my PTR. This is for strictly home defense. Home defense.
He's looking. He's a good guy, you know. He's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He's looking at it, you know, like that's wrong, bro. There's fucked up people in the world, bro. That's what you're not getting that part. They're not gonna do the right thing. They're gonna do some fucked up shit.
Look at that.
the answer is not to have a gun.
Yes, it is.
You know, criminals come with guns. It's the
What's the answer? What's the answer?
First of all, like, if you were going to come to my place, right, with a gun, hopefully I would call the police, and then they would come. Yeah, so, like, what's the issue?
Do you live in America?
You're gonna call the police out.
Yes, I live in New York.
So you're telling me that if I come to your house with a semi-automatic gun, right, you're gonna just sit there and be like, hold on, don't do nothing.
But what does that person do? You
don't have the right to tell criminals what they're doing with their guns. You just have to get your gun to protect yourself.
Maybe you're hanging out with the wrong people. You're all criminals, so maybe you should deserve to get shot. I mean, you're hanging out with criminals and shit. Like, you know, you're playing with all deserve to get fired. If you're hanging out with a bunch of people that have guns and they're all criminals, then hey, you know, you're just setting yourself up to get shot. I mean, you have to be real.
I have a lot of guns. I'm not a criminal.
Yeah, but
for the record, like,
robbed randomly. They're criminals and they deserve to get shot. Just people just get robbed, right? And that happens just on occasion, right? And what could you do about that?
Go ahead.
Whatever they want and walk away because you don't. It's not worth your time. Don't get shot here.
Whenever this is going down. So you're hanging out with these criminals. This is breaks into your house, hold you down. You have to call them.
For the record, so like I'm supposed to kill somebody? No, that's terrible.
You don't like the way I communicate. You don't like the way I use my cell phone. You want a cell phone? You don't file for unemployment insurance.
That is mean. I don't call anybody.
Responsibility for the system we created.
Can we give Alan the mic?
This shit doesn't happen where I live at all.
Thank you, because my reception is sketchy. I think, David, maybe you're trying to, bring out some points. But yeah, first of all, before I forget, what the Haitian, which you also forgot, is the fact that breaking in, the criminal is going to miss, and you're going to miss. So that's the first part. That's why people have 10-round clips, 15-round clips, because you may shoot off 5, 6, 7 shots. Only 1 or 2 of them might hit the target if somebody's breaking in. Second thing is, let's say, since we're doing hypothetical, let's say it takes 1 minute for the criminal to break into your house. What are the average police times where you live? If you're in a rural area, the police are 10 miles away maybe. If you're in the city, what are the police response times for your particular neighborhood? It may take them 10 minutes to get there. So what are you going to do? I mean, what's a person to do? Oh, geez, yeah, I know you want to do some crazy shit there, and my wife is looking really good to you. But could you wait a second while I call the police so they can come and stop you before you harm me? No, it ain't going to happen. If you want a comical argument on this, watch Bill Burr and all of his routines about buying a gun. He has a whole routine about a psycho breaking into your house with a sickle and attacking you. So it's hilarious. But yeah, I get your point, David. And ultimately, you don't want to kill anybody. If somebody wants to kill you, you cannot reason with them. They intend to.
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Watch the movie 3 O'Clock High. It answers that philosophical question perfectly.
I have a real quick question about the movie. Hang on, real quick question about the movie. Is it 3 o'clock and you want us to watch it while we're high, or is the name of the movie 3 o'clock high?
No, it's about a guy, an average geek, who pisses off a bully, and the bully says, at 3 o'clock, you and I are going to fight.
Oh, that's a great movie. I remember that movie.
Yeah. And the geek does everything in his power to negotiate out of it. He even tries to get school security, and this bully is bigger than school security.
And let's not spoil it. Don't spoil the end of the movie, by the way.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great movie. Anyways, David, you wanted to ask me?
I'm sorry. What was your point? I'm saying like.
No, my point was if somebody intends to do you harm, you cannot negotiate your way out of it. I mean, it's just as a general rule, I'm there. I want to rob you. I want to kill you because I like killing people. That's it.
Is that a confession?
Yeah, like I would say, like first of all, like
okay.
I don't like. Obviously, I don't like hurting people. I don't like.
I know. So do you?
I don't like using the K word. I don't like doing bad things to people. So like my point is, there's a rush adjustment. Like I was in another room earlier today where a lot of people was like kill. And I'm like, no, it's not that. I mean, let's just calm down. But for some reason, because of what happened with Charlie, there's a lot of people that feel like that killing is the right way to engage in that situation. But like, no, that's not that way. So yeah, this is my part.
So what do you celebrating their man? Yeah, that's what you're talking.
So what do you think the punishment should be?
I mean, he will go through the court of justice and like.
This is absolutely true of Gordon. When in the dialogue, she writes, to know everything noble is certainly a perfection.
Yeah, man. Listen, there's gonna be copycats that think that it's cool to kill little children.
White men and women are one from the world.
That's exactly my.
What the fuck you think this is? What the fuck are we in? Like,
with all due respect.
No, we're not in your.
We're in the stage of history where
With all due respect,
it's not a mystery anymore.
we have an emergency justice.
What do you think the American justice system did?
Did we ever figure out if that was a true motive? Did we ever figure out if that was the motive? He didn't like what he had to say.
I can answer your question. We won't do it to court because
before you try to answer.
I'm going to answer your question.
You can't answer a question I didn't finish asking. The question was, did we ever figure out what the motive of the shooter was? Was it necessarily he didn't like Mr. Kirk? Or it could have been mental illness, he just over there screwing around and he
Again, I can answer you. Question.
Mental illness or not, he should be made an example of.
I am. See, I'm gonna give you a bean right now, because this is how much I believe in equal expression, right? I'm gonna make you a mod. No, I'm gonna make a mod because we need to have balance, right? There ain't no sensitive happening, you know what I'm saying? You go ahead and rock out. And you go ahead and bring a different perspective, a different point of view. A different perspective. I just think that the conversation, if we're going to have it, I'm just asking if we're going to have the conversation.
So they don't know yet. They don't know yet, and that's supposed to all come out.
And that's okay to say.
I am finished. I was
answering your question.
Thank you for the clarification of that we don't know yet.
They don't know he's. Hold on, let me finish, please. So he's obviously from a Republican family. He's nonpartisan. Yes, he is. He's nonpartisan apparently. So we really don't know. And the way it's looking is whatever it is. A lot of these kids, a lot of people, I must say, both Republicans and Democrats didn't like Charlie Kirk for a lot of reasons. So I'm just saying. So this should not be political at this point. And however they're going to come out, let me finish. However they come out with the information, I mean, I am concerned whether or not it's going to be slanted. I do. And at the end of the day, it's this young generation that I'm more worried about. I think it's a generational problem. I'll be straight.
And using representation prior.
I think this next generation, when they go to school, they put their hands over they're going to learn to put their hands over the rise. That's what they're going to learn to do.
No, we do not know why he was shot. There were a lot of people that don't like him. There's a lot of people that don't like Candace Owens. That ain't nobody shot him. We do know. Excuse me. I ain't speaking.
We can kind of narrow down why they did it, though. Why he did it.
Don't get shut off the stage. Just hold on a second. You can go back to popcorn. You can have it. I just say, if we don't have an honest conversation, just true. Just go ahead and say we don't know the motive. He could just be some lonely kid that was bored one day and did some bullshit.
He decided to
shoot some know the motive.
We're hearing lawful people telling us.
We can't talk about that. What we can talk about is gun violence. Somebody
we can't talk about evidence that's around that.
I think it's pretty clear the motives at this point.
You don't think we can narrow down why he chose to particularly Charlie?
We all are on the case, so no, you can't.
Everything else is very clear.
You can't balance
a Republican who thinks Charlie Kirk isn't Republican enough.
Guys,
it's not a policy, it's all.
I went to school to learn it.
He was a future president, bro. He was a future president.
I know it was it. I mean, nice try though.
Okay, go ahead, Shy. Shy's the one that's asked nicely to talk, so go ahead, Shy. Thank you. That was very respectful.
Thank you. There's only but so many sides this guy can land on, and if you gather up the evidence that we have thus far, and that shortens it down to possibly center left or on the left. The reason why he could be a Groyper, which is basically someone on the doesn't add up together. So the only thing they can do is just like more than that. I don't understand why it's so hard for the left to admit that this more than likely on their side, more than likely aligns with their views. That isn't to say that all of them. Yeah, it's not to say that all of them are capable of doing such things.
But that is not true.
Can I go after Alan? Can I go after Alan?
Quiet down, it's gonna go Alan, Terry, and Fred. Please let them finish their complete points. Shire, you done?
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason why it's so hard for them to admit it is because they are desperately afraid of the fallout from this, and they want to do everything they can to deny their responsibility for this and the other, and the last 10 years of them demonizing the right and calling for violence against the right. Look what, someone, I forgot about this. Look at what happened with all the Tesla dealerships. Elon Musk says, you know what, I'm going to support Trump. And people start firebombing Tesla dealerships, and people are like attacking Teslas and scratching Teslas. This is the standard operating procedure of the left, and now the chickens have come home to roost, and some 22-year-old who engraved, as you pointed out, pro-furries, which is part of the trans movement, memes in the bullet casing, pro-Antifa messages in the bullet casings, has seen riding, it looks like he's riding a Trump horse, anti-Trump messages, pro-leftist things, and it's now come out that his roommate, who was a furry and was transitioning to a woman, that they were lovers. I haven't seen the report, but they were at minimum roommates. And the left keeps saying, like I am, or whatever her name was, kept saying, oh no, but we really don't know. Oh no, he was a groiper. Oh no, his whole family was Republican and MAGA, so he must have been. They're squirming around in their seats because they know this is their assassination, and middle America, modern America knows it. And the fallout from this, I'm calling this the JFK assassination of this generation, and it will have repercussions that don't bode well for the Democratic Party. Period. I'm done. Thanks. Sorry.
True. That's definitely true.
No other incident has the Democratic Party more shown their hand.
Go ahead, Terry.
I wanted to agree with everything that Alan said. We got robbed of a future president, a potential future president. I'm afraid that now you can't say shit anymore, and the freedom of speech I feel like is under attack. And I think a lot of the Democrats are definitely scared because of what could happen because of all the years and years of demonizing the right. I just think it's a really, really fucked up time right now. And most likely, he 100%, 80% that he was a lefty. All those years and years of being brainwashed and being told that the right is fascist, the white supremacist, all this fucking extra bullshit, it really brainwashed people. And we're not going to be able to say anything. It's just fucking crazy, man.
Somebody who was really deep in it. It was, it was like furry trans stuff. Where when you get deep into it, that's where your brain starts working that way. It physically changes into thinking that way, and it's diametrically opposed to, how people think.
I don't doubt that he probably think he did something right. And I mean, it's because they brainwash you so much to think that, you're fighting fascists. That's why they're so determined to just follow through and do and say whatever they want to the to the right.
Yeah, the rhetoric they've been using, like the rhetoric they've been using on the like prior to this event with Charlie, the rhetoric, kicked the shit out of him. Excuse my language. Punch him in the face. I would punch them. They are actually talking about violence, acts of violence that they are talking about they would do. You cannot tell me that they are not pushing the narrative to people to be violent.
100%.
All right, now free go. Go ahead, free.
Appreciate you. Everyone, and not to sound like check with them all on the same page, which I think is just obvious at this point. They're doing everything they can to distance themselves, and the main reason being that shit bothers all of us. Not only they don't want to be accountable, yes, if you're accountable, you have to, make the right amends. But that's the thing, they don't want to. They want to further this, meaning that I don't even think it's cognizant. I think the fact that they don't want to take accountability for this because they want to be looked at as bad guys, that's one thing. And then, of course, it enables other people to do it. When you celebrate this type of stuff, we know celebrity celebration. That means that you typically want more of what you're celebrating, right? Because people want to kind of be celebrated, and they want to do celebratory things. And if we're saying that you're taking out the people who are supposedly harmful in our society, then you're likely going to get more activists doing such a thing, people acting on this. So, of course, like Alan said, the Tesla attacks, the Trump supporter attacks, the healthcare attacks, the political attacks, the ICE attacks. I mean, we can go on about all the things the left did, not even talking about the BLM shit and the other Antifa shit. So this party has been a force of violence and intimidation for the longest. Doxing people, exactly. All the last 5 years, 10 years, doxing people, council culture, and council culture. Like the whole idea of doxing someone is not just to get them fired, which is of course part of it because you at least want something, but it's also to provoke one of the loons in your party to carry out the actual threats, to carry out deleting somebody. Why would you need a person's home address and schedules and relatives because they said something that you don't like online? You want somebody in your party to actually go and do something to them, and now we having that being full fleshed out, and these people feel like they're our heroes, which goes into the celebration thing. These people feel like this is a good guy. So of course, when Luigi did it to the healthcare guy, all the memes about him being a good guy. So this could be the same thing with this Tyler Robinson, which we'll probably see soon enough in the next few days of people getting shirts and stuff like that, to praise this guy. So the bottom line is that we're in a dangerous state based on the left. So and people who supposedly center or left don't want to look at it for that reason because they don't want to be held accountable, and worse off, they don't want to change, which means we're going to get more of this. That's all I'm saying.
Their reality is imposed, is based on lies. So their communication is always based on manipulation.
Yeah, bro, it's like somebody coming and telling you, wouldn't you want to get rid of all the people that are pressing you from all the fascists and crazy people? And then the guy goes, yeah, we need to get him. And he thinks he's doing something fucking right.
Yeah, because they blame their problems on the right. Or the current state of affairs. Their morality is based on changing the government to be the way they want it, so they're willing to do whatever they see it as life or death.
Yep. And scary thing is, people like us would be silent because they're so loud and trying to cancel anyone that's opposing that.
Yeah. Because they control so many institutions, so much ideological capture, the most powerful people in these institutions are trapped, they have golden handcuffs. They have to entertain their every whim or else they just throw a tantrum, and then what can you do? It's like Stalinism, all the people on your Instagrams, all the, everybody apologizing now. They're trying to do damage control. They won't take their L. It's not a mystery. It's black and white.
Yeah, bro. bro. I saw people like making videos about saying how sad it is that he passed away. That I would have never thought that somebody like that would have ever said anything like that about Charlie Kirk. It's 100% damage control because they realized they fucked up. Like you can't just keep doing this and expecting.
Oh, well, some people are saying that. Yeah, the few people I've seen, they're trying to they make excuses because they're trying to defend their position. And this is really, it's kind of like it shows where it's really an extreme phenomenon, right? This guy, like, he's a furry. He's got memes, video game memes on his bullet. It's like, this is really where things end up. This is where things end up is when traditional values don't have, when you don't account for realities.
If he wants to be a furry, that's none of this.
Yeah, no. But it shows someone who, really got into pornography.
Hey, but what do you think about, say, these people who are
with all due respect, that's none of our business. If somebody wants to be in pornography,
no judgment, I guess.
Yeah, but none of those things I think are an indicator at all about his actions. When you look at him, he really does. To me, he looks like he's sick. Like something is like really off.
We shouldn't pass judgment without knowing the.
Yeah, no judgment. I personally think if he had a gym membership, if he were, studying ancient history, he wouldn't turn out this way. But
I think we should wait to hear. Obviously he's going to appear in court, and we can wait on that situation.
Yeah.
We should not. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I hear what you guys are saying. I'm sorry, brother. I got you. Let me just say this real quick. I'll let you take over, brother. I would say it's tough for me to see how they cannot see where he got this from. His family at home is a staunch Republican family, right? We agree. He went to college. What's going on in the colleges right now? Where a lot of kids going and coming back more radicalized? Has there been problems with parents telling people that their kids are going to college, becoming super radicalized? Is there black parents doing the same thing? Say, yo, my son went to college and he's coming back racist. This is what is being presented to our society. And when we see things happen like this, we know where it's coming from. We cannot say, oh, we don't know what, If we see on TV that a lot of people from the left are saying, fascist, he's a fascist, he's a fascist, he's a fascist. He writes a bullet, he engraves on the casing, fascist. He kills him with a different bullet. They find on one of the bullets that say fascist. What is his belief? What do you believe that this person is? They got bullets on it. When people write on bullets, it's intended for someone. And it's intended to have a meaning. So he meant what he wrote. And they understood what he wrote because it's all based off this new stuff going on with the internet memes and all that stuff. And he was young. So he grew up around this whole realization of people who think different from you. So he was raised being indoctrinated. And then he grew up to fulfill what he was taught. He did a good thing for what he was taught, but he was wicked for doing it.
Yeah, bro, it's like whenever our parents would say, don't fall with the wrong crowd, right? He fell into the wrong crowd and he listened to the wrong people.
Agree. Like, that's the thing about it, which really baffles me when you listen to the media and how the left don't believe that radicalizing people. Like, we didn't have this issue over a decade ago. We didn't. Like, people had their own positions, people talked it out, and just moved on back to life. But now people are showing up in houses, stalking them, like I said, doxing, all this other crazy shit. We are in a vastly different society. Let alone in my lifetime, let alone all of American history to where we've gotten this extreme. So they're totally negligent of the effects of their rhetoric. They really are. They won't stop it. They won't turn it away. And so the whole thing about the Fuentes and the worker shit and all this bull is every attempt to detach this from them. That's all. It can't possibly be them. It has to be something else. But all the evidence is just that. So these conversations just kills me. And I'll end on this because you're trying to talk to people to get them to see it. And like I said, they'll do everything in their power not to see it because they're just as radical. They're radicalized just like him. They cannot see past their own lives.
Their own pockets, too. Don't forget that, brother.
And the crazy thing, like I said before, people like us are silent because we don't want to get involved in it because they would get messy and do all that crazy shit. But at this point, it's like you can't not say something about this shit.
I have a unique take. I think Charlie was a moderate radical.
A moderate radical. Based on what?
I think there's like this new phenomenon. There's a new phenomenon. It's like a digestible radical. I believe Charlie was a digestible radical. Yeah, I think that's what he was. He wasn't. He poses as a moderate. He frames himself as a moderate, and it's a common phenomenon nowadays. With hard.
Can you define radical? What does it mean?
Can you define a moderate radical for me and why?
Yeah, so radical in the sense of unwavering, right? So in a sense, facts do not change your opinion. I would consider you radical. You are unwavering, you are unfaltering, you stick by your judgment, regardless if the facts change. You will find new facts.
So, in your opinion, what should do with people that are unwavering?
We shouldn't do anything to anyone. That's an opinion.
Well, isn't.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't shoot them. I think the problem is.
Well, that's apparently it seems like the easy way to make the situation go away. Apparently.
What do you think he was radical about? Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to know too. Like, what is it that is moderately radical to you?
So, again, I go to me, a radical is an individual who picks an opinion and regardless of the information he receives, he doesn't try to reconfigure his perspective. He finds new figures to reconvene and then still pose his.
Can I ask you, like, do you think, like, the Minister of England is, based on what you're saying?
No, the issue is when you're part of an organization, so for example.
Are you saying no, he's not a radical? You're saying no, he's not a radical. Based on what?
I'm answering the question. So when you're employed by the Democrats or you're employed by the Republicans on an official basis, I don't know if Charlie was Charlie an official?
I was talking about the Prime Minister of England.
Right, well, I'm just asking, was Charlie officially a Republican in the sense of was he employed by the Republican?
Well, I'm asking about the Prime Minister. Do you think, like, when he's... Do you think, his...
I have to be consistent, so I'm asking, this will help me answer your question. I can answer based on if Charlie was an official employed, was he employed by the Republican Party, is my question.
I'm not sure about that, but a lot of his views and points did kind of align with them.
Right.
In my opinion.
The reason why I say that is because when you have a contractual obligation to a particular party, then you know being unwavering is part of your contractual obligation.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm very upset about Charlie Kirk's murder. And I think that the Constitution is very relevant because in a court of law, you have to use the law. And these are pre-written documents. So to think that the government and lawyers won't use them in defense or prosecution is ridiculous. And these seem to be sacrosanct, but I would say that Charlie is a good example why we should come together at this difficult time to completely wipe out all common sense and history of law and just go with whatever radical Democrat, liberal, socialist, Marxist, transgendered, feminist terrorists.
If I do this, then he might do.
Question. He simply said, he said, Charlie Kirk said, I didn't say that. I didn't say I want to abolish the civil rights movement. Charlie Kirk looked down at this black child and put his finger in that black child's face and said, I said it was a mistake. And then he walked off. So this man was an rabid, suspected white supremacist, anti-black person who had an agenda, and that was to stoke racial elements to the next generation of white children in this country, and then hopefully he could stoke it around the world. But his emphasis was on America and the American Negro. He despised the American Negro. And so they want this race war, and they were hoping that Charlie Kirk's assassination would stoke a race war in this country. They've been vying for it, they've been desiring it, and every little bit that they can push towards that happening, they're doing their best to do so.
I have to agree with that, but go ahead, Steph, were you next?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if I could get one second, one statement I just wanted to make, and when the brother was speaking, it made me think about bullies, and all of us have went through grade school and high school and all that good stuff, and if you never encountered a bully and you never knew a bully, good for you. But unfortunately, I'm all too familiar in elementary school, middle school, but when I got to high school, I recall very vividly this one bully wanted to come, for whatever reason, target me. And I'm going to tell you that was the last day that I was bullied, when I beat her motherfucking ass. I'm done speaking.
You beat her up? Yeah, I get it. And so you're right. That's like a stop. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's it twice.
Well, not only just her, but everybody else, right? So what Brother was saying about violence, see, I'm not a big proponent of violence either. However, if someone is charging at you with a knife, you better shoot them. See, it's about us responding in a way in which it thwarts any further threat.
I mean, but now listen, I agree, right? Meaning that I don't think we have the time. Hold on for a second. Go ahead. The floor is open. I'll be back.
Have to be up high enough. The brother just gave you the numbers. It's only 40 million. You ain't ready for no war. We got to think further out. Multiply yourself by 5 and start making some babies. We was at one point in time, your grandmother was having 13 children, 12 kids. Nope, mine's got 8 kids.
It took 9 months, and she had to have 6 weeks to recover, and then go back into that. Everybody on that show.
Start fucking. Everybody, get somebody. Make love, not war.
Just say you're trying to get some ass. Just say you're trying to get some ass. That's all I got.
That's about it, man. Think it's fucking gang ass.
I think making machines is the answer. Maybe fun, but I don't think that's even.
The brother gave you the numbers. The numbers are
Okay, yeah, I know, I get it, but what were the big changes to add?
I would say the short term is education. I think before we make relevant decisions, I think it's very irresponsible of any black man as a leader to talk to a group and talk about violence, putting everybody in threat, knowing that he has no ability to defend nobody on this call. If the people snatch everybody up today and put them in the bitter prison, this person who's speaking this has no ability to come get you out of the situation or no other power. So it's just talking. And it's irrelevant because it has no meaning if you don't have no power to implement. So when you're talking about the death
because you're speaking from ignorance. Now, when we speak about the change on short term, we need to know what's going on. How did we get in this situation? First stage is we got put in slavery and colonialism through an issuing by a church. The Catholic Church issued the Papal Bull Doctrine. The Papal Bull Doctrine delegated authority to certain European powers to go out, colonize, and enslave people. These same people are holding us today under the same delegation of authority. They have no other delegation of authority. The biggest lie in America is church separated from state, because the Catholic Church issued the delegation of authority, which gave you the authority which you claim to hold the right of this land. You've killed people, stole the land. You're not returning the land, so you're not a justice or a righteous government. So when we speak as, oh, I'm American, then we're holding to the sins of America. We're holding to the violation of enslavement and colonialism. So I never will speak as though I'm one with this system. So then that becomes the mental matrix that we're caught in. See, we have to make a separation of the sheep from the goats. See, because at some point in time, you're going to have to say, where are you? Are you compliant with the system that has enslaved and killed millions of people to steal the land? Or are you objective to that? Because if we say we're objective to Palestine and Israel, then we have to be objective to America. Because this is a Palestine and Israel. This is a taking of land and killing and murdering of people. So what happens is, in that aspect, we look at world history, what was going on in world history. They went from the Papal Bull Doctrine to enslaving and colonizing. And then based on the trade aspects, because they wanted to control indigenous trade routes, that goes from America to Africa to all over. So now, in the controlling of the most abundant trade route, they issued the Berlin Conference. And they create borders throughout Africa and chop up Africa. But in the midst of that process, the last conquest over the whole planet, because then I hit Asia, then I hit everywhere is being colonized. The last conquest was Ethiopia. It was the last sovereign, customary, and I say customary because when we study international law, we have to know what is the first basis of it. Because I hear people today say nationality is the call of the day. There was no nations, people. There was no borders. Borders and nations come from the Berlin Conference. It's a codification of the Papal Bull Doctrine. So when we understand that, we got to look at international law, really what is happening. The last conquest was that the Papal Bull Doctrine is considered the primacy of Peter. Means that the Pope held that he is the highest authority of God of the Christian empires on earth. And through that, he issued a lien against all of the people. That's how everybody talks about UCC. We're commercialized commodities and we're being traded on. Yes, but the first lien holder is the church, the Catholic Church, under the Papal Bull Doctrine. So even though all these brothers and sisters are filing all their UCCs here in America, you still haven't contested the first lien holder. You've just contested the warehouse holders. And just saying, well, I need to hold the stock, I'm the stock. But the property is still held. That's why they say lost at sea. So the property is still held under the Pope. The only person in the world that could have contested the Pope's claim under the primacy of Peter, that he was the rightful ruler over the world, it happened November the 2nd, 1930, when His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie was crowned King of Kings. See, most people think that that's a Rastafari Caribbean thing. So they don't even pay attention that anything that you consider civil rights, human rights, all of that came out of this aspect.
Okay.
It's not religion. So His Imperial Majesty on June 15th, 1935, you read it in the Chicago Defender newspaper, declared that he is the emperor of all of Africa, and he is the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States, removing black people around the world from the jurisdiction of the Pope. Now, after he made this decree, Mussolini invaded Ethiopia. Ethiopia came out victorious against Italy because the fascist system didn't stop with just blacks, it was the world. So now what happens is August 25th, 1937, His Imperial Majesty, knowing that our colonizers and our enslavers will never give us liberty, will never do us right. He's witnessed that by being in the League of Nations and being in the United Nations and a founding writer for human rights. Because there wasn't human rights, there was no indigenous rights, nobody wanted human rights prior to this. It was European conquest of the world. So now we got somebody pushing human rights. So His Imperial Majesty was a founder and writer for the United Nations to push human rights. But he didn't stop there. He knew that we as the diaspora, the only way we would have equality would be government to government. So he did the same thing that the Crown of England, the Crown of France and Spain did. He issued a charter to the diaspora. He gave us a constitution so that we could govern ourselves in world affairs and deal with these people government to government.
Awesome. So let me ask
the first stage of COINTELPRO took us away from saying Ethiopia. If you go back to Marcus Garvey, go back to all of them, go back to Martin Luther King's father, back to Marcus Garvey's father, all of them said Ethiopia. Ethiopia was the last sovereign customary throne in Africa, and it defended our rights. We think it's Rastafari. So you talk about short term, is if you know these rights, you learn to come under that charter and govern yourselves, create your organizations, 25 members, it takes $10 to get your charter. The emperor made it easy.
Sir, can we participate with you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that a piece of paper is going to make them give us our land?
I'm not suggesting a piece of paper. The difference is that the emperor signed treaties. It is the only black organization that has economic sanctioning power. It is the only organization that is not paying you.
What should we do with them?
What should we do with it? The first thing we do is educate ourselves of our own power.
Hey, this is Jaya.
Create our own.
What do you mean, Rufus? Cosmopolitans and uncultured provincials.
Affairs at first.
Okay, this is John Kitover, and John, you're gonna get kicked if you don't keep your mouth shut.
Listen, are you a school
Alright,
teacher,
go ahead,
professor?
I'm trying to teach you.
It was pretty,
Can we do the more like interactive conversation? And instead of the student teacher conversation.
From what he said, they didn't actually.
Today,
From what he said, not even
not even specific. It's just too many people waiting to speak.
They were sectional and
to allow you to, to take so much time to get to the point.
I'm done. I just wanted to.
Okay.
I just was putting that knowledge and said we need to be educated of it. We need to be educated to the Montevideo Convention. We need to be educated to these things in our positions of law. So that we know how to
I want to be included in the conversation, just like you said.
Honestly, I don't think these people are playing by the rules. Honest to God, I mean, you can take whatever piece of paper you want to take up there. These folks is not going to honor it. As a matter of fact, I hear a lot of people say that you can get to a certain point in the sovereignty thing, and they will shut your ass down. So I honestly just don't believe that we're in a state now where you can just walk up to any governing body with a piece of paper and say, give me back my stuff.
No,
now that's just me.
We're not talking about them UCC papers.
Okay, yeah, I don't get. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't care what paper you got. I don't think it's gonna get you a fuck thing. Now I'm just being honest. Excuse the language, but I feel like it delivered my energy for me a little bit better than me saying they ain't gonna give you nothing. Because I want people to understand that we passed civility. These people have never been civil about how they run this country, and to keep thinking that they will eventually say, hey, thank you for coming up with that paperwork that we thought
you weren't gonna be able to find out. We're gonna give you back your stuff. I just don't believe it works like that. And so back to where we were in the conversation, which is, do we have time to try to push this out a generation, 2 generations to fix it? Do we see what is currently going on in our government? Do you think we have 2 to 3 generations to wait to fix this?
Yeah, I think you're right, Miss Erica. Hey, Miss Erica, can you bring Miss Fitz up, please?
Absolutely.
Here's the thing, right? The gentleman who was speaking a second ago, I think his name is Raps. He has some very valid points. Extremely valid points. However, what you said, Eric, in reference to, oh, they will honor your documents and all that stuff, you can recognize the one thing that black people on a whole has never attempted is to unite themselves as one nation. I'm not talking about the Marcus Garvey, I'm not talking about any of those other, persons. But I'm talking about one nation, no matter where you stand on this rock. And I think he has a valid point, but also something that Brett said, and I'm going to finish right here. I'm going to challenge the narrative that you have in terms of Haile King Selassie. Haile King Selassie derived his power from the kingdom that was on this side of the globe. I'm not sure if you know about this much, but I'm telling you. He derived his power from the kingdom that was on this side of the globe prior to the 1400s. This is why when you go back, you can't find anything past the 1300s and all of these things, because what? They have to make sure they hide that kingdom. He's a derivative of that kingdom. Ethiopia is a derivative of that kingdom. And if you're correct when it comes to the last stronghold was there, and that's the reason to this day Ethiopia is standing where it's standing right now.
Yes, I look up my name, my brethren, Ross Lazarus Nazarite. I am a Gullah Geechee. My family are descendants of the Axumite seafarers that were here in America. We already documented that we were here in America way before Christopher Columbus. We are the Amexians. We are the Axumites. So if you look, you see
the Axumites
for the last 20 years.
Yeah, an Axumite.
My grandfather come from an oral tradition of the Gullah Geechee.
Awesome. So let me ask you how that benefits you in the country where the government has gone rogue, where the government is ran by an international entity and don't care about who. Obviously, none of what you're saying.
The IDF didn't do their best to stop this.
No, what I'm saying, they knew that Hamas are taking hostages, and they choose to bomb whatever these vehicles are going at. And that's where the demonstrates things, right? Because if you were to look at the numbers, the death toll after October the 7th, you would find it fluctuating between 1,300 and then 190, and then specifically at the end it's 1,200, right? Why do you think so, Metan? Why the numbers changed? Up and down, up and... It's because they couldn't recognize which one is Israeli and which one is Hamas. Because their bodies were so burned that they couldn't even differentiate which one is which, right? So that's why the numbers were fluctuating. So Hamas doesn't have weapons that can does this to vehicles or kibbutzes or buildings. They cannot just bomb a building. They didn't have such weapons. Who does have weapons like that, Meta?
The IDF.
Thank you.
The Jews.
No, I'm saying the IDF. There is why every time?
No, listen, actually, I don't think that Hamas killed anybody on October 7th. It was all...
No, they killed.
Directed.
I'm not saying...
No, it was the IDF finding an excuse to kill their own people. That's all. It only makes sense.
I'm not saying that Hamas didn't kill anyone, right? And I'm not justifying, Hamas killing civilians, right?
Of course they killed civilians. They kidnapped civilians.
I'm not justifying that. I'm not justifying that. Any civilians should not be killed. But what I'm saying is that You know, you have to say that part too. Because if I was an Israeli, I would say more people were killed by the IDF, yeah.
I think that that's all that excuse to picture their own.
With your permission, I want to interrupt. Noah, you bring here the day, the 7th of October, and all the chaos, nobody know exactly. Nobody know exactly what, who gave the order Hannibal, who knew about hostages, who did what. As a military, obviously investigated, but we didn't have ועדת חקירה ממלכתית. Translated, ועדת חקירה ממלכתית. And as long we didn't have the government, have the right people, judges, seriously investigate on this, nobody knows exactly. So you take a part here, a part there, airplane with a weapon, airplane without weapon. So much chaos it was. You know, it was the 7th and the 8th of October was a fight of signals. Signals people put a weapon on them, what they have, and go to fight. Some of them without weapon, with a knife, with a stick. What they have in their hands and go and fight signal. Yes, there was some mistake. It's very well known that the tank bomb where hostages have been killed, the hostages together with terrorists. Yes, there were mistakes. In the chaos, there are mistakes. In a war, in a chaos, there are mistakes. Nobody denied. But people like you, people like Amir, people like Fiaz, go and take every little mistake of the military. And the military did a lot of mistakes. It was a chaos. Nobody controlled the area. Signal people go and fight against the Hamas. Every brave Israeli who's been in the area put some of them Arabs. Some of them Arabs, so that go to fight against the Palestinians. Even Arabs. Yes, Mikey, what do you want to say?
Almost, well, you know, this bullshit. I can't imitate your accent, but I'm gonna say this: your accent is fire, almost. You'll get bad bitches in America, bro. I swear to God. But what you call it? Yeah, bro, this bullshit, bro. I'm sorry, it's just bullshit. You know what I'm saying, listen, when it come to the mainstream discourse surrounding, you know, the Gazan people, you find that like there's certain top officials within Israel that will go, oh, it's the entire population. They elected Hamas. They support Hamas. You know, they essentially try to like make this argument that the entire population is Hamas, right? So, you know, it's kind of difficult to determine who's who. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's just their way of, you know, just preparing the international community for what would appear to be civilian deaths. No, that was Hamas. You know, the entire population is just brainwashed. You know, they're taught from young how many Jews to kill. So, you know, these are just bad people in general. That's the message that's been given like to the world. So I think it's just one of those situations where, you know, one is honest about killing civilians, and the other one has all this technical jargon. Oh no, you know, we're not targeting the civilian population. I don't think we could prove like what their intent was. We can't get inside their brain. But I mean, it's routine. It's routine. Like, it don't matter if you're not targeting them. Like every day, you just happen to be killing civilians. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, even the journalists out there, it's routine. You know what I'm saying? Another day.
That has nothing to do with what Amos said. I don't know what you're saying, but it has nothing. It has nothing to do.
He's venting. He's expressing his feelings. It's fine.
No, okay, you can express your feelings, but can you address what
Yeah,
Amos said?
attacking objectively and
So,
address what Amos says.
there's many questions in Israeli society.
Amos didn't just say that Israelis or what you call it, the IDF makes mistakes. And then he was saying,
Talking about October 7th, why didn't you respond?
Wait. I will let him respond. I will let Michael finish his words. But you must understand, Michael, every crazy person like you can say what he wants in mind. I give open and free mind. You're speaking in the last 5 minutes bullshit, but in my room, all the bullshit and all the garbage you're saying is okay. In my room. Everybody, so please finish your words and let Mike Matan respond to you.
Just to clarify the question, we were talking about October 7th.
I'm not gonna lie, I just want to continue. So when it comes to Amos, right, I recall him saying that Israel or the IDF makes mistakes.
He was talking about why he didn't respond on October 7th right away. That's the topic.
I thought he was talking about civilians dying and them making mistakes.
No, the question is why it took them 6 hours to arrive. Where were they? Why did they stand down? Why were there civilians just running to help when they're October? There was a lot of confusion, and so in Israeli society and outside, Noah is bringing up a lot of these questions that haven't been answered about where was the army on October 7th to save the people? They never came. So that's the question.
Finish.
So maybe I came in on the wrong end of what
That's
you were saying.
okay. That's okay. What you said is you can speak your mind.
You can rest your neck. So what you call it? If y'all want to talk about that, then you know what I'm saying, it's clear, it's obvious as day. You know what I'm saying? They want war. They have an appetite for war. You know, that's why they gotta engineer or manufacture the notion of Hamas being this very strong, threatening, existential threat. They've disproven that, I think, militarily. They've blown that notion out of the water. But nonetheless, they have to continue their campaign of war, right? So a threat has to emerge every few days, you know, a credible threat that might, I don't even know if at this point they can even argue that it's going to threaten the existence of Israel, but yeah, they need to exist in that environment to continue their war effort. They got to do shit like kill negotiators and stuff.
Okay, that's one theory. Thank you. George, you have another theory about why they didn't show up on October 7th?
But it's all good.
Oh, you want to say something else? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Let them go.
I came up to comment on Cannibal over here. What's up, dude? Yeah, at one point does it become this where Hamas wants they're actually putting their people in the line of fire? And you know, at what point does it become that? Is there a point where it's do you put blame on that group? Or is it always a group in power in your simplistic worldview?
We're just asking where was the army on October 7th?
Okay. So,
you guys keep up. We're trying to keep this conversation on track.
And the weak, you know what I'm saying? They're the victims. No. It's one of the situations where, clear things happen. Nobody's living under a rock.
I have one for Matan. I'm curious.
Cynics, they live in their bubble, right? They kind of only interact with each other. They actually believe the shit they're saying, is convincing to other people, communities outside of their home. The whole world is out here.
Well, Matan, I'm curious. I think there are many, almost said, many open questions that have not been answered that the government needs to account for about what happened, where they were on that day. What are the sort of on the street hypotheses about what are they talking? Who do they think? What are the different theories that people are talking about on the ground? Because we heard what Noah thinks, we heard what McCandle thinks, we heard what Amos thinks. I'm curious. Just pretend you're out of it. What are people Israelis saying at the kitchen table, at the dinner table?
So there are conspiracy theories conspiracy theory, not about the actual what actually happened. Because as I said, the army there were parts of the army that already arrived at the scene, so that makes no sense. But one of the conspiracy theories that there was an inside betrayal. It comes from the actual right wing, like the actual people who support Bibi. They say that the leftists or the pilots or whatever, they didn't show up on purpose just to make Bibi be portrayed as a bad prime minister who, because of him, the disaster happened. In order to overthrow him and have elections, and so he will not be elected. So this is, you understood, this is one of the conspiracy theories that I heard.
Yes.
It comes from the right.
Have you heard the left-wing one version of that, where Bibi and Sinwar had a relationship? There was some letter between them that there was going to be an uprising in the prison, and maybe some coded language that they were both, this October 7th served both of their interests. And have you read sort of the narrative on that? Or have you heard it around your kitchen table?
No, I heard about I've never had a this conspiracy theory in Israel, but lots of other conspiracy theories.
I've seen this in the Israeli press. I mean, Israeli media talking about the relationship between Sinwar and Netanyahu that's been long-standing.
No, isn't they have Netanyahu? Did the media say that there was a direct connection? That's what they said. Essentially.
One at a time.
Yeah.
McKenzel, can you pause for 1 second?
In your population. Doesn't that video exist?
That what? What video?
Wasn't Netanyahu in some room? I remember seeing some video. He was in some room, and some journalist was told to turn their camera off, and he kept the camera on. And Netanyahu was essentially saying that, he had this grand plan to agitate the Palestinian population so that they could essentially develop a pretext to go out there and punish them. Does that not exist?
I'm not familiar with it. Like the BB files? Is that what we're talking about? What are we?
No, I'll run the video. Let me mute my mic.
Okay. Okay, Matan, I just was hoping for a full range, like across the political spectrum. I think there's different theories about who failed, and I'm sure there's those who pin it on this government. So it's interesting that you're not aware of other narratives besides the right-wing one.
Yeah, so I didn't hear any theories from the left. The closest I heard was people who.
I'll post one in the chat, but keep going.
Yeah, so the closest I've heard was of people who are like anti-Israel, and this was an inside job to conquer Gaza because of the Ben Gurion canal, and lots of great. There are gold mines under the Gaza Strip, and Israel wants to dig into these tunnels to get gold. And I've heard so many theories about why it was like Israel's interest to come to Gaza, and but it's not inside Israel. So
You're saying mainstream, normal, centrists and leftists in Israel don't have any questions about what took 7 hours for the idea to arrive and all the communication flaws. They assume it was just a mistake. It was all just a mishap.
Of course, they have questions, but at the same time, they are waiting for the committee to, like after the war, to assemble and investigate. There were some already published investigation for some settlements with the exact hour that Hamas came and what.
You're in the matrix. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
It's better, yeah.
So there were some, as I said, parts of investigations that were already published. I encourage you to read them. But the mainstream, like people in Israel, know that it was the IDF was really confused, and shocked, and that's the main thinking of most of the people.
Okay, I'm posting in the chat a highlights of the investigation that has been released, the probe from the IDF. It's not super satisfactory, it just highlights failures and mistakes, but it doesn't really provide an explanation. I don't know, it's still unsatisfactory.
This is Chaya.
Hi, what would you like to say, or you wanna comment?
You on Zap for like days, and I just think you've got a mind virus and you're very immature.
Okay,
You have a vacuum.
can I bring him down? He's not a real person almost.
You're just creating propaganda to support your narrative.
No, I changed the room. You don't remove from the room and just change the room. Wait. Hey, Tracy.
No, I already did it, I already changed it, almost, I moved him down.
You did.
I took care of it, I'm in charge.
You don't ask me. You remove anyone.
I didn't remove anyone.
Anyone you want, you can remove. Don't throw out of the room, but to remove.
Okay, he's just a troll, he's trying to make noise.
Is it because she's a girl?
No, because I make her moderator and you listen to her, and if you come into it,
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
I'm in trouble.
Yes. She's a moderator, and I trust her. She doesn't ask me to remove. No. You know, I don't like it, but it's okay. You're the moderator. Do what you want to do.
Thank you.
Like in her name, you change Buttercup to yes to Shia. Yes, I see.
From the river to the sea.
Yeah. Understand what this really.
You heard it here first. So Matan, I'm just trying to press you on this, not because I think there's a conspiracy theory, and I think Noah, I think it creates a vacuum for conspiracy theories when there's not enough data. And I don't know, we don't know, so anything could be possible. And I'm curious why you haven't heard any of the left-wing conspiracy.
After 2 years, you don't have enough data.
Yeah. You know, there's another story that the data is surprisingly slim. Like, you know, the story of... Sorry?
No one speaks Hebrew.
We all speak Hebrew. I do.
בראשית ברא אלוהים את השמיים ואת הארץ.
Wow, kol hakavod.
Oh my God. You don't know. All right, so look, you can check this video out yourself, all right? It's on Johnny Harris's YouTube channel. I don't speak Hebrew, but, you know, thankfully you guys do, so you'll understand what he's saying regardless of the translation. Yeah.
That the Israeli government had signed with the Palestinians. And because he disagreed with them, he wanted to sabotage them because he was so against a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation.
Alright, I think the volume on the audio surrounding Netanyahu is very low. But if you go to like 12 minutes and 6 seconds on the video, it's literally Johnny Harris. That's the YouTube channel. Alright? There's a clip of Netanyahu in a room. He's wearing a white shirt, right? Oh no, I'm lying. He's wearing a black shirt. Okay, he's wearing a black shirt. He looks a lot younger, alright? And he says, first and foremost, what we must do is hit them hard. He said, the situation isn't unbearable as of this moment. And essentially, you know, he reveals that his intention is to agitate them because he wants to decimate the Palestinian Authority at this time. You know, so when that, mind you, these were his private thoughts. He told the journalist to turn off a camera. The journalist didn't turn off the camera. They kept it on and recorded him. And he basically revealed that, you know, he's conspiring to agitate a population of people. So, you know, things like October 7th or Antifadas, they don't really seem like that much of a surprise when this is what Israeli leadership is. But check the video out yourself. Johnny Harris. 12 minutes and 6 seconds. The name of the video is How Benjamin Netanyahu Relies on Hamas.
There's a more academic analysis that I can share. There's a book that's written by an Israeli called I think the Road to October 7. I think his name is Raz, and he basically traced the history between Hamas and Netanyahu and how they've both served each other's interests over the years.
I call it accurate.
What? Inaccurate? It's reinforcing what you just said, McKendall, that Hamas and Netanyahu have supported each other over the years because their interests are aligned. So Netanyahu has propped up Hamas, the terror group, to sow chaos to prevent a Palestinian state. This is the strategy.
What you call it? I didn't say inaccurate. I said I call it accurate. You call it more academic. Whatever the case may be. It is what it is. You have a leader who is provoking people, right? He doesn't care for these people to establish their sovereignty. So he wants to bait them into crashing out. That's essentially what he's saying in the video. We're going to bait them into crashing out by, applying relentless pressure on these people. And then October 7th happens, right? And everyone's like, oh my God, what's wrong with these people? We treat them so well. How? This is your leader. This is your leader talking like this. But what do I know? So all of you guys are from Israel?
No, just Amos is from Israel. Where are you from, McKendall?
I don't know if I want to reveal that, but I'm from the
Northeast, West, East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah, East Coast.
Okay, me too. Nice, we're neighbors.
Sure.
Or are you East Coast or West Coast, if you don't mind sharing?
I'm a king of the West Coast, and if you don't know, you do now.
Oh yeah. One more thing. Some Israeli chick, she was on CNN, and she was like, yo, apparently she was some kind of border agent. I'm not sure in what capacity, but she did some sort of monitoring out there. And she was explaining to Western media that she was reporting signs of activity. And to make a long story short, her reports weren't taken seriously. Like time and time again, they weren't taken seriously. And, October 7th happened. And somehow the Israeli state was unprepared despite having information ahead of time that, there may be a threat emerging on their borders. I could post that link. That's easily findable. She's speaking in English too. You familiar with that?
Sorry, can you repeat again in short what you were saying?
No, it's not correct.
No worries. I'm trying to get that article that people are asking for in the chat of the relationship between Netanyahu and
Is it an article or is it a book?
Well, he wrote a book, but here he's trying to write a synopsis of it in heart. He's summarizing his book about the relationship between Hamas and Netanyahu, how they serve each other. I just posted removed the paywall on this thing if anyone wants to read it. I'll just read a few lines so people can get a
Can you wait and read after I say some words?
Of course.
Start coming dates in Israel. Still looking tomorrow. Let's see how long I would stay in the room, but of course, all is yours. You feel what you want to do, you do it. So what I want to say, listen, after the Israeli way, more people, somebody here, what's happened today in Spain, the bicycle race, more and more countries announced that they will not go to the universe where Israeli take place. pessimist. Especially when I sit in my room, I become more pessimistic. I see darkness. The only one is the last card that I believe in is Donald Trump. Donald Trump can change all the situation. That American president, we as the Israelis were so suffering from the government. Want Donald Trump to come and save us from Bibi Netanyahu and Smotrich. I think Israel is the most lowest position ever been. And okay, we destroy us, we kill the leaders, we are strong.
Amos, you want regime change?
When Amos is speaking, you reach your mic.
Get off his dick. He ain't even say that.
It's okay. You can show anyone you want from the room who bothering me. You can show him the way to the audience now. Seriously, I can laughing and think it's not laughing anymore.
Why not me, Amos?
This is like
Okay.
people have to respect me now. You know, they don't let me speak in the Israelis room. They don't let me speak. So I open my own room and listen. I have more than million in my room. I can count. I have million men. I can go to a synagogue now. What I wanted is a million, and I have million. More and more people see my rooms. They go in. I don't need Israelis. I don't need Palestinians. I'm coming in from all over the world. I have a full room. Comparing with any Palestinian or Israeli room. And I'm very satisfaction from what I see. So now I become more and more tired. I go to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you everybody for coming in. This room is good. This Buttercup, she will lead. I like her. Give her all the respect.
Okay. I'll take care of your room for you. Laila Tov. Shana Tova.
Yeah, I got soon I will leave.
Okay. Did you guys hear the news that like the IDF was warning that this Gaza operation could, before they warned the Gaza City operation could kill the hostages? Now they're saying it's definite. They will kill some of the hostages. If the Gaza City operation continues, more hostages. I read that IDF military leaders are warning that hostages will die. There's no question. This is a decision that was made by the government almost, no? To kill the hostages. This time it's the most close they came to actively pulling the trigger.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Depressing, I know.
Yes, right now it seems that the government is directed against all the advice, military advice. Nobody knows where.
It's a dark, dark day.
No, we'll kill the hostages, and I'll tell you more. The day after they kill the hostages, they put simple clothes on them and go inside the civilians. Nobody can know who is who. 2 million people will be inside.
They'll never get down. They'll never find the bodies, you're saying, because they could be civilians.
Exactly.
What if I tell you that?
I didn't say it. Almo said it. It wasn't me. I'm the messenger.
No, but I'm asking you. What if I tell you that for every terrorist that is released, there will be an innocent Israeli that dies? Would you make a deal? How much for that?
This is a dark thought experiment, and we're not doing it on the day that the hostages are probably dying. Like, this is very dark. Overall, the way way to peace.
Okay, but I'm asking how to. Sorry,
It's
I
a
have a question.
hypothesis that's not realistic according to my view of the conflict. It rejects the premise
Well,
that what is perpetuating violence is an illegal occupation for 70 years, a cruel, violent, inhumane occupation for 70 years, and this sort of mowing the lawn policy that has created a whole generation of kids that feel that they have no choice, but they're forcing kids into Hamas's arms. And if you think...
So do you think it was an occupation for 70 years?
No, obviously, but I'm saying that there was illegal aspects of it since the '67 war, right?
Okay, but who did Israel occupy Gaza from?
Okay. Matan, this is like a very convenient hypothesis that's not rooted in reality, so I don't want to entertain it.
Okay, but it's not pathetic. It is real, actually.
There's no way to know that first of all, Israel is perfectly...
Actually, the fact that you say that it's a hypothesis makes me, I don't know, makes me think that I
Okay, so let me respond.
It's from reality, or...
I just want to respond in a different way, Matan. First of all, let's discount the fact that most of the Israeli people say we should release the hostages even at a high cost, which means releasing even killers. Even the victims of October 7th say their family members' killers should be released in order to free the hostages. This is the widespread view in Israel. You know this, Matan, because you're there. But putting that aside, Israel is perfectly capable of they've been doing targeted killings when there's no war. There's nothing stopping them from killing the convicted killer after they release the hostages. They've made really clear that the goal here is to deprioritize the hostages. This hypothesis that every single person that's released is going to kill another Israeli is not factual, because 90% of them,
But it didn't happen.
Yes, it has happened. It has happened,
Yes.
but it hasn't. But the people in prisons who
So
are...
it won't happen in the future?
Well, now that Hamas has been decimated and their infrastructure has been decimated, and the fact that we know October 7th, circling back to the beginning of this conversation, was probably preventable. But there were huge mistakes and still outstanding questions about really what happened and who dropped the ball, right? Given that it was preventable, and given that Hamas's infrastructure have largely been dismantled, and virtually every current and former military chief in Israel says that anything militarily that can be accomplished will be accomplished, and given that, Yoav Gallant, whose firing brought out the biggest protest Israel has seen in years, says that this war could have ended a year ago at a smaller price and released all the hostages at a smaller price over a year ago, and given that...
Wait, what did you say about Yoav Gallant? I'm curious.
Yoav Gallant said
What did you say about him?
that his firing brought out one of the largest protests in Israel in the last year.
Okay.
And so, and he says, so that shows he's not some fringe, he has popularity in the Israeli public and credibility. He's claimed that this war could have ended a year ago at a lower cost, right? And given that virtually every former military chief of staff and defense minister has said that nothing more can be accomplished as more people are going to die and risk the hostages, given that the IDF himself, Zamir, has advised to take the fucking deal before this Qatar thing, given that the Mossad refused to conduct the strike because they thought it was counterproductive to Israel's interests, given that, I can go on and on and on, right? All of these things mean that even if people from Hamas are released that have blood on their hands, they can be pursued by Israel till the end of time. Israel has no problem bombing any fucking country, as they've made clear. So it's not like they're safe just because Israel...
It's not any fucking country. No, that's not true.
Okay, well, they
country which
harbors that.
Which has a headquarters of the head of Hamas. It's not any country. It's not, Zimbabwe or something.
So it's possible someone will flee, but then they're not a problem. And if they stick around in these countries that are nearby, or they pose a threat to Israel, Israel will come after them. The Mossad is present in many parts of the world, and it's not like they're completely safe. So Do you not trust the IDF to like go after them after they're released from prison? Like what?
I don't know because Hamas is going to, like every year they improve their technology, their tactics, whatever, and you're assuming that their tactics is going to be the same, and you have to foresee.
The day after plan that Netanyahu has refused to plan for the last 2 years against the advice of all the military establishment in Israel, right? That day after plan would have put in place a government that would have prevented them from rebuilding their military capabilities, right?
Okay, so the name will not be Hamas, it will be Shamas, whatever.
Okay.
Something else.
Right. And so you're fearing in the void even another terrorist organization will crop up if whatever the new government comes up fails.
Of course.
So then why does it make a difference if like people are released from prison or not? If you think that committing the devastation that Israel did in Gaza is going to spawn a new terrorist, what's the difference about the handful of people that they released from prison that they might have to go after chase down afterwards? Their concerns are much bigger than like who they release from prison to get their hostages back. And given that like releasing the hostages, killing the hostages is going to be such a blow to the morale in their country, and also its standing and also just like its perception in the world as like a country that represents and defends its people. It undermines everything that Israel stands for. I don't know. I'm not even Israeli. I don't understand.
Question: where did you get it that Israel is going to kill the hostages?
So I saw online that it's the closest they're coming to directly pulling the trigger. Basically, some IDF leadership. I think it was Times of Israel. I can't remember his time. I'll put a link in the chat. But they basically.
Why are you stuttering?
Fuck off. Basically, I will put a link in the chat. Previously.
Did you really find the source, or I don't know, you made it up?
Come on. All right, I'll find the source. I'm stop talking about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So anyway, sorry.
But in short, what they're saying is that previously they warned that it would be dangerous, and now they're saying it's certain that some people will die. It was TV. It was Israeli TV. It was Khan TV. I'll share it in the chat.
I don't know. I find it really weird because most of the hostages that are underground in the tunnels, and so
all right, I'm gonna play it in Hebrew, and those of us who speak Hebrew will understand what they're saying. Okay.
יכולה לסכן את חיי. מגיעים ראשי מערכת הביטחון ואומרים לראש הממשלה את הדבר הבא: אנחנו אמרנו לך בעבר שהפעולה בעיר עזה, מה שנקרא מרכבות גדעון ב', יכולה לסכן את חיי החטופים. הפעם אנחנו נגיד שהיא בהכרח תביא להרג של חלק מהחטופים, כך אומרים בכירים במערכת הביטחון לראש הממשלה, שאומר בכל זאת אנחנו מחליטים על הפעולה הזאת שתצא לפועל בשבוע הבא. אבל
Warning him about the. Did you understand it?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're basically now upgrading their warning that it's inevitable. The hostages will die if this operation continues, right? Is that what you understood?
Yes, I did understand that, but on the contrary, I also heard something of that is contradicting that whenever the intelligence corps of the IDF see and understand that there is a hostage at a certain location, they want to bomb there. They'll be careful. And I will look it up as well. Here to show you that.
Is it a recent story? Because it seems like the standards shift a lot.
Yes. I'll look it up as well.
Let's not forget that Hamas has made very clear that when the IDF approaches, they will kill hostages. That's their policy.
Chariot Stage 2, it says whenever we have suspicions that we might endanger the hostages, we will not do so.
Can you post a link?
Yeah.
This is a statement from the IDF.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so now we have conflicting information, the public statement of the IDF and the internal information that they're sharing. Different.
True.
So we have to.
And also, by the way, this is also from the same channel, the same media outlet. Yeah.
So often there's a public-facing statements, and then internally there's a discussion, dialogue, right? And in my opinion, the political outward-facing statements is usually, one that's for public relations reasons, and the internal one is more likely to be, more accurate and nuanced, no?
The internal one, you said?
Yeah, what they're happening internally, the conversation's happening internally. The downside of it is most of these are leaked, so we don't know who's leaking them and what their motivations. But conversations happening internally are more likely to reflect reality than external statements to try to placate the hostages families who are really upset right now.
Okay, so I give you the link. It's in Hebrew. It's like two minutes long, more than that. So yeah, I believe that Netanyahu, or the head of, or the chief of staff, or whoever is in charge of doing that, let's say Benjamin Netanyahu, he gets his information from the intelligence source, and this is what they tell him, and this is how he proceeds with it, and this is how he decides whether to proceed or not.
So we have seen cases in the past where the IDF has disregarded intelligence. There was a very thorough investigation of cases where they had intelligence of the presence of hostages and they continued anyway. Specifically in the case of the 6 that were executed, they had intelligence from that Bedouin, what's his name, hostage who was released. He told them he had heard people speak Hebrew nearby, and that was where they were going to go. And so they disregarded intelligence and approached anyway, and then the hostages were killed in that case. And there were other situations where hostages were killed by
Didn't that happen before? Like the hostages were killed before he was released?
About 20 hostages were killed in relation to IDF operations.
No, but specifically I'm talking about the case where the Bedouin, the Arabic speaking hostage was released after they were killed, no?
No, before.
Okay.
They stumbled upon him, if you remember, and he told them how to disarm the booby traps, and then they rescued him. He was alone, and he told them that he had heard Hebrew speaking. And it was one of two examples that were reported where the IDF had intelligence, but maybe didn't meet their threshold for avoiding the area, and the hostages turned out to be very close to where he was, and he had reported hearing Hebrew spoken.
Okay, so of course you have your own opinion and your own worldview of the situation. I have mine, and of course you're going to think that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to proceed without releasing the hostages or whatever. So I cannot disagree on that. I do believe that they will not operate in areas where the hostages are actually located.
In the chat, I'm posting a link to a unpaywalled Haaretz article where they identify 50 hostages that were endangered by IDF operations over the course of the war. I'm just going to read a few passages. Or don't, you guys can read it yourselves. is doing everything in its power to prevent harming hostages held by Hamas. Yet, from the start of the war, Israeli military operations have repeatedly placed their lives at risk, killing at least 20. Where there's no information about hostages' presence, the attack proceeds according to IDF source. According to the person, Bar was unequivocal, saying there's no. Okay, so and then they highlight specific examples. So 20 hostages died and 54 were endangered by IDF. Okay, let me find one where they get intelligence and disregarded it. Since October 7, IDF has made extensive efforts to continuously track the hostages' locations, partly to minimize Israeli fire near them. However, a Haaretz investigation reveals that during 601 days of war, multiple IDF investigation operations in Gaza endangered the life of at least 54 hostages, 20 of them killed as a result, some in airstrikes, others executed by their captors due to military activity close to their whereabouts. The data is drawn by conversations. Reported death counts are based on IDF investigations and do not include 4 hostages whose circumstances of death in captivity remain unclear. According to military, hundreds of strikes have been avoided due to concerns about proximity of hostages. However, they do authorize strikes at a quote-unquote safe distance of several hundred meters, determined by the size and type of munitions used. This depends on having reliable intelligence about the hostages' whereabouts. The more strikes there are, the greater
Okay,
the
so
risk.
thank you. That kind of contradict what you said,
No,
because it says.
Don't cut me off because I'm doing both sides. I'm presenting your arguments, okay? And then I'm going to read mine. Don't cut me off after I read the Army's position, okay? The more strikes there are, the greater the risks, said another military source, adding that there is no information when there is no information about a hostage's presence, the attack proceeds. Once it is known that there is a risk to hostages, Army officials are tasked with halting the strike. The source acknowledged that the war is unpredictable and intelligence is accurate only at the moment it is received. Generally, this is the IDF's position. Now I'm going to find other positions.
Okay, but can I cut you off now?
Yes.
Thank you. So actually, what it means is that I believe that they have information, like together with the US, they have information about all the hostages, okay? Where in the locations and whereabouts. So it says right there that when there is no information,
This is the official statement. This is the official statement, and then what proceeds is accounts of people who say, no, they did endanger us. They disregarded, the entire article focuses on.
No, I'm talking about the second one. I'm talking about the counter, the one that contradicts that.
I didn't contradict it.
No, you read that. It says the more strikes there are.
That was still the IDF's official position. It's not what the people are saying on the ground.
Okay.
So give me a second. I'll find a representative quote that would highlight the other position. Okay, that position of the hostages' families.
Of the hostages' families? What information do they have? Like, the only information they have is from the IDF.
Well, so there's been questions.
Sure, of course there are questions, but they are not the ones who actually have the data on the ground. I mean, how can they, I don't know, if they're collecting information on intelligence on what's going on in Gaza, and they contradict what the intelligence of the IDF has, then okay, I'll say.
Okay, here's Meirav Spirsky, Itai's sister. The Army, I think he was killed by gases related to the bomb,
Is
right?
it the same article?
Yes. So she says the Army officials admitted that they hadn't known they were there and told us the procedures changed as a result. They explicitly acknowledged that they hadn't conducted a thorough check. We were told the hostages were being protected and that their locations were known, and that no strikes would be carried out in areas where hostages were present, and that if a strike was necessary, it would be preceded by a rigorous review. That didn't happen. You can't protect the lives of hostages while fighting is taking place right above their head. This is precisely where the objectives of the war come into conflict. The Army isn't telling soldiers the full truth, even even when that truth is plainly visible to the public, the soldiers need to know it because if their actions result in the death of hostages, they're the ones who bear the burden. So Sharabi and Spirsky, that was the one that I think they were kept with what's her name? Noah Argamani?
Yeah.
And so there was some that. Okay, it is estimated that 6 hostages were executed by their captors in response to the strike near the tunnel. However, the IDF believes that even if they had not been murdered, they would have died from inhaling toxic gases released by the bombings, gases that also killed their captors. A few months earlier, there were others that died of these gases. Okay. Okay, I don't think it's talking about the released. Okay.
Okay, it's again, let's go back to the article, the paragraph where it says the army officials admitted they hadn't known where they were and told us that procedures would have changed the result. Whereas Spirsky insisted, they explicitly acknowledged that they hadn't conducted a thorough enough check. They were told the hostages would be protected, blah blah blah. So, don't you think that the IDF could sometimes make mistakes, make a mistake like they previously did?
Yeah, but this is they're counting 54 mistakes basically of the 200 hostages. That's like a very high mistake rate, no?
For every hostage that was killed.
No, 20 were killed. 20 were killed as a result of IDF action. They're claiming in this article, I think. And then 54 were endangered by IDF activity. So it's not clear how much they had intelligence to prevent it.
What do you mean endangered? Were they killed?
They were killed. They were killed as a result of direct IDF activity. Yeah, like bombs.
Where did you get this number? The 54.
It's in the headline. It's in the headline. 54 were endangered and 20 were killed. It's in the headline of the article I shared.
Okay, what does it mean endangered?
Okay, we can go back to it.
I mean, endangered, everyone is endangered because they're in Gaza. Okay. And hostage by Hamas.
Alright, I'll read it again. How do we define it? Okay, on the evening of April 7th, Air Force Commander had a tense meeting about trying to dissuade him from opposing the war in Gaza. Farmers also brought.
Okay, this is Candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is another petition onboarding room. Hope you enjoy it.
It's crazy because Harvard said
to John Kitover, Illinois.
The number 54 came from
to follow the campaign with John Kitover rep. Thank you so much.
That were at the same day.
This is a 20-minute onboarding.
So it says that the actions of Israel's army endangered the lives of at least 54 Gaza hostages. And it completely ignores the fact.
Look at the next paragraph. They say how they got the data. They talked to hostages.
No, but it completely ignores the fact. It completely ignores the fact that they are actually endangered because they are held captive by Hamas, and they blame Israel for that. Don't you think that this is a little bit crazy, or like it's a complete opposite of what's going on?
Okay, this is Candidate Congressman John Kitover. This is another petition onboarding room.
And it's misleading, like purposely misleading.
I mean, you don't think that they're endangered by this, like,
they're endangered because Hamas does not release them. This is why
there's no point in having conversation. And the next, all right, look, I'll take that. Maybe they overstated how Haaretz is biased, right? Let's go to the next one. Times of Israel. Hostage told rescuers he heard Hebrew in the nearby tunnel, but he was ignored. The IDF didn't adapt its operations in Rafah, even after Farhan al-Qadi tipped off IDF in Shin Bet to brief her.
Just let it run. Do it live.
This is a 20-minute onboarding campaign. Thanks for joining us, Andre. Heather's already been through this onboarding. I guess we can wait till your neighbor comes. Basically, we just quickly do a round robin introduction. Then we state what our 3 priorities would be if we were a president, and then we talk about next steps for petition gathering, which I know you've already done. So thanks so much for having us.
Come stand up by me and let's make goofy noise. No, it's not.
Now it will. All right.
There you go.
There we go. Oh.
Just your neighbor a few more minutes, and then we'll get started.
No problem.
You sound like you got a helicopter. There you are. Wait, did you say they what?
Do you know the profile of your? Do you know the profile of your neighbor? Did she message you?
I know. Just very good. I do, yeah.
No.
Later.
I don't know if Gina's having any technical difficulties, but Andre, if you want to just do this onboarding real quick, if you want to introduce yourself and tell us about your experience. Yes.
My name's Andre Tucker. My experience was meeting a lot of new people and seeing their views and opinion on the world.
Remember anything that they told you about any opinions, when you're getting signatures?
Sorry, what did he say? My phone kind of cut out on that.
Just any opinions, when I get signatures on petitions, I always ask people what would their priorities be, and I write it on the back.
Oh yeah, well I wasn't told to do that. Yeah, well most of them would talk about more like to get rid of world hunger and get rid of money because money is pretty much evil and stuff like that. It doesn't really help the majority of the world. We can all really work together and have a better community that way than to put us against each other,
Okay. Did you get a message back from your neighbor? I don't see her in the room.
No, I didn't get anything. Did you get anything, Heather?
No, we're almost back over there. We went to the gas station, which is right behind the house, so we'll be there in a minute. I'll see what's going on with their phone.
Okay, cool.
Turn it on recording it because I want that echo.
Turn down the volume on your phone if you want to do that.
Just to introduce myself, I'm running in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Atkins, Quincy. It's Illinois District 16 against Darren LaHood, who's created over $20 trillion in debt. He demanded everybody get vaccinated. He said, if you don't get vaxxed, you can't go back to work. And he gave over $5 billion to Big Pharma on your behalf. He's the borrower and the spender. And we're going to hopefully crunch his can-kicking ways of debt and return pragmatic spending to government. The first two acts I'd like to pass is a defund the Big Beautiful Bill Act, as well as a balanced budget act. I don't think we should spend more than we take in taxes. Taking $5 trillion a year, but we spend $7.2 trillion a year, and we're $37 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. So until the government stops ripping us off, I don't think we're ever going to be on a good foot. Those are two of my big political positions. And thank you guys for doing this. You guys are doing terrific work out in Rockford, and I hope you guys can get at least 100 signatures, maybe within the next 48 hours, and that'll bring in $150 for you too. And I hope you guys enjoy it for some nice dinners, and I hope you meet some lovely people, and ask them what their priorities would be, and write it on the back of that petition. And when you mail me those petitions, I'll be able to put together a list of all the priorities that you heard over the course of the next couple of weeks.
See, hang on. I found out what's going on. She couldn't get the verification code to her phone on the number that she has.
Yeah, because I would have to pay, it's a premium feature.
Website, tax dash numbers, you can just pull any number they have on there, put that in Clubhouse, remove the one, and then it'll update, refresh that page, it'll post that Clubhouse number on there, and then you can download the app and create a profile for free. You don't need it.
Okay. Alright, so put the number. Okay, it's a new number for this one. Go back and do a different number. Alright, you're gonna do 226 785 4013.
What's that next? Enter password.
Password. Pick one.
That's what you do.
Pick a password in Clubhouse. What you want to do is you're going to get a one-time code sent back to that website where you refresh, and it'll show you the code, and then you put the code into Clubhouse. And again, you have to remove the one in front of the area code when putting it in.
Did you tell me that it sent me a fucking notification on my email, but they didn't?
I'm going to send you a code to an email. The code is going to be tagged back to that tax dash numbers website, whichever number you use, refresh that page, and it'll post the Clubhouse password. The one-time code.
You want a different number?
Resend it, they tell me. It wasn't
Yeah.
ever.
You can try a different.
Okay. See. Yeah. You have so many damn pages. Pull that back up.
Clubhouse?
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, I guess pull back up Clubhouse. I got the number on my phone for you. Okay.
Going back to this.
Let's see. With that temporary number thing, I have to sign up for it or anything to use it, or can we just use the number that's given?
Choose the number that's given and remove the one from the front and the
Right, and it says it sent her a code or emailed a code to that number, but it hasn't showed up on my phone yet.
It's not going to. It's going to show up on that website. You're going to refresh the page, and at the top of that page, it'll show you the Clubhouse code that was sent to that telephone. once you pull that number and you plug it into Clubhouse, refresh that page, and that page on text dash numbers will have the Clubhouse code on it. It's got nothing to do with it.
It's not gonna go to your regular. That's what it said. It's gonna go to that number, but it's not gonna go to your shit. It's not tied to anything for you. I mean. That's all good. Figure it out. Just take a minute.
Take a second, and you may have to restart the Clubhouse app in order to re-put the number in to get it to send back to your website, that text dash number.
Well, the number that's come like I clicked the little link that you gave me for the temporary number thing. Okay, so I gave her the number. Right, so she put it in there, but it said it sent her a code, but I had refreshed it by then. So now we're trying to get back on the Clubhouse to get her a different number.
Refreshing the text dash number, see if it sent the code there, and if you want to take a screenshot of that page and send it to me, because there is a lot of info on there. Maybe you can't see it, but you can also try it with a new number and just refresh Clubhouse and then refresh the text dash numbers after you put the telephone number in.
Like exit out of the app. Go back in the app. All right. The new number 226 78 45013. Okay, there we go.
Refresh the text numbers website, and it should show you what the Clubhouse code.
Got a WhatsApp code that shows up at the bottom. Nothing from that yet. Something about.
Because I clicked on balance access to my phone number, and when they asked me for my email address.
Put in there to be tied to anything. Not yet. Alright. Still nothing. Yeah, it's not giving me anything for Clubhouse.
Just reset Clubhouse, pick a different number, and try it one more time.
So do you want me to keep her on the same number or give her a different number to use?
With a different number. browser refresh, and then it should pop up there with Clubhouse code to put into the Clubhouse app.
Now it's not saying any messages found under that number on that site.
It should appear at the top of the list of the other text messages that was received.
Yeah, nothing's there. It says no message was found. I didn't even hear you say anything.
We can try to get another day. It's not the end of the world, but this is just one way that everybody, kind of does a team building experience on getting.
Well, Shannon's right here, so she can still talk through mine until we get hers working.
Yeah, I'd be happy to pay you to do signatures today if you want. And then the next time, if we can try it again, because I would like everybody to be able to independently join the conference call, so everybody could be at home and no need to get together in the future. So basically, if you just want to introduce yourself and tell us your list of priorities if you were the president of the United States.
Oh my God. Considering I'm pretty indifferent currently when it comes to politics, but I'm Gina, and my priorities would be getting the economy fixed.
Okay, fantastic. So you're going to meet a lot of people out there today that, obviously they're left or right or center, and I hope, you just bring a positive vibration with you and ask everybody who signs to sign as if somebody could read it, because every signature that is, not visible or can't be read will be challenged and removed. So you'll really be wasting your time if the signature isn't clear and concise. So just ask politely, please sign as if somebody could read it, and they'll slow down a little bit and thank them and maybe even hug them and, just wish them health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. And hopefully we can have, an improved economy for everyone, if that's your priority. And ask people after they sign, what is your priorities? And write it on the back of the petition, just put a little note. And that's really all you've got to do for the campaign.
Alrighty. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, I can pay you $1.50 a signature. I know it's not much. It can take a lot of time and effort to get a signature, but go to high volume places, farmers markets, train stop, tailgates, if there's a football game, high school game, college game, somewhere. Wherever there are people, you're obviously going to get more signatures. The max budget is 100 signatures, so the most I can pay is $150 total. And you will be required to mail me the petitions with a forever stamp. I'll be happy to pay you for the stamp as well.
That's not a problem. I just got steps.
Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate it. Do you have any questions, comments, or opinions you'd like to share?
Not at this time.
Gina, Heather, Andre, thank you so much. This has been another great onboarding, and I hope you can get the Clubhouse app downloaded in the future so we can have a conference call. We can also use this app to do fundraising. There's a lot of political people on here, and they would love to hear your experiences. And anything we fundraise from this app that gets sent to the campaign, I'll send right back to you. And I thank you guys so much, and I hope you have a great evening. Just send me any text messages, send me screenshots, and I wish you guys all the blessing. God bless you, and I hope you guys have a fantastic.
All right, you too.
Great, thanks, Heather. Thanks, Jamie. Take care. Have a great evening.
Yep, you too.
And gentlemen, please. This is a room for the mix. And if you're coming up here to this the mix.
Sultan, man, shut up. It's another one happening.
I just don't do it too personal. Just leave it. I just don't make it too personal. That's a joke.
Let them just go down and wait. So let us just talk normal because these Dominic own the rooms and you cannot come up here and abuse it. If you come up here to discuss, all right? But abusive language is not allowed, gentlemen. What give you the right to abuse somebody else?
You know the problem is
what kind of characters is this, Jamal? Why people are, if you can agree with the topic, you just argue your topic without abusing Dominic and so forth. That's not the case, Jamal. And then we are one people. All right? Nobody came up with his opinion. If you have a country, a counter argument, what he said, you just argue without abusing him and all this kind of thing. Let us be honest, man. Let us be honest to one another.
But you see, you will say here that you will say here that you say nothing obvious. You will say here that calling the Kitover them. He's saying is that obvious?
No, the name Yam Yam, the name Yam Yam, it's not a bad name. It's not a bad name. They are more late, not a bad name. They eat it with Rutan outside in the work. It's not a bit. And cool way you watch to live the Tulu there. When you guys should go to the wine, they are abusing me. Yeah, when it's abusing them, because now after you support it, it's time to become a abuse. No, it's not abuse, no.
No, it's not abuse, No.
We stop calling them No, it's not abuse. It's not abuse. Why go and hug our little father?
They call that Jange is not abuse.
How many are you looking at? Jengay, mau ke Mariani, Mini.
No, it's not what about you? They are abuse. Yam is not abuse. Don't be wrong. Yam is abuse. What kind of abuse is Yam? Okay, tell me. Yam is not abuse. Only Yam can do it now. Okay, then I'll go to Okay, so what you're saying and then? Yeah, how do you call Equatoria? How do you call Equatorians and then call No, Arabs. In one on one. Return what? Okay, let me see. Yam, they are all with time. Go and talk to our grandfather. They will tell you why you did that.
It's mean, they talk fast. That's where the name Yam Yam come from. Just like the way we call Murle Jebe. There's not a his name. I don't know why people.
Koko is the main shop people according to the research that I learned. That name was created by Boon. When call them Boon because they
just people from Romani did a beer. Go and they make you
not fast talking because they're just in the wrong way. But now the people turn it in the wrong way because they say Yam Yam that people who love to food, but it's not the way that they created before. That means that I should
Dominic, let us organize the room. Let us just go one by one so that people will contribute, ladies and gentlemen. It was Kalman who was talking. So Kalman, can you finish your speech so that the line move? And let us not abuse one another, Rajama. Let us benefit from the topics. And let's go.
My friend Sultan is finally put you foot down tonight, eh? Hey, I'm scared. Finally. It's about time you take your leadership and instead of running away. Congratulations.
Get up. Okay.
Now you are being soft. Thank you. Anyway,
Okay, even I cannot contribute to this topic because this topic does not make any sense to me. And it does not even, give me a chance to elaborate more because I can see the topic doesn't have any meaning. It's just a topic being created for us to come and argue and making this, this useless statement. This is for me. I don't contribute in such, topic that doesn't have any meaning. Me, as a person, right about the audience. So I will not contribute to this topic. I'll just go and expect to ask those questions and I figure out who he is now.
And I will not leave him alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so in fact, the line could start with me because you guys distracted me a lot. I did not come to conclusion. I did not finish. Don't want to jump up and down.
Okay. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, don't jump me again, please. Let me express myself. Now, to me, and the topic, I did agree that they switch off of acting by president or chairperson in IO is irrelevant, personal perspective to me. Because why? He recalled back the incident that happened in 2013 to call for justice. And this is what we are always complaining about. If we knew that there's some certain thing that happened in the other side, and the citizen regroup themselves and say what has happened, we condemn it. And they knew that they're the citizen. So even the victim can have a sense that the acknowledgement that have been overthrown to them by thrown to them by the or sent to them the convention word in other ways. They could put comfort on them. It's not a big deal. In a way that the matter that Dominic argued that in the case of Nas and why not they don't have allies? If you know that you have a common enemy, you need to regroup yourself, reorganize. It doesn't mean that we yet taking over the leadership from the by president. Nevertheless, even his speech yesterday, he did acknowledge his boss. And a political term that's circumstance where you see if you cannot achieve this, you go this. As you see now the tactic in JC, what do? They brought mercenary, they brought Uganda, they brought Russia. Because why? To knock down the opposition. If the opposition they have grouped themselves and they say we the opposition are the citizens of the nation, instead to bring the foreigners, we will deal with this group based on our coalition. There's nothing wrong to do with it. It's the right call, personal. But everyone have opinion.
You get something wrong because you say they coming to fight the opposition. They're not fighting opposition. They're fighting the places that has a white army. So you have to correct that right there. Because all those they could.
I mean the opposition. The opposition are like if they fight with the opposition is the government. That's what I mean. It's the government.
Yeah, they're not fighting IO. You know they just go the places all new area. Go ahead.
Okay. So maybe you mistaken me. So I mean like if the opposition have a unification and they fight with the government, with the JC group, it's okay. Because that's the only thing that will overthrow and change the life for innocent. Instead for us to fight individually, because we're not fighting with the government, we are fighting with other separatists, foreigners. It's too heavy for one opposition. The call to make a unification within themselves as a citizen is the right call. In my personal view, you will hate it, but the government don't like it. Because the government want to deal with this opposition today, because they know that they have upper-handed, they use the country resource, and then tomorrow they go deal with other groups. But if 2 or 3 groups have a good communication and come up with one voice, it's heard, the JC. So then I will stop there, I will give you to China Jama. But we yet, his call is right. It's a call for justice. It's a call for acknowledgement. It's a call to give the condolence to the people who lost their loved one. Instead of why army, everyone in South Sudan lost because of incident of 2013. But we know where the major problem where it was. We know it. So he did not do any bad. Yesterday I was listening to him, but I was distracted because I was still at work, and then I come up and just off and on. So now this is my info, Jama, and I will give it back to you, our team moderator, and thank you.
to this guy for the last hour. You know he's a moron, so you don't have to worry about that. Get him. You want to ask him a question? Maybe he'll answer you.
Why are you so eager to learn through other people? Like, why are you so invested in who I am?
Why are you so invested in who I am? Why you say let's get to know each other? Then I tell you everything about me, and you fucking back down like a little bitch.
Oh,
I gave you my government. I told you my sports teams. My dog's name is Enzo. I told you everything, bro. What have you told us other than you're a fucking moron? Just curious. And he's the number one campaign contributor to Jack Kitover.
Yeah, I did. I called the bluff because, I'm not on this app to get to know people personally. If we develop that bond and chemistry, I mean, sure, but it's difficult to even,
Okay, that was enough of him. I had to show him the back door. Get the fuck. What? I can't get the hour of my life back from this idiot. I'm gonna do a reset.
Yeah, he was dumb.
That's an understatement.
It is. I didn't hear the whole several hours you heard, so it probably is one. I just heard a short bit.
Well, here's the thing, Autumn. It's not my first rodeo. I'm doing this for 5 years. I can smell an anti-Semite a mile away. Okay, when you look at somebody's PTR, you look at their friends list, I'll say it again, and he has 10 friends, and 9 of those are 9 of the biggest anti-Semites on this app, my vibe is going to tell me this asshole's an anti-Semite. I asked him a very, very direct question, a very simple question that a 5th grader could answer, and he wanted to tap dance around it. So basically, how do you tell me an anti-Semite without telling me you're an anti-Semite? That's what he did.
That's often true, not always. Although, like I said, I'm a Zionist, Juan Paul Thomas, Nazi, libertarian. Guess what? I'm fighting a good fight with the libertarians.
Wow,
So,
more slander.
I lost a really good friend recently, unfortunately. And I went light with them. Light.
Thank you for that. I'm going to do a quick little reset. Guys, community conversations, collaboration. Are Palestinians starving? And that's also the poll. It's either fake news or absolutely. So right now, because this app is glitchy, and it only shows me that there's 4 votes, but I'm sure there's more than that. Let me say hello to Hey Counselor, how you doing, Abby? Rabbi, how you doing? Ash, how you doing? Judith, how you doing? Liz, how you doing? Wow, we got a nice Jewish contingency in here tonight. Freddie, how you doing? David, guys, got a pink ticket cashing in. You're more than welcome to come to the stage. Oh, here comes David. I pray to God, seriously, that you're sober, man.
Lord, I was
sober?
the same thing.
Because when he's sober, he's one of the smartest guys in the app. You're not sober. I mean, you said it's
I do have a PhD, so I'm just saying. But I'm sorry, Ed.
What are you gonna say? Are you drunk?
He's got a PhD.
Oh, of course not. Oh, because you gotta work tomorrow. All right, what do you want to say, David? A Palestinian stuff?
We know the answer to that question. Okay, the last time I was reading the New York Times on Saturday, and they had questions about what's happening in Gaza. And
did you say what's happening in Gaza?
If they're starving, where are the starving people? I'm just saying. I'm not saying there's people that are not starving in maybe Gaza, but first of all, who are we gonna blame? And second of all, who is the people? Who are the people that need to justify or represent the people that maybe are allegedly being starved? That would be the government, and the government is Hamas. So
you could think as that.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about it. In all fairness, and with all due respect, of course, I understand there's people that are hungry. I understand there's issues, but the people you should be blaming is the government, and the government is Hamas. And
David, if I put up a poll right now, is David B drunk? I guarantee everybody's gonna vote yes.
Okay, this is the David Bobadilla show.
And I'm not speaking.
Thank you. Well, we had the rhetoric all the time. It's genocide. They're starving over there.
Wow,
And
slander label.
I asked people, what's the solution? I don't see any end in sight, to be honest with you, to this conflict.
we're never going to eliminate Hamas, but that doesn't mean there's a genocide going on. That doesn't mean that people are just starting. Man, I'm in New York City. I got more homeless people. Every other block over here. So worried about what's going on over there. What about what's going on in our own country? Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. You want to jump in, grab the mic, just respect the one mic policy. Anyone?
You want to respond to the Al-Ghazan starving?
A Palestinian starving.
There's plenty of food there. And there's several ways to measure it. For one, you measure first how much aid is getting in. In the past, per week, there's about 3 times the amount of aid to feed every single person in Gaza. And another thing, you can also just follow Gazan social media, and that's the news. Like one journalist, her name is Inchim, and she has a hashtag the Gaza you don't see, and just videos from Gaza, Gazans uploaded under various social medias, not even with commentary most of the time, no commentary at all. It's just like, this location, at this place, on this date, at this time, this video. That's it, you know? And you get the video and link the original source of the video so you can go back to their accounts. Like you can go to the Gazan social media accounts, you know? And when you look at the Gazan social media accounts and you look at all media stories, you see very different tellings of what's happening because they have desserts galore. They have fancy coffees, they have all kinds of stuff still happening all the time. Different restaurants, different things. Like this food, maybe somewhere there's some issue with Hamas is stealing from some people in some parts of Gaza, maybe, yeah. And that's the thing to talk about, and that's an issue of Hamas sucks because they're evil, you know?
Thank you,
no food.
Thank you, I appreciate you. So, are you there, Nye?
Yes, sir.
I gotta leave. I gotta
Miss
walk my
McGee?
puppy.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I changed the topic to the room. Thank you for your share, Autumn. We're gonna pivot off this topic because I think it's bullshit. I know the true answer. Will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence? Miss McGee, what do you think?
Before we move on, and I'm being serious now. You can tell me, okay? I know we're in an open space, a public space, but you can tell me the truth to this question. Don't try to keep any Jewish secrets. Do Jewish people have magic coffee beans? Because I told you before, the best cup of coffee I ever had in my life was at a Jewish day school. So tell me the truth.
The only one.
I've never had a cup of coffee like this ever again.
The only Jew I know that has magic coffee would be El Normo, who presses his own beans every day. That's all I know.
God damn it,
That's so true.
That must be what it was. It must have been pressed. Oh my God, I've never had a cup of coffee that good ever again, and that was years ago. Okay, I'm done.
Well, when you come to New York, I'll make sure that me, you, and Norm will have him press you some food. He gets beans from directly from Saudi Arabia or some shit.
So true.
Wait, so I had lunch with Norman. Now I should have breakfast with Norman, apparently.
Norm's a good guy.
Get him to give you those beans.
I guess
He has some nice beans.
Yeah, because I've only had lunch with him, because I never had coffee, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my Nick Pickett's asshole. Jordan, how you doing?
This is about to start. Let's go.
I saw something on Facebook. So, are there new commentary going around of what did Charlie say about the tribe? Is that what's going around today?
I haven't heard it, Jordan. What did he allegedly say?
So this right-wing Gentile community is saying that Jews eat, and not a white nationalist community, but far-right, or just a conservative group is saying that Charlie Kirk said that Jews that hated Gentiles and they're funding Gentile programs. And this
been going on for 5,000 years.
No, but the point I'm trying to say is it's due to the Charlie Kirk's drama of the past week.
So did I just pin it on? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Grace.
No, it's not. It really has the same kind of tropes have been continuous throughout our lifetime. It just, some of the words change from the beginning of the sentence to the next. We have to be aware of that. This is not new approaches.
Right.
It's not a new approach.
The important distinction is that millions of Gentiles don't know this, and they're reading it because I'm reading the comments. They're reading it like it was something that he recently said that was original and pertaining specifically to Americans in this era.
I apologize. Somebody else should talk because I don't find this to be unique. I don't find this to be
it's not helpful because there's a lot of bad people saying a lot of bad things.
Hold on, David. Let me just announce that I just put a new article on top. Jordan, you might find this interesting. Grace, you might find this interesting. Over 10,000 posts by Charlie Kirk's murder in Israel as conspiracy theories explode online. Boy, anything that happens in this world, blame the Jews. No Jews, no news. And it's just amazing to me. No, I just want to say to Abby, are you not sick and tired yet of all the winning? Yeah.
I believe they blame the Jews and attack the black and attack black people. Somehow they trying to make it about. I heard that the Jewish conspiracy is about genocide, but all the anger is toward black people because of how some black people responded. They're not focused on killing or why he got killed. They're focused on, like you said, they want to always attack. They blame the Jewish people, but somehow they want to attack the black people. It's kind of weird.
Grace, what do you think about this article? About 10,000 posts. Tied Charlie Kirk's murder to Israel as conspiracy theories explode.
Yeah, I think that this is not new. In the past week, we have the Jewish agencies are now really trying to come online and start gathering all these tropes. It's not unusual for the Jewish people in the past 5,000 years, whether we're online or not, right? This is a new forum, but this has been going on for a long time. Tropes are the way that hate manifests society, and that's what's going on.
Yeah, but absolutely, I understand that, but the whole what I'm trying to point out, and I'm doing a terrible of it, is that there's.
Is it just me, or is he in the Matrix? No, he's in the Matrix. I'm trying to find out. It's like
how these people are voting. We divide the community.
Dr. Jordan, you're in the Matrix, sir.
Matrix all the way.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a divisive nature where we're arguing.
He's such a loser.
But they're arguing
Jordan,
online.
Jordan, you're coming in and out, bro. You gotta get a better spot. Let me say hello to I am Lyric. Hey Lyric, how you doing? Lyric, are you there?
Hi, JB, can you give me about 10 more minutes? I'm in the middle of something listening.
You take your time. Guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. If you want to grab the mic, more than welcome to. Disrespect the one mic policy. Thank you very much.
So will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence? Absolutely, because the left has, the loony left have said, and we've heard them a million times over on this app, state, hey, he didn't deserve to die, but if you say things to offend us, yeah, you might be shot in the head. So as long as people are continuing to critically think and use public forums to share their opinions, especially about topics triggering topics related to politics and sexuality and et cetera, because those seem to be the two main topics that keep, well, three that keep people wound up: sexuality topics, race, and politics. Right? As long as we have influencers or vocal people,
Howard,
especially
you've
on
been
the
a
right,
naughty boy, Howard. I know what you've been doing, Howard. You're a naughty boy. You're contributing to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Yeah, they have.
All right, Howard, I'm going to restart the Dave above a day room.
They will kill you, or at the very least, rain hellfire upon your life because you said something that offends them. So yeah, will this spark more violence? Absolutely. As long as we have to navigate among the tender touch society who decided that words can equal death sentence, absolutely.
Well, let me play devil's advocate, right? I pinned an article about Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, breaks her silence on husband's death after failed shooting. Now, I don't care what side of the aisle you on. I feel horrible for this woman and her two children, two young children. But I'll say this. I felt reading her words was a veiled threat, right? Like, now we're coming after you. And don't you think it comes from both sides, not just the loony lusts?
Well, of course. Are there extremists on both sides? Yes. And I know, I'm trying to roll through my mental Rolodex. I know we had the senator and her husband who were killed, earlier this year, and I think they attributed their deaths to a far right. I could be wrong on that. But look, it seems to me within the past year or so, a lot of the violence has been rising from the left. And let me be clear, not exclusively on the left. I mean, listen, the right did not spend the summer burning down Tesla plants and vandalizing Tesla cars.
Oh my gosh, she's right.
As a matter of fact,
She's
it
right.
is worth noting, I know I'm going to get pushback on this, but do we not find it curious that, there are a lot of people who feel some way about Kurt's death, especially on the right, and nobody took to the street to burn down stores and protests and violence. But the left, over the past couple of years, when we're all worked up about something, I say we like I'm a leftist, but here in America, the leftists, when they're worked up about something, they're ready to burn the cities down, aren't they? I mean, I don't know. Now I know somebody's going to say, but what about January 6th? I know. I get it. I get it. Okay, I'm not excusing it. But hey, I don't make a big deal about January 6th because during Trump's, and I've said this before, so forgive me for the folks who've been following me on this app for a couple years, and they've heard me say what I'm about to say. During Trump's first term, when he won, at that time I was very anti-Trump. And I thought he was going to take the world to hell and back. And when he won his first term, the first thing that I said on social media, especially on my Facebook, and I wasn't trying to be funny, I said this man has anybody watched The Handmaid's Tale? If you're familiar with The Handmaid's Tale, you know the Gilead society that they lived in. I said this man is going to turn us into Gilead. And when they stormed the Capitol on January 6th, I said, here it is, because that's essentially how it kicked off in The Handmaid's Tale, if you've seen the series, who read the books, right? Some radicals took over the White House and killed and booted all the politicians out. And I said, fucking hell, my prediction is coming true. Gilead is finally here. And thank God I was wrong. But since then, the right has been, I'm not going to say the right has not been violent, but the only violent incidents that immediately pop in my mind post-January 6th have come from the left. And I'll allow anybody smarter than me on this subject to remind me of the violence from the right that has risen post-January 6th. Thank you.
Sure. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Maddie, hold on a second. Hold on. Jamie, I need to be patient. Hold on. Because I have a queue. We're going to go, David, Stan, Matt, Jane, Jason.
Jane.
David. Okay, we'll go to Jane first because she's my friend and I like her. Yeah, Jane.
I know, I was
enough to even choose a political side per se. And if it was, I guess it's fair. What, friendly fire then? Because if he is politically charged, kind of just shot his own foot. I condone violence in any manner, shape, or form. I don't agree with any of that. But I think we need to rethink what's going on here. I don't think this was politically motivated at all. I don't think we do get the motive. I don't think that they have actually released any motive. So until that happens, we can talk about gun violence. We can talk about violence.
Larry, I have to strongly disagree with you. This is absolutely politically motivated because of what y'all was.
Let me finish why. I'm almost done. And I get people are still gonna say whatever they say. I'm just giving my opinion. Opinions can't be wrong. You can disagree, but they can't be wrong. And the reason I say what I say is because I know there's a lot of people on the left that totally disagree with Candace Owens, but I don't think anybody want to take her out. That's a little bit too far. But we do know that there are a lot of people on the left that don't agree with her, and she's a political commentator. This young man was a political commentator. He's not a politician. He's not holding any office. And that's just my opinion. I don't think it's politically charged due to his age. Other political commentators out there that are still, walking around doing their things. Hope that the motive can be truly discovered. And I live with that.
Wait, may I ask you a question? You said because of his age. Now wait, let me just say this really quickly. I don't know. I know you were in Monica's room earlier. I am. And I don't know if you were there when Abby came on stage. I don't know if you were still on the stage when Abby came on and explained, because I had heard on social media, read on social media, that his family and friends said while he was raised in a conservative Christian family, he had more left-leaning views. And I asked the stage, was that correct? And Abby came up and confirmed that his family gave affidavits to the FBI.
He's a Mormon.
Okay. What does that have to do with?
You said Christian.
So I said Christian. Okay, right. Well, conservative Mormon family. His family told the FBI that he had more left-leaning views despite being raised in a conservative household. So when you say it's not political, and perhaps it's not, but what does his age have to do with anything? That you said you don't think it's political.
So I don't believe it's solely his age. His age really has nothing to do with it. We all know that mentally you just not mature until you're about 25, 26. And as far as when his age comes into factor, I don't think that at that age we are mature enough to make a decision to say, yes, I totally lean right, left, purple, green.
But that's an impression. Can I finish? You asked me a question, let me finish. You can, but I'm just wanting a dialogue, just really quickly, because I'm trying to understand. In America, we can start voting at age 18. So if you're 18, 19, 20, and you support maybe a Kamala, or a Trump, or a Biden, or a Clinton, or Obama, you're saying these people aren't mentally mature enough to understand which way of the political aisle they most lean towards to cast a vote?
No, that's not what I said at all. What I said was, I think that at 20, and most youngsters, we typically may, not always, but whether your family or what your community, you don't really make a hardcore decision about where you stand. At 20, anybody's impressionable. Just as well as, that's what I'm trying to say. At 20, he could still be, the keyword could be, most likely because of his age and immaturity, still impressionable. So we don't know. That's all I'm saying. And as far as social media confirming that this was politically, I'm waiting on investigators and they cannot confirm it. That's the only thing I'm saying. They can confirm that it's politically motivated. I hope you don't jump to that. It could be if he was in love with somebody, did something stupid, a dare. It could be anything. I just wanted to see what my...
You got dares to do it!
I'm not making it light to like charge him.
Democrat struggle session.
I have the maturity, and I don't care. He just doesn't have the maturity at that age.
Thank you, Larry. Abby, before I'm gonna let you know.
In the military in the United States, someone remind me at what age can you?
18.
Actually, it's not. It's minor by my dad was
17.
fighting over in the Pacific Theater at the age of 18, 19.
Can you mute up? We're getting a little feedback. Please, thank you.
I find that to be
Terry,
completely the opposite. So first of all,
this
most
is
people
legal
at the age of
notice
20 do not agree with their parents. There's definitely, I mean,
that on
it's
Monday,
rare that you find that they're politically aligned with their parents. They're usually at that point gone in their own
9.15.25,
directions. It
I
just so
will be
happens that
filing
this guy
a
grew up
personal
in southern
defamation
Utah. And I don't know the last speaker, if you're familiar with southern
and
Utah and what
slander
goes on there.
lawsuit,
I'm pretty familiar with it. It neighbors my city.
personal
And a
injury,
lot of these kids, once
defamation,
they get out of high school
personal
or
injury
at the end of high
against
school, when they
you,
start finding themselves, especially if they grow up in a
where we
strict
will be
Mormon
seeking
community, which is what St. George and that area of southern Utah is. A lot of them come over the border
$40,000
to Nevada.
in
A lot of them
compensatory
come out that are the ones that are gay come
and
out. They come here
$100,000
or
in
they get
punitive
involved in the
damages
industry here. They in either the gaming industry or they work
against
in
you.
the different restaurants here, but they leave
Cease and
southern
desist
Utah. It's very common. It's very common that
from
there
any
is
further
a
slander
change that happens once they leave that community. But
immediately.
go visit like Zion or spend some time in southern Utah and see what the
I will be
communities are like
seeking
there.
wage
And
garnishment.
the fact that his parents were Mormon conservative it makes no difference.
Or the placement
This
of a
kid
ring
had went in the direction that he went. I mean, the FBI is coming out. There's
against your home.
listen to the press conferences. Listen to what the investigators are releasing.
Really
Don't
honorable,
hear it on TikTok. Hear it directly from the news briefings that they do, or follow it that way.
pay the judgment.
Or ask your own law enforcement. If they have updates on it. But I mean that to say someone at the age of 20 doesn't know. I mean, I think that's the. For me personally, I was like already. Let's see, I skipped a little, so I was already starting law school. Like, there's no way, and I definitely didn't think the way my parents thought at that age. But for him, growing up where he grew up, and you need to understand what the climate is like in southern Utah, and how many kids leave that nest.
Thank you, counsel. And I hate the Phillies. Just want to say that.
Did you see the Eagles play? That was such a great game today. Sorry.
I didn't. I was.
Poor Giants. I wanted to. I wanted the Giants.
$40,100 punitive damages. Cease and desist from
We got
I will be
destroyed.
seeking
It's
wage
an embarrassment
garnishment
already. Let me go to David, Stan, and Matt.
for the
David,
placement of
you
a
there?
lien against your home should you be
Yeah, I'm
unable to
here.
settle or pay the judgment.
Yeah, of course there was some violence against Tesla cars. No Tesla plants were vandalized. There were some Tesla stores that their windows were vandalized, not the plants. I'm not saying that's right, though. And most of the people that are doing vandalisms are just fuckfaces that want to destroy shit. Same thing with the BLM riots. There's a difference of protesters and riots. And don't get me wrong, there is violent people on the left too. But regarding violent people on the right, I mean, let's look at the murder that happened to a politician in Minnesota not that long ago. That was very recently. You had a Fox News host the other day that literally said we should euthanize and kill homeless people with mental disabilities if they don't want to accept help. That is not a lie. That just recently happened. That's Fox News mainstream media that said we should kill. That is Nazi stuff. That is violence. Spreading that ideology to their followers is insane. This is the world we live in. And to say there's not this extremist going on, Donald Trump recently said on Fox News that these far-right extremists are needed to prevent crime. I mean, this rhetoric. The shooter, the same day that Charlie Kirk got murdered, there was a school shooting. And yes, this is preliminary investigation stuff, which a lot of times that may be inaccurate. Same thing with the Charlie Kirk. A lot of the stuff that's coming about Charlie Kirk, don't believe it. I mean, you can hear it, some of the stuff that's coming out about the most recent shooter the same day.
Wait, hold on, David. So we shouldn't believe when the governor of Utah comes out and says that he was
Personal
living with a
defamation.
transgender person and he supported transgender rights. We shouldn't believe that.
I should say be cautious of the information because look how often the information comes right after an active shooter situation. That's very common. Whether it was a Las Vegas shooting that happened that I was involved with certain things, with a lot of the other shootings. Just, I'm not saying don't believe.
You know nothing about the Las Vegas shooting, by the way, David.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
No, I don't think so.
bullshit, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna call bullshit on that. I'll take you on that in a heartbeat.
You don't know my past. I'll just say that.
You
That's
don't know
fucking
mine.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
presence.
Oh, wait a second, David. Just to get some clarity, Abby, he's former
Abby's
Homeland
puissance.
Security. That's what
Puissance.
You can be, but tell me all about the investigation into Stephen Paddock post the shooting. What do you know about it, Dave?
We can talk about that offline because that's actually one of my biggest. Yeah, that falls around my PTSD, so I'm not going to go there right now. I did leave shortly after the Homeland Security.
Okay, then what does he know?
Yeah. So
Felix Homeland Security.
let's
I'm hoping I think so.
because I can't talk about that. I can't talk about his fiance.
Tell me about the baby monitor. Tell me all about the baby monitor and
Okay, this is
the.
legal notice.
Okay, are you talking about this?
That on Monday, the following personal injury defamation and slander lawsuit against you will be seeking $40,000 compensatory and $100,000 punitive damages against you. Cease and desist or any further slander
I
you
don't have conspiracy theory. I left the meeting 3 days ago with one of the investigative officers from Fusion, so I don't
gets
have.
you home.
Believe me, I don't. And I also can talk a lot about the settlement with MGM if you want to talk about that.
She's getting ready to settle to pay the judgment.
Yeah, okay, let's move on to that, past that topic, because I can go there, I just rather not, because I'd rather not get myself worked up. I'm not getting paid anymore, so why, put myself.
All right, move past it. Let's go, David. Yeah, about this one. Just waiting.
Before I got cut off there, there's a lot of examples of people in the alt-right extremists, a shitload of them, and we can just keep on pulling those up, so that does exist. But going back to this Fox News comment by the major anchor, I mean, what the heck? That is insane that he said that. Insanity that he's preaching that. That is violence. That's
Sure, this is legal notice for Monday of the filing of personal injury defamation and slander lawsuit against you. I will be seeking $40,000 in compensatory and $100,000 in punitive damages against you. Cease and desist from any further slander immediately. I'll be seeking wage garnishment or the placement of a lien against your home should you be unable to settle to pay the
Just a
judgment.
few points. Being somewhat familiar with Utah, I want to affirm what Abby said about people that grow up in southern Utah. They definitely, it's very hard potentially.
Candidate Congressman John Kitover legal statement.
Every Sunday and do certain actions, and then they decide to change your behavior, short-term or long-term, when you first leave your house.
So funny.
I'm not suggesting I know what happened here, but it's not uncommon for that to happen. But to go to what I mentioned earlier, it's well known that the frontal lobe develops for males, and the age fully develops around 25 to 27, and about 2 years earlier for women. But that's applicable for each person. It's different, and the full development is not.
Stanley, you can say whatever you like, bro, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but bro, if you're 20 years old, you know murder's wrong. That's it.
As I was going to say, the full development does not mean that you're not, I don't know, 95% developed at a younger age. I'm not an expert on it, but I did look up that time. But what I also want to point out is, according to the American Psychological Association, transgender is not something that is a belief, but is based upon how you are born. And ascribing that to being left or right may not be the best way to go. We don't know all this yet. So be careful on that one. I do realize that some people don't subscribe to the science, but I will also point out that science brought us these great supercomputers we have in our pockets right now that enable us to talk online. So to the degree that you want to refute science, maybe some of our advances only came from science. But my main point is that there are people behind the Trump movement that are trying to divide the country. They are trying to use social media and its current implementation to cause people to hate each other, to cause divisiveness, they understand the algorithms, and they're taking advantage of it. I will cite that, for example, J.D. Vance said they were using Carl Schmitt's stuff, and Carl Schmitt was one of the early political philosophers that existed in the 1930s. I didn't like the outcome of the 1930s. I hate what I heard on X a couple nights ago. There's way too much anti-Semitism going on, just rampant. No reason for that. And where we are right now shouldn't be being promoted by a small segment of people behind the current administration. You can see it in Vance's speeches that he's trying to promote that. And we can see what Mr. Miller or Stephen Miller said today, trying to suggest that there's going to be retaliation or they were going to go after people. Instead, what I think we need is we need to tone it down. We heard Governor Cox of Utah say something a couple days ago. I really hope that we can tone it down. And I hope that those that are behind the philosophy that exists for how Trump got to where he is right now.
Stan, I need you to landscape. Thank you.
Terry, this is legal matters for the Monday.
Hold on, Jordan.
I will be filing a personal injury, defamation, and slander lawsuit against Sue Allen seeking $40,000 compensatory
Well, Charlie Kirk's death sparked more violence. I say absolutely.
Cease and
Let me
desist
say
from
hello to
unfair side
Johannes,
of the media.
Rosette, how you doing? XG, good to see you. Shy, good to see you. Megan, Dr. Catherine, always a pleasure. Ash, Rabbi, Jen, good to see you. Guys, you have a pink ticket, please cash those in. We have great conversations in this house all the time. I'm going to go to the next speaker, John. I promise I'll get to you. I'm going to go to my friend Matt Manzella, who I haven't spoken to in a while. And I'm always happy when you see him. Matty, how you doing?
Doing well, Jay. How's it going?
Man, fucking Jets suck ass, but other than that, I'm great.
I'm a Giants fan, but I'm suffering with you. That's all I can tell you. What I was going to say on the issue is there are a lot of events all the time. Nye earlier said that that the right doesn't riot when bad things happen. Most people don't riot when bad things happen. The Minnesota lawmakers were killed, the left didn't riot. McVeigh blew up a federal building, the left didn't riot. RFK was killed, the left didn't riot. There's a long history of not rioting, and there's three instances maybe in the last 40 years where there have been significant riots in the United States. I would say there has been violence from both sides for the entirety of my lifetime. And it's usually fringe people. It is always unfortunate, and the best thing we can do is take care of our neighbors and make sure people live in a good world, because people that live in a good world are less likely to commit violence. And I'll just end on that.
Thank you, Matt. Jason Voorhees, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Sorry about your Jets. My Jaguars got their hearts broken as well.
Man, I'd rather be a Jaguar fan, bro. But you might be wrong.
Okay. Alright, man. Yeah, so I was just gonna say this. I think we always get caught up in the trap of the finger pointing and stuff. And Trump is as guilty as the left that he talks about. Now, with that said, a lot of things he did about the left is true. I don't care what none of y'all say. A lot of that stuff is true. But he does turn a blind eye to the things that his own base does. That is true as well. And I think what gets missed a lot of times in these conversations is that two things can be true. Both sides can be very violent if they feel like it, and they have been when they feel like it. But I think that the people on the right, it's already kind of like, Trump is already kind of known as like this anti-fascist and incites violence and all that, and people already kind of look at his supporters as that. So like nobody's usually breaking news when we say, oh yeah, people on the right do violent things. What I tend to see more so is that the left, they act like they don't do anything. Like, and a lot of their supporters act like they don't ever do anything. And they do. And when they act like they don't, it makes it worse. So when you have situations like when people on the right die or they call for the death of people, we'll even go here. office, and he was looking real sick, everything like that, and we didn't see him for months, and we didn't know what was going on. I didn't see anybody talking about they hope he dead, that he don't come back, and all this type of stuff. But when they seen that Trump looked like he was sick, I guess he had something going on. They could see it on his hands, whatever the case may be, and it was like, oh, the day might be coming, and it was going viral saying it too, like it was going around, and it was like, oh, it might actually happen, you know, and they like waiting for it. And then obviously you see the reaction to the Kirk stuff. But my thing is, we know what the right be doing. We already know, you know, extreme conservatives also, you know, are very violent, and it's always kind of put on Front Street. The left stuff is usually not. You usually gotta fight through a lot of gaslighting to get a Democrat supporter to admit that they do anything wrong. But that's it.
Thank you, Jason. I'm gonna read this. I put a new article on top, guys. Let me read the top. The title for this article. Charlie Kirk assassination suspect had a furry fixation. I still don't know what the fuck that is. And his trans boyfriend proclaimed support for Biden on social media. So here's the thing. Anybody says this is not politically motivated, I get it. Let's wait till the investigation's over. You know, forget that these things were etched on these bullets that killed this man. Let's just forget all that. Let's forget he's 20 years old. You know, let's all make excuses for why this man did what he did. Just my opinion. If I'm gonna go to hold on, David. I know you guys are fighting at the bit, but I gotta get the speaks that I haven't spoken yet. Then I'm gonna go to Jordan and David. Adrian, how you doing, Adrian?
What's going on with you, man?
Chilling. You wanna chime in?
Five have
Yeah.
already done it.
You know I do. I implore
Five
everybody
have already done
in
it.
this room to look at my PTR. Y'all see that, right? Y'all see that, right? Yeah, we remember that day when that shit happened. People were like, what the fuck is going on in this country? This shit look like something out of Beef and Vendetta. It's like some Chancellor Sutton type shit. Right? Okay. This motherfucker was talking cash money shit to the American people. Well, we know who he was talking to because it was on the
Five have already done it.
You weren't talking to Trump supporters. No way, buddy. No way, buddy. When we talk about political violence in this damn country, I agree with the last person. That what the last speaker just said. People love to have selective memories, selective outrage. Because when it comes to their side, they turn a blind eye and act like it never happened. To prove this point, January 6th, right? We know January 6th up and down, inside out, in and around and about.
This is legal
And
notice
awesome.
for
We know
Monday.
everything about January
I'll
6th.
be filing a
By the way,
personal
we
injury
still don't know
defamation
who the hell
slander
planted
lawsuit
the
against
pythons
Michael
at
seeking
Dickinson in
40,000
Arkansas.
compensatory and
That's what I'm
$100,000
talking.
punitive damages against your chief and
Let me tell you
assistant
something else
attorney
that people don't know.
immediately. I'll be
May
seeking
29th,
litigation or the placement of lien against your
2020.
home should you be unable to settle or pay the judgment.
People like, yo, what the hell is that? May 29th is when far left activists tried to run up into the White House.
Terry, this is legal.
They set fire to St. John's Church. They set fire to guard posts, injured cops, and everything. Over 100-some cops they injured. They actually tried to run up into the White House, which was prompted Donald Trump to be ushered off to the bunker. And when that happened, they called him Bunker Bitch. Why are you teasing the guy for looking out for his safety? Y'all are trying to run into the house where he literally sleeps with his family. But hey, let's talk about the insurrection that happened at the Capitol. That, by the way, the right had firearms out the wazoo and didn't shoot out a single person. But yeah, let's label this as the most deadliest thing that happened to our country since Pearl Harbor. That was the Derek, wasn't it? Pretty was. Oh yeah, go ahead, bro. I was just gonna highlight the hypocrisy. A lot of people like to, you know what I'm saying, overlook and shit, but you know, I'm a highlighter. I'm a hypocrisy highlighter. So yeah, go ahead.
You should change your name. That's a great name. You should change your name to that. I love that name. You did plenty of hypocrisy on this app. You know that. But thank you for your share. Let me go to Shy. Hey, Shy. Shy, you there?
This is more or less the subject of our discussion. What's happened to the
I'll definitely come back to you. I'm going to DQ, then I'll go to Jordan, David, and back to you, Shy. DQ, how you doing?
Minority ages have ruled.
Hey, what's going
And
on?
today, probably
Yeah, man,
10%
changing up things
of
is free.
mankind,
Oh, my bad.
maybe less, is
No worries, no worries.
administering
No
the
worries,
other
man.
90%. Very seldom having any
Do I
direct
think the
contact
assassination
with the
some
needs and
violence?
problems
I'm gonna be honest, bro.
of that vast majority.
Well, maybe.
Therefore, at this time,
I think Detroit news cycle.
we're going.
This is gonna be one of those other events that happen, and we gonna stop talking about it in 2 weeks from now. So there's gonna be more the same until the next news cycle happens again. Unfortunately, as it is, this is just one of the moments like, okay, this happened. It's a hot topic. We're gonna move on. People gonna forget about it. We're conditioned to do that at this point. So as far as more violence, I don't think so. There's gonna be whatever the next thing that's gonna happen. We're just gonna move on. We're gonna focus on to the next thing. So political violence is not new in this country. It was here before us. It's gonna be here after us. So it's just like one of those things that we have as America. That shit just happens. It sucks, but it's part of where we come from. Like violence has always been here.
Focus is really your
So I don't agree with it, but it happens. We gotta be prepared for when it happens. What do we do?
Thank you, DQ. I appreciate your shit, man. Appreciate it. Hey, now you there? I want to go to you for a second.
Yes.
You know what's funny? What this young man just triggered a thought in my head, which is very rare. We haven't heard anything about the Epstein files in weeks.
Well, yeah, another great distraction.
Academic and fraud and lying.
You know what I'm saying? I told you the other night when my 3 theories months ago were going to come to fruition about what would be the next distraction. We got all 3. You know, for those who didn't hear, a couple months ago we were talking about the Epstein files, and this was right around the time Trump released, like he claimed he released some unsealed documents on MLK, and MLK's family was feeling some way. And I said, JB, listen, all this is a distraction, and be prepared for additional distractions. And those distractions could be coming in the form of some sort of UFO alien invasion. I was being funny, but not really. I said, we'll either have some terrorists or mass shooting, and some white girl will suffer a tragedy, because, you know, every time a white girl goes missing, I'm not trying to be funny or be racist, but you know, a pretty white girl suffers some sort of tragedy. It makes local, international headlines, and all 3 has come true. We've had the Kirk assassination. We had that the innocent Ukrainian girl who was stabbed, and the scientists claim there's some sort of UFO hurling towards Earth, some sort of massive object, and they don't know what it is. Is it alien? Is it a rock? We don't know, but it's coming towards Earth. All 3 distractions. And so what's next? I mean, we're only in September. What's going to be next, guys? We won't hear nothing about Epstein probably until, next election cycle? Maybe. I don't know. But we are entering the fall season, so we might get a COVID variant as the next level.
Bite your tongue. No more COVID. But I take it to the top, guys. Trump blasts the left and announces major investigations underway after Charlie Kirk's assassination. See, here's the point I made the other day, and I'll say it again. I know some of you right-leaning people are going to get mad at me. But Donald Trump needs to shut the fuck up. Just shut up. This is the type of rhetoric that just stokes all this shit, man, and I believe that wholeheartedly. Jordan, we'll go Jordan, David, then Justin. Jordan, you there?
Yeah, I mean, I do think we're.
Terry Newsom.
Again, Zuckerberg kind of deregulated fact-checking.
Kennedy Congressman got killed a legal statement.
We were just waiting for a story, not necessarily one that would distract
So this is legal notice on the Monday. We're filing personal injury defamation of slander lawsuit against you. I'll be seeking 40,000 complaints to 100,000 people to damages against you. Cease and desist from any further sign immediately. We're seeking wage garnishment of placing a lien against your home should be honorable settlement.
The ideology of this young man was, but the truth is we flooded the internet with so much stuff that is algorithmically driven, that is sowing confusion and more hate. It's actually unbelievable. I have a counterterrorism expert from Israel who's now in residence at Brandeis. She was at Yale. And I wasn't thinking of this, but she wants to come back on the show, and we were really talking about Israeli-Palestinian affairs. But she's now an expert on cybersecurity and cyber hate. And so I'm going to ask her because I think the question is this perpetrated by international entities who know that they can, let's say, Islamist groups that know that sowing this kind of hate and using it as a tool to divide the Jewish community, even as one thing, blah, 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 blah. It's so interesting to me. Maybe Abby can speak to this, but I'm going to have her on and maybe see if she can talk specifically about, her name is Dr. Koblitz. She could maybe, she's at Wright University, but she could maybe speak to this specifically. And I'm done.
Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. David, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just
David?
commenting.
Hey, Grog.
I'm just going to comment on the fact that you brought up about the furry thing.
Review Terry Newsom.
I would just be cautious about making those complete facts, even when they're released by certain politicians
And
of the town or
contrast
whatever.
and compare
These preliminary,
Illinois
quotation
defamation
facts, many of them turn out to
laws.
be complete bullshit. And that one may be true, 100%. I mean, I don't freaking know. There's no way I know if that's true or not. And it just so often is people get their information from Facebook facts, news facts, and a lot of news are complete bullshit. And even much so, I mean, if you look at the timeline.
Hey, David, I get my facts from TikTok, but go ahead.
Even from like right when like the day of, I mean, there was facts coming out. Well, this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this. I mean, even people on the left were saying it's this. Now I'm hearing even the sheriff, his dad may not be a sheriff, and it just be cautious about what you hear, even when it's coming from politicians in that area, because there's such a pressure to release shit. They'll just
Hey, Greg, review Terry Newsom's statements about contrasting compare Illinois defamation laws and cases to
off that because they have pressure to have releases, even like the different sheriff agencies to the different state police, whatever agency it is, they have so much pressure to release stuff, and it a lot of times is not 100% correct. And you just look at patterns of any mass shooting or any big incident. And in college, we had multiple weeks of hearing the press releases versus the few weeks later the actual police report and the things that just differ on that. And I mean that's just with anything, with any event that happens like this. Just be cautious about what is truly a fact and don't rush into it.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Shy, you ready to jump in or no? You can come back if you want.
Should I just answer the question?
You know how I run the rooms. You can talk about whatever you like.
I think it will spark more violence. I think it will. I just think it's ironic how some of the ideology has kind of switched after this. Like now lefties are pioneering free speech and having the ability to make fun of this guy to death, which, to be fair, that is free speech. But that's ironic to me. What's also ironic is how they're advocating for waiting for the facts to come out when usually they were doing the opposite. Especially if anybody got killed by police. But now that it's Charlie Kirk and it might be one of theirs. Now, so wait until the guy that did it proclaims himself as a leftist. Although, all the evidence that we've accumulated so far points to me
seeking
I do think both sides have been violent towards each other, but just not to this scale. And now that leftists have kind of opened up that door, I think it's going to be potentially dangerous for them. I hope not, because if there were, if it was to get more serious than this, we know which side will kind of win. That, the side of guns or the side of anti-guns, which one? Common sense. But I'll probably just leave it at that.
Thank you, Sean. Great share. I agree with everything you just said. By the way, to piggyback off what you said, DQ, you got to chip. I got you. But when you come off mic, I get feedback.
Oh, my bad.
No worries. President Trump, I don't know if it was today or yesterday or maybe Friday, maybe Abby knows the answers. He requested from Congress increased budget for the Supreme Court security because he's worried about some of these lunatics going after our justices. So there's that. DQ, hold on 1 second. Justin, the pace you're waiting. I'll come right after Justin. I'll come to you, DQ. Justin, how you doing?
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Cash in your ticket. You're coming in fine. Put cash in your pink ticket, okay?
Okay. I don't know what that means exactly. It means join.
Join the house, yeah.
Okay, I see. Well, yeah, so I do believe this is going to create more violence. The left has created a culture of violence already, and the media is still constantly coddling the left. There's, of course, middle grounders, people who like to say, this is happening on both sides. They're also still persisting to coddle the left, trying to apologize, say, oh, well, January 6th, oh, there was also, the senator who got by, was it Vance? Even though that guy was definitely left-wing because he had a No Kings, flyer in his car, and he also said he was sent by Tim Walz, and also he has a recent picture of him with another woman that says, I'm a Democrat because I think, and he had a shirt that said resist. So he, just like Tyler Robertson, they seem to be, at least as of the last 4 years, recent converts to the left. Now, I guess the guy who killed the senators, he seems to be a more recent convert to the left and just been radicalized really quickly for some reason. But my point is that because somehow this hive, they can sense that the media is going to give them cover. Culture, everybody's sort of trying to apologize for them and protect them from our anger, like how furious we are. They feel like, okay, it's a green light, we can keep on doing this. It's not their, this is not their boiling point. Like, we just shot Charlie Kirk. Oh, this is not enough. We're going to keep doing it. And there's this hive mind because when Charlie Kirk got shot, immediately, this is reports on the ground and a little bit we can see it online, immediately people said, oh, I'm the shooter. Like, multiple people was doing that to confuse the police. The old guy kept on, who got arrested first, kept on saying, shoot me, shoot me. Like, he was trying to add to the confusion. Like, either he was definitely part of the conspiracy, or because he was left-wing, he knew exactly what to do at that moment, and he knew that he had to help whoever that was out there to get away. So they always, they had this high.
Hold on, Justin. Are you talking about the young man who put his arms up and was screaming?
Not him. I'm assuming him. I'm just saying him, but there's an old man who was arrested first.
The old man that was arrested was known as a provocateur before he got arrested. And the young man that put his arms screaming has spoken to the FBI, and he told the FBI I was screaming, God bless America. Now, I don't know if any of that's true, Justin. I'm just giving you some context.
I agree. But the provocateur knew exactly what to say and what to do. He knew to,
part of politics.
If he had any heart, he knew not to do all that. But, wasting the resources and the time of the police when they're supposed to get the shooter, because the shooter could have been going out to try to kill more people. But, either way, there was reports of other people saying, I'm the shooter, and confusing the situation. So it's like they all kind of know, okay, we need to act like this to protect, like, the most evil guy here, the actual killer. So this is going to keep on happening. They know it. And then there was a schedule. I'm sorry.
I said, land your plane, please.
Okay. Just a last thing. Just today, I guess, there was this individual where a gentleman just ran through, all the little candles and things folks that were left there for Charlie Kirk, and of course the people took him down. But what's interesting, he had this exact same shirt that the shooter had. So already we're seeing this copycat, I guess this copycat culture that's arising. So yeah, this is definitely going to grow, and they're really trying to push us to retaliate so that they will feel justified about all the evil things that they were doing. But anyway, I'm good.
Hey, Congressman John Kitover legal statement on today. Terry, this is legal matters. But on Monday, we'll be filing a personal injury defamation and slander lawsuit against you over seeking $40,000
That's stoking the flames. That's not bringing it down.
Immediately.
I don't think
As a
Trump,
seeking
I'm
rights
going to keep it
counsel,
real. I
the
don't think
personal
Trump gives
injury
two
against your home
fucks
should be unable to
if this
settle
country
with
tears
the
itself
deadline.
apart.
So
Get shot, shot.
Illinois law, slander lawsuit, politics, Joe Severino.
Just to answer something in the comments, because they said, has anyone talked about the shooter possibly being a part of the group that's even harder rate than Charlie Kirk? Being that he's described Charlie Kirk as hate crime. If he was more further right, he would have described him as not hateful enough. He definitely wouldn't refer to him as a fascist. That's not. It doesn't make any sense. There's only two different places he could really sit on. It's not moderate.
Part of politics is certainly stirring the pot. Gossip and drama is needed for that. You're just a fish in water. I mean, it's funny, but it's all just spam.
The reason why he wouldn't be considered alt-right is because, again, the alt-right thinks Charlie Kirk is a rhino. They don't feel like as though he's conserving traditional values by inviting gay conservatives to speak at TV USA events, etc., etc. If that was the case, again, why would he describe him as
racist sounds and husbands?
He would describe him as not hateful enough, because that was really why they hated him. Why workers didn't really take fond of him much. And again, he would have described himself as fascist. If you accumulate all the evidence, what was written on the bullets, the type of people he's around, it points to him being on the left. Possibly, center left. I doubt it though, but it points to him being on the left. It doesn't point to him being a boyfriend. It doesn't add up.
Hey, Shasha. Here's the thing. You, thank God, have common sense. Most people don't. I'm being serious. Most people don't. Right? What you just said, I agree with everything you just said. But people are too lazy and dumb to have common sense. Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to come to you in a minute, but I got to DQ's been patient waiting. I got to say hello to BB. DQ, you there?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off the guy that spoke like 2 people ago. He said something about be careful where we get our facts from. And I've been thinking about this for a while now. Like, nowadays, people they get their facts from different places. Like, nowadays, people don't trust mainstream media, granted, right? Say the story going mainstream media, some people get their news from social media, Instagram, maybe TikTok. I personally don't like getting my information from TikTok because drop smoke from somebody's mom's basement can make any conspiracy theory video, put some smoke, some scary music behind it, and people don't believe it. So I think TikTok should have been shut down a while ago. But that's just me. But like what he was saying, where do we get our facts from, quote unquote facts? It's kind of hard now. You can do the mainstream media thing, yeah, but that got its own biases. They don't get the story straight all the time. If you go to TikTok, it's a bunch of independent users that could just come up with anything if you could believe it. You can go to Wikipedia, you go to news articles, it's kind of hard to get the quote unquote facts. It's kind of everywhere. And I think that's one of the problems. Like, we don't have anything to grasp on to really know the truth. And that's one of the bigger issues that we have now, because we don't know what's real.
I have a question on what you just said. If you see a press conference where you see the head of the regional FBI office, you then see the head of the director of the FBI, you see the governor of Utah, you see the head of the police department for that county in in Utah, and you see the sitting attorney general for that district or the local district attorney in a press conference, do you feel pretty good listening to them that you're probably hearing facts and not conjecture? What do you feel when just those are the people you normally will hear, whether it's in New York City or it's in Utah or it's in LA, but those are usually who you're going to hear in a press conference. You feel okay with that?
Me personally?
Generally, you personally.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Generally, yes.
So,
I feel about
so to your question,
80% more comfortable with that than social media.
So to your question of like who you're going to trust, it's amazing to me, and Rachel just put this in the chat, like why don't people, the sources are there, like just, whether you watch it through CNN, NBC, Fox, or whatever network you put on, the press conference is the press conference, and they're giving a lot of them. So, I mean, but people, even if you were to state the facts that you heard in the press conference, and they showed a video in that press conference the other day, even if you state that, people refute and say, no, none of that.
I agree. So, that's my point.
Yeah, I was like joining you in that.
Yeah.
The information's out there. People just would rather pick up their phone and look at TikTok than actually watch, the governor or the attorney general or a district attorney give facts. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. That just creates more confusion because even I already called it. I said when they catch this shooter, whoever he is, if it's the official quote unquote shooter, they're still not going to believe it. It's that's going to be the fall guy. It's always the fall guy. It's always never the right person. Every single time this happens, every time it's a tragedy, it's always that's not the real story. It's always a conspiracy theory. It just leaves a bunch of mess. And we need to be focused on what's real and what's not.
David, I'm sorry, man. You want to light your tank? Okay, hold on, David. I have to say a little BB, and then I want to go to XG. BB, what's good, bro?
Not much, brother. What's going on, KB? Night.
You want to chime in, or you just want to listen?
I'm listening, but I want to point out, too, that people don't want to believe the truth. And I see that to read an article of facts, that they don't have the attention span. They'd rather a TikTok story, a reel that goes on with music and theatrics for like 30, 40 seconds, and they believe that to be real. And I think a lot of people are failing to comprehend that. When I heard people were talking to each other, there was like people that were standing up saying, I shot him. That's mentally ill. They're putting themselves in a position where they could be potentially shot, killed. If, say they said it to the wrong police officer, he thinks by the way that their actions, they're moving, that he has a firearm on him, he's going to get shot. How sick do you have to be to want to say that you shot him right after that murder in that place? And I think a lot of people are trying to not justify, but they're afraid of the people don't.
Oh no, BB, they're trying to BB. Don't even get up, man. They are trying to justify it.
Yeah, I didn't want to start fires, but yeah, they're trying to justify it, and it's amazing. I'm watching all these people that are losing their jobs, and I think more and more they're not getting enough of them that are justifying the killing of a man that was speaking. And I watched this man all the time, and I loved the way he debated. But it was he would let you ask a question, and then he says, "Now explain why." And people have a problem with that. That's what boggles my fucking mind. I don't get it. And he beat them at their own game. So it's but I'll just listen, and when I feel like it, but thank you.
I appreciate it, BB. So before I go to the next speaker, hold on, Abby. Let me just say I have to use this disclaimer. I speak for myself. This next speaker does not speak for this house. He does not speak for me, Nye, Abby, BB, any of the mods. He speaks for himself. Abby, just give me a minute. I have to say hello to XG because he's been patiently waiting. He speaks for himself. XG, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing
One thing, XG, before you speak, is on this, we're all on the same page. I don't consent to recording and Kitover, like, once again, and people recording these rooms. I absolutely do not consent to it.
Thank you very little, Abby.
It's fine. XG, play some music so Kitover believes. Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, I just want to.
That's right. You
just got clipped, Abby.
Which I thought was
You got clipped?
until I started listening into how the far or alt-right speaks. And no, I mean, Nick Fuentes is one of the most popular super far-right thinkers, but I think all of them agree on this stage. Nick Fuentes is way further right than Charlie Kirk is, unless I'm mistaken on this. But Nick Fuentes, at least to my understanding, is way more far right